Good morning everyone and welcome back to the SSC, the third day of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, all set to unfold. The first ever third day in the history of this big match encounter. St. Joseph's College still in their first innings. We have had just 2 innings so far in this game, and because of all the interruptions that we had during the end stages of both the days, we have not been able to get the required amount of overs. But hopefully this third day we will be able to get all the required action. We can complete all the required number of overs. The match summary at the moment: St. Peter's College, they decided to bat first after winning the toss, 243 runs. ThePapare, the hero with the bat, 58 runs, batting with the tail. Dilna Damsar once again coming up with some good runs, 44, and Asadi Sitajan 38. Manasa Madhubashan, the pick of the bowlers for St. Joseph's College, 3 for 77. Nushan Pera, 2 for 50, took his 50th wicket of the season as well, and Yellow Devdusa 2 for 58. St. Joseph's College at the moment, Yenlo Devtusa and Senuja Vakunugoda. The dangerous combination still out there with the partnership of 79 runs for the 4th wicket. Devtusa on 44, Vakunugoda on 38, and Avisha Samash also gave them a good start, scoring 32. And when it comes to the bowlers for St. Peter's College, Lashmika Pera, he has put up his hand once again, 2 for 31, and Sebastian 1 for 39. St. Joseph's College, they trailed by 93 runs in the first innings. We talk about that second day when St. Peter's College started. They did lose Tarin Sanket early on, and after that Lashmika Pera decided to take on the St. Joseph's College bowlers. Manasa Madhubashan, some brilliant deliveries from him in that morning few overs of day number 2. But Lashmika Pera, that was one of the best strokes of this encounter, and he made sure that he got to a 50, and he made sure that he got his team towards a decent first innings total which could have easily been below 200, but thanks to Lashmika Pera, they managed to get to a very good total. And then St. Joseph's College, the opening stand was 59 runs. The opening batters doing really well, Abhishek Jayavira and Avisha Samash. But then Lashmika Pera, he came in, managed to break that partnership, took another wicket as well, and this was that third wicket. And after that the partnership of Devtusa and Vakunugoda, which steadied the ship again for St. Joseph's College. So day number 3, we can expect a lot, and to talk about what we can expect throughout this third day, joining with me once again, just like the previous 2 days, former St. Joseph's College skipper Rajiva Veerasinghe. Good morning, Rajiva. And former St. Peter's College skipper Santosh Gandila. Good morning, Santosh. So Rajiva, oral thoughts on day number 2. Once again, we were not able to get the required number of overs due to bad light, but that attacking mindset from the two teams that you were expecting to see, that didn't happen during day 2 as well. Thoughts on that?
Laksasi, now the 3-day encounter, there's no restriction. When there was a restriction when it comes to the previous years, where the teams are batting 60 overs in the first innings. So what happens is, when you bat for the 60 overs, you have that positive approach on the game. So last year St. Peter's got 270 runs in the first innings, batting for in their 60 overs with $100 also, because by Damsara, so they were batting positively. That was 4.5 runs and over. Throughout the last 2 days, there was 150 overs of play. So during that 150 overs, both teams have managed to get only 393 runs. That shows that from 4.5 runs per over, it has dropped down drastically to a 2.5 runs per over. So that shows why both teams are not scoring runs. So they have batted for more than 100 balls, most of the batters, and some batters have managed to score only about 20 to 25, 30 runs. So what I need to see is, from both teams, some positive approach, because both these teams are playing very defensively and negatively. So today, when it comes to the last day, third day, a new game for both teams, because it is the third, the first time they are playing in a 3-day encounter. So when it comes to the third day, now they need to have better plans. So only St. Joseph's College can come out of this whole to bring a match for all the fans, for all the viewers and the old boys, because they have 93 overs if I am not mistaken. So try and bring a game out of this because we all love to see a decision coming in, because the decision for a 3-day encounter is the vital aspect, because we haven't seen decisions for past 8-9 years due to 2-day encounters. Now we have 3-day encounter, so might as well have that positive approach coming into the 3rd day.
Exactly, because St. Joseph's College, they are chasing the title now. St. Peter's College, they already have the trophy. So St. Joseph's College, they need to make a move on here. Santosh, we had a chat about the whole day 2 action last evening as well. But anything that you would like to add about the whole day 2 action?
Yes, there's one thing I would like to add on to Rajiva. Yes, the batters haven't been in a positive approach, but also the bowlers. When the two teams came to bowl as well, they had pretty negative field settings. They were very defensive. None of the teams wanted to attack and pick more wickets, and I think that helped the batters to maybe mix some singles, and that prolonged the game, and that's why we're still in the second innings of the game on the 3rd day. So if the bowlers at least had come out and attacked with attacking field settings, then we might have seen a game on.
So during the last few years, I think even when you were playing, Rajiva, that 60 over rule was there. So coming out of the 60 over rule, adapting to 3-day encounter conditions, do you think the boys are still trying to figure out how they should pace the game when it comes to a 3-day encounter?
Lakshasi, this is not the first time they are playing a 3-day encounter. So they have been playing the quarterfinals. There was a result on that game. So when it comes to a big match, it's a big occasion. A lot of people are watching this game. So the anticipation for an 3-day encounter for a result, especially when it comes to a Joe Pit, because we hardly get results due to 2-day encounters. Now it is not a big thing for these two schools, because they have that adaptivity to go out there and play their game, because defensive cricket is not going to help for a winning cause. So that is my opinion. So we need to come out at least on the 3rd day with a positive approach out there in the middle to bring out a result, because otherwise it is just going to be a tame draw.
So Santosh, same question from you as well, because they don't have enough experience. Yes, they have played, but because they don't have much experience when it comes to playing the 3-day game, do you think that they're struggling to pace out how they need to pace out this encounter?
Absolutely. I think I felt that they didn't know how to plan this game out, because yes, 3 sessions extra, 1 day extra, a lot of time, 90 overs extra, and the approach that both teams had was to survive. And it was about survival cricket, because both teams were afraid that there would be a result at the end of the 3rd day, and both teams just wanted to maybe go for a draw or maybe win on first innings. So I think that's where the coaches should come in and say, look, these are the experiences we have, this is how you should play the 3-day games, this is how you should approach it, and that's where they need to lead the team.
Lakshasi, coming into this game, St. Peter's were underdogs, right? Because St. Joseph's College have done well. They are in the 1-day championship final. They played the semi-final, beat St. Peter's in the quarter-final. But my opinion, defensively, they played in the first day. Yes, fair enough, because it was a green top, and St. Joseph's College bowled well. But due to that attacking mode, less attacking mode of St. Joseph's College, they managed to score 176 with a fall of 7 wickets. But I like to see the Josephians coming into the game. The way they batted last evening wasn't the positive approach, Santosh. So that's what people are talking about. After batting for 57 overs, you get only 150 runs, whereas all these batters, their strike rates are over 75, 80. Some have scored now. They have firepower like Dunik Pereira, Madhubhashan. They can hit the ball. Even Rishma is a very busy character. So what I think is now they need to bring that positive approach with the batters like this. Even Yenula Senuja, we saw his strike rate is 85 something. So I don't see their approach on this day wasn't the positive approach that comes into the game. So probably they might have discussions during overnight to come out, what sort of a plan they need to come into the third day. So the thing is, Laksasi, now I think St. Peter's have done a good job, fair enough job, because after coming into the game as underdogs, but I like to see that approach from the Josephians to come out with new plans. It is gone, 2 days are gone, but the third day, a lot of cricket, despite if there's nothing from the rain gods, but I like to see something coming up, new plans, probably a different approach. I will get back to that, what sort of a plan that St. Joseph should do on day 3. Probably I like to see that positive approach coming into the game. So we might see, Maharu, what sort of a pitch report, that's how the pitch behaves, because there was nothing at all on the wicket. It's supposed to be good for batting if you bat positively. Is it, Santosh? Because
Absolutely.
the wicket looks a belter for me.
So we have a lot to talk about on day number 3 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. But before that, we're about to head to our first commercial break. And before that, we need to remind all of you about our talk show sponsors. Move Spray, instant pain relief specialist. Move Spray, keep moving. And also to make sure after working really hard throughout the day, after facing this scorching heat, to cool you down, we have Dettol joining with us as well. So a big shout out to Move Spray and Dettol, our talk show sponsors. So we will head to a commercial break and we'll be back with more insights and info on day number 3 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter.
St. Peter's are the champions. Congratulations.
And East Button College are champions of the President's Trophy. St. Peter's College champions of Dialog Schools Rugby 7.
Dialog Schools Rugby League.
Coming soon.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. Now all Dialog television customers can watch IPL 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 22nd March to 25th May. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog television connection today. Big match fever invades the southern coast. 120th Lovers Quarrel and the 37th Limited Overs Encounter. Live on the Papare 2, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. For the first time ever, 3 days of Saints cricketing action. 91st Battle of the Saints and the 51st Limited Overs Encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. Now on Dialog television, customers can witness the thrill of the big match season on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog television connection today. Now all Dialog television customers can watch IPL 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 22nd March to 25th May. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog television connection today.
Just a little bit of...
The bowler really well.
We are watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. From iconic rivalries to new generations of talent, a story of dedication, camaraderie, and the pursuit of excellence. With every delivery, every catch, every partnership, watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and thepapare.com.
Welcome back everyone to the studio show of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. So we were talking about the aspect of playing positive cricket when it comes to this 3-day encounter. Now the same two teams a few weeks ago played in that 2-day tournament quarter-final, which was a 3-day encounter, and in that encounter we did see a result. So I will head to Santosh first. Santosh, is this the big match pressure for the two teams, because this encounter we saw 4 innings and we had a result?
To be honest, I think the Josephians came into this game with the upper hand, and the Josephians knew what exactly was needed from them to beat the Petrites. And on the other hand, the Petrites came with a lot of pressure. They knew they lost this game, the most important game in the cricket tournament season, against the Josephians. They were clearly outplayed. So the approach the Josephians made was a bit surprising when they came to bat in the first innings, because we all expected some positive cricket for them. We all expected that they would bring a game out of this, because at the moment the trophy is with the Petrites at Bambalapitiya. So we all thought the Josephians would come and make a game out of this and try to win the trophy back, but it was not the case. So I just hope, like Rajiv has said, that today they will come out with a positive approach, because the ball is on their court. It's the Josephians that can turn the game around. So if they come out with a positive approach, like Rajiv mentioned, then we can be able to see a good game today.
Rajiv, this encounter had a result, but so far going into 3 days, just 2 innings.
Lakshya, this is the perfect example. When you see the scorecard, St. Joe's College got that lead. They got that 30-odd runs lead, and then when St. Peter's batted on the 3rd inning, they had that pressure. So that is what they should apply on the 3rd day as well. Bat and get St. Peter's College to bat on the 3rd innings, and then, but you need to have that specific lead. For that, they need to have that positive batting for the next 30 overs at least, the Josephians, and then get Peters out there, get them out, and probably to a decent score that you can chase down, because 93 overs, there'll be some sort of interruption as well, but we can't predict those things. But what you have to apply is what comes first, because we have seen a lot of interruption by the end of the day's play, and we lost several overs. So far it's only 150 overs for the 2 days, so that shows 30 overs have been washed off. And due to the overnight rain also, it was probably there is a lot of dew, the outfield might be a little heavy, so scoring in the first half will be a little difficult, because the ball might not travel because of the overnight rain. So they need to have that positive approach from ball number 1.
Exactly. So if we go back to day number 2, Lashmika Pereira, he was someone who actually batted with a lot of intent, because he was feeling the pressure, the last 2 wickets remaining, and Lashmika Pereira scored that brilliant 58, scoring 57 out of the 67 runs that St. Peter's College scored yesterday. And we caught up with Lashmika Pereira earlier in the day, so let's have a look at what Lashmika had to say about day 2 action of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter.
In conversation with the St. Peter's College Vice Captain Lashmika Pereira, who made a brilliant 50 yesterday and backed it up with a good bowling performance as well, with 2 wickets and more to come for him in this first innings. So Lashmika, just talk us through your innings yesterday, the 50 runs you made.
Yes, I came at a difficult situation yesterday. I partnered up with 2 batsmen and 1 bowler. Tharin Sanketan and Ransilige gave a good support, and Tharin Sinvidu also gave a good support.
Indeed. Just talk us through the 2 wickets you took yesterday. You just came into the attack and you got the 2 wickets in 2 consecutive overs.
I was trying to do the basics. I was trying to just put on dot balls more.
Indeed, I think you did really well with both bat and ball in hand. And just talk us through the experience you had when you were batting with the tail end, and you had that pressure as well to put on a good score up front for the Patriots.
Yeah, my normal game was a little bit aggressive, but I had to switch gears because my team needed me in the middle for a long period of time. So I was just trying to play in the V and get some more runs as possible. We needed only like 220 at the situation, but I was managed to get 243. I'm so happy about it.
Indeed, Lashmika, all the best for the final day here at the Battle of the Saints. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Santosh, thoughts on Lashmika Perera. Let's talk about him once again, because that knock deserves a lot of credit, because that's the knock that made sure that St. Peter's College got to a decent total.
Indeed, I think he came to bat when the chips were down for the Patriots, and that knock was needed. He's a capable batter. He's been putting the performances throughout these years for St. Peter's, and he just walked out the only batsman, Laksisi, that showed some intent at the crease. He knew his game, he has mastered his game, and batting with the tail is not an easy task, and he perfected that role for the Patriots. And when he came to bowl as well, he raised his hand up when the Josephians had a brilliant opening partnership. He raised his hand up, picked the first wicket, and then went on to pick the second wicket as well. He was pretty accurate with the ball as well, and if he can fire up today and early morning and get another couple of wickets off the Josephians, then he'll bring the Patriots back in the game.
Exactly. Lashmika Perera, was a brilliant knock from him, and then 2 wickets from him as well to derail that momentum St. Joseph's College were building up with that opening wicket stand. So he will have a huge role to play on this 3rd day of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. So going from Lashmika Perera to Manasa Madhubhashana, 3 wickets, 3 brilliant deliveries, phenomenal deliveries. I think 3 deliveries that deserved wickets, and he got them. So we caught up with Manasa Madhubhashana as well. So let's hear what he had to say.
ශාන්ත පීතර පළමු ඉනිම තුළ වැඩි අභියෝගයක් ඔවුන්ගේ පිතිකරුවන්ට එල්ල කළ වේග පන්දුවන්න හැටියට අපිට සඳහන් කරන්න පුළුවන් ශාන්ත ජෝසප් කණ්ඩායමේ මානස මදුභාෂණ. ඉතින් මානස මදුභාෂණ අපිත් එක්ක දැන් එක්කාසු වෙලා ඉන්නවා. මානස, ඊයේ දිනේදී ඔබ කඩළු 3ක දක්ෂතාවයක් පෙන්නුම් කළා. පළමු දිනේ කඩළු 2ක් සහ ඊයේ දිනේදී එක් කඩුලක් දවා ගැනීමට සමත් වුණා. ඉතින් ඔබ පන්දු යවද්දී මොන වගේ සැලැස්මක්ද තිබුණේ පළමු දිනේ සහ දෙවන දින ඇතුළත මේ ශාන්ත පීතර පිතිකරුවන්ට වැඩි අභියෝගයක් එල්ල කරන්න?
අලු බෝලෙන් ගොඩක් බැලුවේ ලයින් ඇන් ලෙන්ත් එක මේන්ටේන් කරන්න. ඊට පස්සේ බෝලේ පරනවා එනවත් එක්කම බවුන්ස් එකයි ඒකම යෝකර්ස් වගේ ඒවා try කරන්න බැලුවා.
ඒකත් එක්ක පළමු දිනයට සාපේක්ෂව දෙවෙනි දිනයට එද්දී තනතිරුවේ මොන වගේ හැසිරීමක්ද ඔබට දක්නට ලැබුණේ?
පළවෙනි දවසේ ඉවරෙද්දී අලු බෝලේ එන්න ඕවර් 4ක් වගේ තිබ්බේ. කොමාරි අපිට ඕනෙලා තිබ්බේ අලු බෝලේ එන්න කලින් විකට් 3ක් ගන්න. ඒ වුණාට අපි විකට් එකක් වගේ ගත්තේ. පාරණ බෝලේ වුණත් විකට් එක හොඳ හින්දා බෝලේ මූවමන්ට් එකක් තිබ්බ හින්දා කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා.
ඒකත් එක්ක දැන් තවත් ලකුණු 93ක් පමණ ලබා ගන්නට තියෙනවා මේ ෆස්ට් ඉනින්ග්ස් එකේ පළමු ඉනිම තුල ශාන්ත ජෝසප් කණ්ඩායමට තවත් කඩළු 7ක් ඇතුළු තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අද දිනේට එද්දි මේ අවසන් දිනය ඉතින් මොන වගේ සැලැස්මක්ද කණ්ඩායම ඇතුලේ තිබෙන්නේ මේ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ලබා ගැනීමත් එක්ක?
පොසිටිව් බැට් ගන්න අපි කට්ටිය හිතන් ඉන්නවා. පොසිටිව් බැට් කළා හොඳ ටාගට් එකක් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ආයි බැට් ගන්න දෙන්න. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ආයි බැට් ගන්නෙද්දී ටාගට් එකක් හොඳ ටාගට් එකක් තියලා හොඳ ගේම් එකක් දෙන්න බලනවා.
ඒකත් එක්ක දැන් අවසන් දිනයට එද්දී තනතිරුවේ තවදුරටත් මොන වගේ හැසිරීමක් ඇති වේද කියලා ඔබට බලාපොරොත්තුවක් තිබෙනවද? විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔබට නැවත වතාවක් පන්දු යවන්නට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණොත් ඔබ මොන වගේ සැලැස්මක්ද මේ තනතිරුවේ 3 වෙනි දිනේ හැසිරීමත් එක්ක යොදා ගන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ?
පරණ බෝලේ වුණත් ඊයේ මූවමන්ට් එකක් තිබ්බා විකට් එකේ. ඒ 3 වෙනි දවසේ කියලා ලොකු වෙනසක් වෙයි කියලා මම හිතන්නේ නැහැ විකට් එකේ. විකට් එක හොඳයි. එහෙනම් මූවමන්ට් එකක් තියෙයි අනිවාර්ය විකට් එකේ.
So that was Manasa Madhubhashana. Rajiv, let's talk about Manasa as well. 3 crucial wickets. He struck early on day 1, then early on day 2 as well. Took the prize wicket of Tharin Sanket as well.
Yeah, indeed, Manasa bowled good lines. He was talking about keeping it really tight, and one of the good fast bowlers I have seen throughout this the season in the school cricket. There you see the first wicket to get rid of the skipper of Peter Wright's the in-swinging balls. He loves to bowl those lines. I had a chat with him yesterday morning and asked him, why did you bowl so predictable bounces? And he was told because of the old ball. But these kids need to know that old ball is not only for bounces. You can get some reverse. So we need to know how to reverse the ball. But Manasa Balakrishnan coming with the new ball on day 2 got those 2 wickets and made a huge impact. He has these lines and length. He can swing the ball, but he needs to keep it up towards the batter. So when he keeps it up, it's very difficult for the batter to score runs off him. So he should learn from that mistake of bowling those short deliveries, because when it comes to the higher cricket, it is so predictable because most of the batters are so suitable for the short ball. They are used to it. But if he can bring the ball up, it is going to be so vital for St. Joseph College when it comes to the 3rd inning, when he needs to take some wickets in the 3rd inning.
Exactly, Manasa Balakrishnan, with the way he bowls, certainly one for the future, just like Lashmika Pereira from St. Peter's College. So right now, Devtusan Senuja Vakunugoda, they have managed to stitch together a 79 run stand for the 4th wicket. So when we talk about partnerships, let's take a look at the history when it comes to the partnerships. First, let's take a look at the best partnerships for St. Joseph's College. Rajiva, that first wicket partnership 73 years ago, 157 runs, and then last year Abhishek Jaivir and Hirun Kapuru Bandara, 153 runs the partnership, and then 2023 Satish Jayawardena and Hiran Jayasundar. So very recent encounters have produced some good partnerships when it comes to the St. Joseph's College records. And anything that you remember, probably from the 2006 encounter between Dimut Karnaratne and Thisara Pereira, the 6th wicket partnership?
Yeah, indeed, that was at over. The wicket was spinning a lot and Thisara Pereira batted positively. So that is what we need to see from these kids as well in the 91st Battle of the Saints. Jehan Daniel is in the list as well. And Fred Pereira, those days when these are the back in the days, recent past, it was Jehan Daniels and then Abhishek Jaivira last year. Satish Jayawardena and Iran had a good partnership as well a couple of years ago. So I think this partnership, what Senuja and then Yenula Devtusa is out there batting for 78 runs. They were 72 for 3 at one stage. Good going, but the number of balls has to be minimum. Now these 2 batters they know how the wicket behaves, so they can extend that partnership for a longer one. For the 4th wicket, probably go on to make for a more than 100-run partnership and then get on the scoreboard ticking. So I think they can come into these books as well if they can go on scoring more runs. These 2 batters are the most capable batters because they are in the perfect position. They have got their start, 44 runs and 38 runs. So that means they know how the wicket behaves. So I think these 2 batters are the key factor again for St. Joseph's College to score some runs and build up that partnership more than 100 or so.
So now let's take a look at the best partnerships for St. Peter's College. Santosh, I'm quite sure you might have a lot of memories when it comes to some of these partnerships. Let's take a look at the numbers, the best partnerships for each wicket when it comes to St. Peter's College.
Yes, indeed. I remember the first wicket partnership between Shayan Fernando and Shashin Fernando way back in 2011. And all the greats like Roy Dias, Rohan Bulge and Skito Fernandopoulos, my coach in school. Clive Inman, he's got the highest individual score in this series. And in 2015, Sachin Dalpadab and Tani Sibirikon, that was the partnership that was unbelievable.
You are not talking about your one, Santosh. You have scored a 200-run partnership with Kanishka Madhuanta. Why do you want to skip that? You talk about it. I think that was one of the innings that you scored 161 not out, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that was a good memory. Yes, I took the game away from the Josephians rather, but Sachin Dalpadab and Tanisha's partnership, we were 70 for 7 at that point, and Sachin scored 100 and Tanis scored a 50. That took the game away from judges.
That was a brilliant 100 by Dalpadadu because he continued to bat on with the tail, and it was a brilliant inning that was at Oval, I suppose, a few years ago. So partnership is one of those key factors, and when it comes to a double ton partnership, 211 runs for the 7th wicket with Kanishka was a huge highlight in this encounters between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College of this Battle of the Saints.
And another interesting thing that I noticed was that Joe Michaud and Patrick Pereira, the same pair, the best partnerships for 2 different wickets in 2 different years, the 4th wicket and the 5th wicket, if I'm not wrong. So, so those are the best partnerships when it comes to the Battle of the Saints encounter, and we will might be able to see another record partnership here from Yanula Devatusa and Senuja Vakunugoda. I think they are not far behind from that best 4th wicket partnership for St. Joseph's College. So right now we will head to another commercial break, and after that we will be back for the pitch report. And once again, we need to remind all of you about Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist, and also to keep you cool throughout the day, Dettol, our sponsors for the studio show.
St. Peter's are the champions. Congratulations.
And History Partner College are champions of the President's Trophy. St. Peter's College champions of Dialog Schools Rugby 7.
Dialog Schools Rugby League. Coming soon.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com. Now all Dialog television customers can watch IPL 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 22nd March to 25th May. Download the ViU app and add your Dialog television connection today. Big match fever invades the southern coast. 120th Lovers Quarrel and the 37th Limited Overs Encounter. Live on the Papare 2, Dialog ViU App, and the Papare.
Welcome back here onto the studio. So let's head straight towards Fervis Maruf, who's out there with the pitch report on how the pitch looks like for the day 3 action of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter.
As the sun tried to break through at the SSC last evening, only 10 minutes before the game was called off, and the evening, like late night, was plenty of rain. The groundsman cued it again. Hats off to them to get the pitch right. Absolutely no moisture at all. Even the outfield is looking very, very good. Talking about the pitch, there's absolutely nothing to speak about in line of the stumps. Usually, we do see some cracks or some bowlers run through where the cracks do appear. Nothing to be seen. Just outside the off stump for a left-hander, this is where the business area for a left-arm spinner. If we have any sort of purchase for a left-arm spinner, we'll have some footmarks of the fast bowlers running through. Absolutely nothing again on the same side either. So suggests to me spinners will not enjoy much bowling in this pitch. It's going to skid on to the bat. And usually outside the off stump to the left-hander or the right-hander is the place to bowl for the spinners to get some purchase. But I don't see any footmarks to work for the spinners. So overall, still I feel it's a good batting pitch. It's all about making sure you show intent as a batting side if you want to force a result.
So that's what Fervis thinks about the pitch at the moment here at SSC. So Prajiva, I think what you mentioned earlier as well, St. Joseph's College, if they can get some quick runs later in the day the spinners for St. Joseph's College might very well come into play.
Yeah, indeed. He was talking about the rough patches on the left-handers. St. Peter's have plenty of left-handers. And Josephians have two good left-arm spinners who have taken so many wickets. So that's the wicket we can see. So if the Josephians can get that score, get a lead, and get your spinners in play, because this is going to be something for the spinners on day 3. Normally SSC has something for spinners on day 3. So if they can get those left-handers on strike of the St. Peter's, they see those foot marks, the rough marks are going to turn somewhere around during the day for the left-arm spinners, in the likes of Damien De Silva and Yenulo Deotusa. They can, especially Damien, he can turn the ball. We saw to get rid of Nathan David, that was a pitch of a delivery it was spun from the middle stump, Santosh, so got some turn and got that outside edge. So probably they can have those close in fielders, give that pressure, but you need to have runs on board. So get that lead, bat for 30 overs, get 150 runs, 5 runs per an over. Maha said the outfield looks brilliant, so there won't be any harm. So you can get some runs anyway. It's a good batting track. Get some runs, get the score up to 300, get a 50-odd run lead, and then attack with your spinners in, because spinners will play a major role on day 3 on this second session probably.
Santosh, your thoughts on the surface, because even St. Peter's College, if they can break this partnership and get some quick wickets in the morning, might very well get the advantage in the first innings.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, the ball is in St. Joseph's court, and if they are to make a game out of it, then this is the session that they need to capitalize on. And on the other hand, the Peterites at the moment chasing the game, but if they can curtail the run flow in this first session, then they will obviously go for a tame draw. But St. Joseph's, the first hour is going to be crucial, because it's how they start the first hour. If they start losing wickets, then they'll be on the back foot. But if they start with a positive approach, they'll be well in line to make a game out of this.
Raju, I think you have something to add.
Lakshaji, we had that the quarter-final. It was a pre-rehearsal. It is a similar kind of situation, because St. Joseph's College had that lead of 30-odd runs, and then coming into bowl, third innings, St. Peter's were bundled out for 160 odd, and then they chased down pretty soon the target what they had in 22 overs. So this is normally on a test match, third innings is the most vital inning. You can either save the game or lose the game. Or when it comes to bowling, it is always the pressure when you have a lead ahead of you. So I think it's St. Joseph's College who holds the key for victory on this Josephian Peterite battle of the Saints' 91st encounter. So they need to come out with something, some sort of a plan, some sort of an approach, positive approach, to bring a game out of this third day.
And I think we do have a very interesting setup as well, Santosh, because in that quarterfinal encounter, it was actually St. Peter's who were chasing the game after losing the first innings. They scored 168 in around 37 overs, so they were scoring at rate over 4 as well. Yes. But here it's St. Joseph's College who are chasing the game. So anything that you think we might see differently from the quarterfinal encounter to this one today?
Basically, just positive cricket from both teams, because St. Peter's, yes, they have lost the game, but I would have expected them to come out here with a positive approach and try to win the game, because they're already 1-0 down this season. It's no better way to beat St. Joseph's and equal the tally. But on the other hand, the Josephians, it's up to them, like I mentioned, to make a game out of this, go with a positive approach and try to see if they can win back the trophy after 18 years.
So Rajiv, the day 3 planning for St. Joseph's College, if you were in that dressing room, what would be your thoughts and what would be your advice to the boys going into day 3?
150 for 3, you have 7 wickets in hand. So what you need to play is, first few overs there could be something because of the dew, but Maha said there's no dew, but I think you need to be a little cautious for the first 5 overs. Since then if these two batters are out there, they are in form. They have scored runs on this wicket. So what they need to do is at least bat 30 overs, get 5 runs per an over, get the score for 300, because it is capable. It is good for batting. There will be nothing for the bowlers later on, but there can be spin. So get a lead of 50 to 60 runs and get the Peterites on the third inning and give some pressure, get some close infielders, as well as you need to have a balance of it. You need to have a close infielder and a fielder at the boundary line as well for the big shot. So you need to have those kind of planning, those kind of tactics, strategies. Everything should change when it comes to a victory. You need to plan properly. You have to give that responsibility for your spinners to take those wickets, 10 wickets. Because they have taken, I think they have shared close to more than 140 wickets of all three spinners. So they can bring a game out of this. But you need that extra lead so that they have some runs on board. So it makes life easy for the Josephians if they can produce some sort of score like what I was talking about and bring a game out of it, Laksasi.
Santosh, the plan for day 3 for St. Peter's College, in your opinion?
It's simple, just stick to one line and length and attack more and pick wickets, because like I mentioned earlier, picking wickets is the only way the Peterites can get into the game. So you make a field, you bowl to that, attack the batsmen early on. They're coming with a bit of nerves and pressure because they need to get themselves in. Yes, they are not out, yes, they had a partnership yesterday, but they're starting from 0 today. So if they can strike early, that is the plan to go to.
So if we remove Senujo Aknugoda and Yenro Devutusa from that list, who are the 2 other players that you think would hold the key? The 2 spinners are the key, as you think, Rajiv?
Yeah, spinners will come into the game if they have runs. But first of all, first we need to score some runs. So I think apart from these 2 batters, Wishma holds a huge key because he's a busy character. And in the back in the line, we have Manasa Madhubhasan who can hit the ball, especially Dunik. His strike rate is so far more better than everyone. He's playing this game. I think he's carrying an injury because we saw him only bowling 3 overs. But because of his batting ability, the hard-hitting batting ability, he's still playing this game. So I think the hard-hitting batters who are positive batters, who has some aggression, should come in one by one and then get some runs on board. Because when you start having that positive approach, it flows. So you need to have that flow. So now the flow is on the defensive side. You need to change your gears.
So Santosh, the 2 key players for St. Peter's College on day number 3.
I would like to see more of Dilna Damsar and Tarin Sanket with the ball. Yes, Lashmika is doing the job for them, but if they can get a right arm leg spinner, because wrist spinners are genuine wicket takers and they were under bowled yesterday. So if they can be given the opportunity more to try and bowl and pick some wickets, yes, then the Peterites will be back. When the Peterites come to bat, Dylan Damsar will hold the key. If he can take the game away from the Josephians, if he can bat the Peterites out of this game, the Josephians out of this game, then the Peterites will be in a good position.
So that's what our 2 experts think about the upcoming day 3 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. A lot to play for. St. Joseph's College still behind and still in the 2nd innings of this encounter. Just 93 overs remaining. Will we see a result or will we see another team draw? We will find out the answer when it comes to today evening. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining with us throughout the 3 days. Hoping to meet all of you at the Combox and probably later in the day as well. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Santosh, for joining with us. So we invite all of you to join with us, join with the live broadcast of the 3rd day of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. This day promises to be a thrilling one. So before we head towards the commentators, I have to remind all of you about the sponsors once again. Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist. Move Spray, keep moving. Move Spray works fast to relieve pain and keeps you moving. It absorbs and activates quickly to provide a warm, soothing sensation and gives a long lasting relief. And also we need to remind all of you about Dettol as well. After a long exhausting day, you come home drenched in sweat, ready to recharge. That's when Dettol Cool steps in with its revolutionary cooling technology, delivering an instant burst of refreshing menthol coolness up to 5 degrees. So thank you very much everyone once again for joining with this studio show. Let's head towards our commentators before we begin the live action of the 3rd day, this 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Thank you, Laksasi, and good morning to all our viewers for the final day's play of the 91st Battle of the Saints, which has been played at the SSC Grounds for the Maurice J. Legog Memorial Trophy. at the moment, St. Peter's hold this trophy, and the Josephians got to make this game, and they are 150 for 3, replying to St. Peter's 243 all out. So the Josephians got to open this game up. At the moment, they're 93 runs behind, but still, the game is not over. So let's say good morning to Michael Adams, who has joined me in the box. Good morning, Michael.
Very good morning, Polly. Good morning to everyone. Yes, interesting day 3. 93 runs behind. Like Santos said, the ball is in St. Joseph's court. They need to do all the running. Let's hope we see some positive batting in the morning session. Well, as normally, the first hour will be very crucial. So to play some smart cricket, you need to play positive. Also not lose too many wickets.
Well, we have lost about 30 overs of play during the first 2 days, Michael. That's a bad loss, no doubt about it. But the Josephians got to open this game up. They need that trophy very badly. They win, which has been eluded for them for the last 17 years. They last won in 2008, so they got to do something, pull something out of the box and try to make a break of this game. You know, for me, I would say, well, you bat for 1 hour and see whatever much they get close to the P-Tride total and put it back onto the P-Tride court and see. But you cannot wait for a P-Tride declaration. You got to bowl them out, try to bowl them out, and then whatever runs there is, try to chase and win it. That's my plan if I was the captain.
Yeah, I would have liked to see some positive batting yesterday, Polly. With that partnership, if they could have got a few more runs, got that lead, brought it down, then it would have been easier today, because early morning, the first half an hour to 45 minutes is going to be tricky. You can't just go out there and, keep hitting the ball to all paths. So you need to be watchful as well as play some smart cricket. I think rotating the strike is going to be a crucial thing here, the singles. And then when the loose ball comes, make sure you pounce on it.
Well, if the Josephians had the time, they could have gone on to a lead. But time is also running out now, just a day remaining. Not even 2 innings completed. And Josephians 93 runs in areas. So that's a long, big lead for St. Peter's. If they think of declaring right now, that will never happen. But the Josephians will continue to bat.
It's all about being positive, Polly. Whatever you do, whether you want to declare and, bowl, or whether you want to go out there, bat and get a lead. Sure, the coaching staff and the teams have their plans. Whatever they want to do, I'm saying, please play the game in a positive manner. So the first 2 days saw a bit of negativity from both teams. So let's hope we see some good cricket today, and let's hope the weather keeps.
Yes,
good.
That's the main thing, the weather. Well, at the moment, it's pretty sunny here out there. We have a little bit of breeze. And hopefully, we have a full day's play. The first 2 days, we have lost 30 overs, as I mentioned earlier. And that would have created a big difference in this game had the Josephians had batted those 30 overs and come close to the P-Tride innings by this time, the P-Tride total by this time, then the things would have been a bit different.
Yeah, looking at even on the first day, the Josephians were bowling way too slow. They just bowled 71 overs. The play was called off around 4:25 on the first day. There, I thought they should have bowled at least another 8 to 9 overs by that time. But
Yes, the over rate also was pretty slow on both these days, And we have just had about 150 overs. St. Peter's batted 93 overs and the Josephians have batted 57 overs. So that's about 150 overs of play during the first 2 days. There you see the P-Tride team led by Owen Salgado taking the field. And the Josephian batters, the 2 informed batters, Yanula Deotuza, who's on 44, and Senuja Mekanugada, who's on 38. Well, a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. They need to get into a good start and a quick start, isn't it?
Yes, so that's why I said they need to play smart cricket. Can't be just hitting the ball looking for boundaries. But these grounds are big. Easily can get singles 3-4 runs over to start off with, and then you get the loose delivery, put it away.
Yeah, that is exactly something you came out there, Michael. Singles. This was something we didn't see in the first 2 days. The batsman trying to work the ball here and there, get the singles and try to make those into twos. That was missing. That positive attitude was missing in the first 2 days. Hopefully we can see some of that today.
Yes, I think the 3-day format has gone into the heads. Big change they've taken it as. But I'm sure now it's just one more day, so let's hope they play some positive cricket.
Yes, both the Josephians and the Petrites are known for playing positive cricket. As we heard in the talk show, the 3-day encounter, the quarter-final, which was played in Polonnaruwa, which ended in favour of St. Joseph's. But both the teams should be credited, Michael, in that occasion. Both the teams played very positive cricket. St. Peter's definitely, after losing on the first innings, came back hard to try to win it outright. But they lost their way in the second innings, and the Josephians finished off with an outright victory.
Yeah, definitely. I think they had to make a game of it because they needed to come back and win it outright if they wanted to go further. So that was the reason that they lost some wickets early, and because even if the match was a draw, St. Joseph's would have gone through because of the first innings win.
Yeah, but ultimate result was both teams played positive cricket.
Correct.
That is exactly what we need here. So let's hope at least the third day we'll see some positive cricket. Joshua Sebastian been bowling pretty tight. Bowled 18 overs, given away 39 runs for his wicket. He's going to open the attack for the Petrites on this third day. St. Peter's starting off with a field of 2 slips. There is a cover point, an extra cover, a mid-off. That's the offside field, and the onside there is a fine leg, a square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So it's a 5-4 field.
Wicket keep up to the stumps again for Sebastian. Been there right along.
Well, right throughout, Michael, we have been seeing Nathan David keeping up to Joshua Sebastian. Just medium pace.
Yes, and he gets a bit of movement also there. The main reason is trying to keep the batsman in the crease, because if not, the batsman would be batting outside his crease, just to let the ball swing a bit, make it harder.
General Devtusa on 44, he's on strike. Senator Wakunagada is on strike.
So that's the first runs for the Josephians on day 3. So took them 2 deliveries. All eyes will be on how they're going to get about this.
Yes, the first hour of play is going to be very crucial, as everyone was saying. It's pretty interesting going to be what the Josephians are going to do. Petrites will be trying to control the run rate. They'll be trying to bowl dot deliveries as much as possible. It's on the Josephine part. They got to work those singles and twos and keep the scoreboard ticking if they want to make a game out of it.
Yes, spot on, Polly. I think the Josephians have to do all the running. The thing is, we had a lot of overnight rain. There might be something in it, like Maruf said, that there's no dew. Still, might be a little bit of movement.
Yes.
Not seen a lot.
Also, Michael, the overnight rain might create a problem in the outfield. Outfield might be a bit slower than the previous 2 days. Still, that is again a point the Josephians got to look for the singles and twos rather than trying to hit boundaries every delivery.
Well, then, like you said, if the outfield is heavy, even the shots that they play, they need to keep running till it crosses the boundary. So
that's nicely put away by Devtusa, down to his fine leg, gets a single.
So both batsmen off the mark today. Moving on to 45 and we're going to go down to 39. So both the batters getting close to milestones.
Yes, Devtusa, once he gets his 50, we like to see him changing gears. But I don't know what's the Josephine plan in the dressing room. We are expecting them to score fast. So we don't know what the real plan is, whether they're looking for a lead. But I think if they look for a lead, well, it's very difficult to say. But the Josephians really need to think of bowling the Patriots out for the second innings rather than waiting for their declaration.
No, it's not a case of declaration. But I think what they'll need to do is always, if they can get a lead, whatever the lead is, and then go in with a positive mind frame, it's up to them. The spinners, the three spinners, like Rajiv said, who can do damage.
Yeah, but 93 runs. We started the day with 93 runs adrift. Now it's 91 runs. That's a long time. They need to bat at least till lunch, most probably, if they want to get into a lead. So that's the end of the first over. Just 2 runs. 2 runs coming off it, or 3 runs coming off. 3 runs coming off the first over. So it's 153 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Getting back to that, Polly, I think they might be having a certain plan, because you need time to bowl out a side as well. So even if you're going to look at getting a lead, you'll need to do it pretty fast, at least by lunch. Make sure you have a decent lead, and then 60 odd overs in the day remaining. See what you can do with it.
Exactly, Michael. I'm sure the Josephian think tank might have been having long talks last evening. Towards late night, thinking of what they got to do. That's driven firmly, but straight to the extra cover fielder. These are the shots they got to get into the gaps.
Well, you can talk as long as you want, Polly, but out there, depends on how the players find it. Whether they can play to the plan.
It's nicely put away. There is a fielder right down. Good bit of fielding, good commitment by the Patriots. Yesterday, we saw, Michael, the Patriot fielders throwing themselves on the ground, cutting every run possible. Just a single there, put away towards the mid-wicket boundary.
Yes, I thought they could have got 2 runs there, but I think good fielding there. Just made sure he collected it and up in a flash, and then got it back to the bowler's end.
Well, this is where the Josephine should be smart. They should be running hard, the first run hard, and run with the shot, and try to make those ones into 2s.
That's good. That's good. Placed in the gap and taken the run straight away.
Lashmi Caprera is the bowler who got 2 wickets. That's the 2 wickets yesterday. The wickets of Abhishek Javira for 23 and Avishek Shamaj for 32.
Well, that throw coming and hitting the batsman on his arm. I think it's Yenula. Thankfully, it's not his bowling arm.
We see all that.
Still in pain. Need some. Oh, that was on the full. Yes, that would have hurt. I'm sure he needs to get that bit of spray.
You see the great sportsmanship between the 2 teams, Michael. All the Patriot players got round him, apologizing.
It was not purposely done for sure. He was just trying to get the ball back, and batsman had didn't have his eye on the ball.
No doubt this game is played in the best of spirits between these 2 teams, the Josephians and the Patriots. And the crowd also enjoying this game. Well, we definitely expect a better crowd towards the evening. So Devtusa moves on to 46, and Wakanugoda also coming into his 40s.
Yes, that will also be playing on the minds of the batsmen. So the quicker they get to those milestones, I think
That will be the
at ease.
advantage for the Josephians, isn't it?
Yes. They'll be playing much more freely after that.
That's it uppishly, but again towards the wide of mid-on. This time they're running for the second. That's good bit of thinking and good bit of running between the wickets.
Yeah,
The
that was
bats got two there.
that was placed right in the middle, Polly.
Yeah, they got to be quick there too. They're calling straight away, call for two.
So the intent looks good. You know, he's going down and sweeping from outside the off stump. That's a positive thing that we see early morning. It's the second over in the day.
Senator
Again.
Wakunugoda, Sri Lanka's under 17 player, had a good tour, and Dautu's under 19 player. So these two are Sri Lanka caps at different age levels.
So a lot of experience. Not will depend on them.
Yes, definitely. They need to put up a good start for the Josephians today. They are the informed batters, 46 and 44. Dautuza is on strike on 46.
Sure, they couldn't ask for a better pair to be out there, Polly, at this time. They have the experience. 59 overs gone, so it was a 158 for 3.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So they've got 8 runs in 2 overs. So a decent start.
Well, this is the 91st Battle of the Saints. Well, the first game was played in 1933, Michael. And 2 years, 1942 and 43, there was no game played for the Second World War. So, 91st Battle of the Saints. The first game in 1933, St. Peter's were captained by George Javira. And the Josephians were led by Robert Fernando. George Javira was the first Peterite captain. His son, Ruan Javira, captained St. Peter's in 1974. His other son, Asita Javira, what a fantastic captain he was. He captained Royal College twice in 1970 and 1972.
One son went to St. Peter's and the other to Royal.
Yes, exactly. That's nicely played by Wakunugoda. That's going towards the boundary. That might be the first boundary for the day. Yes, it is. So he overtakes Devtosa. He now moves on to 48. And the Josephine total moving on to 162.
Well, he missed out on that first delivery, also a short delivery, but cut it straight to the point fielder this time. He made sure he played it a little later. Got that cap. The outfield doesn't look that heavy, Polly. That was not a full-blooded shot. He waited and then just placed it in that gap.
Yes, that ball traveled very fast. Normally the SSC Grounds.
Yeah, the drainage is really good. So got another 4 runs so far in this over. So keeping to that 4 runs per over so far. Now he has a better chance. 3 more deliveries. Rotate the strike and see the fielders dropping a bit on the offside. They were closer. Now they've gone a few steps behind. So that one on the leg side just chipped in there. Straight to that square leg fielder. That was a plan, I think. They were targeting.
Well, that's a good wicket to take. Wakunugoda going for 48. And St. Joseph's losing their 4th wicket at 162, and Joshua Sebastian is the bowler. There you see down the leg side, flicking away straight into the hands of that fielder.
That's the fourth wicket down, something that Josephians didn't want. Pukunugoda walking back for 48 of 81 deliveries by Ransiluge of the bowling of Sebastian.
Yes,
162 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
New batsman in is Rishma Amritsinga, a fourth-year player. He's a good bat, no doubt. I've seen him batting, getting some useful runs for St. Joseph's.
Very busy player, buddy. Always looking to protect the strike, put the loose balls away.
That's exactly what we need at the moment. To rotate the strike, get those ones and twos.
Oh, that's a close call.
Was a very good delivery. You see, Michael, from yesterday I saw Joshua Sebastian bowling those Yorkers, floating it well, right on the block hole. Good bit of bowling there, keeping things tight. Been reported with his second wicket this morning.
See, Rishma, 430 runs, her best of 102.
So that's the end of that over. So 60 overs gone. It's 162 for 4.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So as Devsuza is on strike, Lashmika Pereira to continue. The beat rides seem to be depending a lot on Lashmika Pereira. Hits it uppishly. Wide of mid-on. That's gone for the boundary for 4. So Devsuza reaches his half century. 50 for him. And that might be good for St. Joseph's too.
Yes, definitely. For losing one wicket, but very good batsman, and Devsuza now will be playing freely. That was his first boundary for the day. Just took it from outside off stump. So he has the positive attitude.
And also Michael, he seems to be a very good all-rounder. Can bat, can bowl. Fielding too is good. That one tossed up again by Lashmika Pereira, inviting Devsuza to come down the wicket and meet him.
Bowled a bit slow, I would think. That's why he was looking at it, but then played it straight down the track. The 109 deliveries, 108 deliveries for his 50. Again,
came down and nicely worked it away towards cover point to get that single.
Trying to use his feet, but then noticed that the ball was not there. Just defend it. That's good cricket.
That's good cricket, definitely. Good cricket. Worked it away nicely.
They try to go on with the shot, and after a boundary, always getting a single. Got 5 runs in that over.
Galini will have to do a lot of bowling in the second innings too.
Depending on how quickly the Josephs can get up to that total, or whether what their plan is. I'm sure they must be wanting to get as close as possible.
Definitely, that's going to be pretty interesting to see what the Josephians are going to do. But the intentions are clear. They're looking for the runs, no doubt. They have added 17 runs this morning. So the intentions are very clear. Well, that's Amritsinga getting a reverse sweep this time. That's going towards the boundary.
Just pulled in before that. 2 runs. Ollie. opens his scoring with a reverse sweep.
Yes, exactly. So he's trying to innovate something, get the scoreboard moving. That he gives a clear intentions. Josephians are going for good, quick runs.
Don't see batsmen doing that very often, Pauline.
169 on the board.
Trying it again.
Well, didn't get the shot what he wanted, but still managed to get a single.
The slip field was also equally up to the task. He was moving, but it went over his head.
So still end of the 61st over, St. Joseph's 170 for 4. Still 73 runs adrift. The P-try total.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Gold Dio Spray.
Positive approach from St. Joseph this morning. Amarasinghe, latest batsman in the middle. Sinuja Wakanagoda was dismissed, just 2 runs away from his half century. Let's welcome Santosh to the comm box. A very good morning to you, Santosh.
Good morning, Rishwan, and good morning to all the viewers out there. The Josephians 170 for 4. They lost their set batsman, Sinuja, in the previous over. Like Rishwan mentioned, yes, they have showed some positive intent this morning. Clearly walking out to bat with a plan.
Indeed, this is the approach which is needed from the batsman, Santosh. We were talking about it quite a lot in the last couple of days. Rishma Amarasinghe, he scores his runs quickly. Will be interesting to see how he goes on. Yanula as well has scored 51 now.
Fast bit of glove work from Nathan David on that occasion. It's nice to see the Josephians going for their shots, Rishwan. I feel like they're a bit too late, but like I mentioned earlier in the talk show, the ball is in their court, Rishwan.
Indeed, plenty of cricket left in it as well, Santosh. But the Josephians will have to get a very quick move on. If they had shown the same intent last evening as well, this would have been a whole different scenario. Fuller delivery, a slow one as well, deceived Amarasinghe. Nevertheless, gets through for a single. It's been quite a canny operator for the Pete sides. Joshua Sebastian, 2 for 47. He's bowled 20 overs operation. Been supporting his partners well, Santosh, Ethan Ransilage.
Yes, indeed. I think he's done the bulk of the bowling for the Pete Wrights, Rishwan. He's into his 21st over. He's been pretty economical. But also he's been successful in picking up a couple of wickets as well. But the job is not done. The Josephians still trail by 72. It's played late. There's cover down there, deep third. Devtusa, he's been brilliant all throughout this game, Rishwan, with the ball and now with the bat, showing his class.
Indeed, as you see, his half century was quite positive when he played those big strokes. This was this morning, a big heave, which brought up his 50 runs. A well-deserved half century as well. Santosh, he's been among the runs for the Josephians throughout the season. At this time, Lashmika Pereira has dropped Rishma Amarasinghe on 4. That could be a costly drop opportunity. And Lashmika Pereira, who has had a great game here, has made a mess of that straight at him and goes through his hands.
Joshua Sebastian creating all sorts of trouble here for the Josephian batters. He's creating opportunities, but on this occasion, unfortunate Lashmika Pereira missing a sitter. Will that cost the Pete Wrights? The Josephians 174 for 4 at the end of the 62nd over.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Lashmika Pereira to continue from the far end. He's dropped Rishma Amarasinghe, and now he will have to bowl at him. It's going to be interesting, Santosh. Amarasinghe will look to take on the off spinner.
Indeed, two right-handers, right-arm off-spinner Lashmika Pereira into the attack. He's into his 18th over. He's the only other successful Pete Wright bowler in this inning. We will hopefully expect some positive approach from Devtus against Lashmika. There you see, going for that reverse sweep. Amarasinghe. Error in execution on that occasion.
Indeed, his intentions were right. Execution was the problem. Amarasinghe once again played it late. Playing with a lot of fire now. Amarasinghe is given opportunity as well.
It's an interesting gap. He's trying to pierce Rishwan. It's a shot not many batters would try to play. That one's bounced and hit him on his helmet. Umpires will do the concussion protocol.
Indeed, a busy morning for that man on your screens. He had to assist Yenlo Devathus as well. He was struck on the hand, and this time Rishma Amarasinghe struck on the helmet. Amarasinghe looks alright as you see the replay. Indeed, that was right on the helmet.
So he's getting some mean bounce, Rishwan Lashmika. That clearly shows how good the wicket is still. There's plenty of runs on this wicket and on this outfield if you get yourself in and choose the right balls to dispatch. But the plan is clear, the intent is clear from the Josephians. It's about attacking, getting those runs on the board and maybe making a game out of this.
Indeed, quite often seen very competitive cricket between these two sides. First time being played for 3 days. Santosh, you know how competitive it has been out in the middle as well. We have featured in many games, scored many runs as well. Once again, just chipped in the air. Rishma Amarasinghe continues to be troubled, but he's taking away with some runs as well. A single to end the 63rd. St. Joseph's College, 176 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින්. Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Sebastian will continue from the tennis court end. Only wicket taker this morning dismissed Senuja Waknagara for 48. Created an opportunity in his previous over as well. Amara Singh was dropped on 4. We've seen some good intent from Rishma Santosh. He's come out to get some runs and get some runs quickly.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Sebastian. He's got one slip fielder just for that ball and for that shot. He's got a sweeper cover and a deep fine leg. The only two fielders on the boundary. So it's a good attacking bowling from Sebastian. Once again the leading edge, but that's gone into the gap, and Rishma Amarasinghe will get another couple of runs. So valuable runs, Rishwan, for the Josephians. It's they wouldn't mind how it comes as long as it comes, Rishwan. You see, that's nice seam presentation from Sebastian, swinging away and getting that leading edge. Fortunate enough to get it in the gap.
Indeed, not so convincingly from Amarasinghe. He wouldn't mind it. He'll take it however it comes. Once again, moving drive. Just not able to connect Amarasinghe. Santosh, you have been involved in many Battle of the Saints, and just talk us through your best couple of memories when you were done and represented the Pete Wright outfit.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is the big match win in 2016. I was fortunate enough to be a part of that squad. The last time there has ever been a result in this series, and obviously in 2019, my last big match, I was able to save my school from defeat. I scored 161, and yeah, those were the two couple of memories that I would cherish from this encounter.
Indeed, hearing the words from the highest individual run getter in an innings from the Pete Wright outfit of 161 runs, and you broke the record of your head coach as well, as I remember, Santosh.
Yes, Marinda Vandapura, he scored 159 way back in 1998 when he was captain in college, and he was my coach in 2019 when I was able to score 161 not out.
Indeed, plenty of memories from this man. Santosh Gunnathilaka is quite the headache for the Josephians as well throughout his playing years. Nevertheless, 64 completed. St. Joseph's 180 for 4.
Data cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
Pereira will continue from the Vidya mouth end. Yellow Devath, who's been on strike for some time now. It's been Amarasinghe who's doing the bulk of the strike. Just the 15 fours in this innings. Senuja Waknagara got the last wicket. 48 of 81 deliveries. He's been top run getter for the Josephians. Missed out on his maiden big match half century. One player for the future, Santosh, from the Josephian outfit, Senuja. Plenty of years left in him.
Absolutely, I think he's been a consistent performer for the Josephian outfit this season, and he did deliver in this all-important battle, but he'll be very disappointed to miss out on that 50 mark. But he did his job for the team, and now it's up to these two batters to do the rest, and that's a top edge. That will go down to the boundary, will it? To be cut short. Another couple of runs to Rishma Amarasinghe. He's living by the sword, Rishwan. He's not been able to time the ball as he would have liked to. But nevertheless, the Josephians are ticking, getting the scoreboard ticking.
Indeed, Santosh. Rishma Amarasinghe is not getting his runs so convincingly. Once again, not a chance, but something. But this is swept away neatly, straight to that fielder. St. Joseph's College trail by 60 runs now.
Josephians have been very positive, Rishwan, this morning, but they haven't been able to find the gaps and the boundaries, Rishwan. Yes, they have been going for their shots, but it's the boundaries that have been dried out. Loud appeal. Fire says not out. And it's been given runs. Rishwan, so off the glove maybe.
Indeed, runs are coming through. Surprising to see skipper Ovin Salgadu continue to operate with Lashmika, having two right-handers in the middle. He has presence of the left arm spinners and the wrist spin as well of Dilna Damsara. This time around he connects it, but straight to the fielder. As another over comes to an end. 65 completed. St. Joseph's 185 for 4.
Ikaparak Ganda Gold Dio Spray.
Plenty of cricketing action in the island nation, as you see the live coverage map for the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Here from Colombo, the Battle of the Saints, and then down in Gaul in the south, 2 games being happening. The Lovers Quarrel between Richmond College and Mahinda College, and up in just a few kilometers away at the Uyanwatta Stadium in Madra, St. Thomas's take on St. Xavier's in another 3-day battle. And in Norelia, the 23rd Interplantation Rugby Sevens as well. Plenty of not only cricket but rugby action as well. And up in the hill capital, the 118th Battle of the Maroons. You can watch all the action live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare.
So Sebastian continues. He's into his 23rd over. Devdusa been brilliant with the bat. 56 not out for St. Joseph's. Sebastian Rishwan is not all about pace. It's about swinging the ball, bowling in the right areas and right lines, and creating the trouble for the batters. Let's see once again the ball swinging away. Batsman hasn't found any timing at all, especially Rishma Amarasinghe, Rishwan.
Indeed, he's come out with some good intent, but just not being able to connect those deliveries. He's come out to play those big strokes. But he's still failed to get one to the fence. And this time around, a shout from Sebastian continues to raise questions. And Rishma Amarasinghe as well continue to be troubled by Joshua Sebastian.
See that ball once again nipping back in. Height would have saved him, Rishwan. But I would like to see more positive approach from Rishma, especially because he's got most of the field in close, Rishwan, and if he just goes over the infield, he'll get value for shots. And just as I speak, oh, it's dropped. Dilana Damsara. He's dropped another sitter. The Patriots have been pathetic with the on the field today. They've dropped a couple of chances. Rishma, he's been very fortunate.
Looks like they just don't want Rishma walking back, Santosh. This was a dolly, an easier catch. And Dilna Damsara making absolute mess of it. Rishma Amarasinghe should make this Pete Wright's pay now.
Joshua Sebastian created a couple of chances, both of Rishma Amarasinghe's bat, but his fielders haven't supported him, haven't complimented him. This is poor cricket from the Pete Wrights this morning. You can see a livid captain Ovin Salgadu is not happy with his fielders.
Indeed, rightly by him as well, Santosh. 2 chances created, both relatively easy chances to get hold of. Pete Wright fielders have thought otherwise, and this time Yella Devatusa takes the aerial route, and that will go away to the boundary. A welcome boundary for St. Joseph's. There's a good over being spoilt at the end. 66 completed, a chance gone down begging. St. Joseph's College 191 for 4.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හිටක සිත බැඳා ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිටක බැඳේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Looks like Dilna Damsara will be given the ball.
This is a good move, Rishwan. I was just about to mention the 2 right-arm leg spinners in the team, and I mentioned it early in the talk show. They were not given the ball much last evening. They were underbowled, underused. They are usually genuine wicket takers, Rishwan, especially on tracks like this. They can find turn and bounce on any surface, Rishwan. So this is a good move from Ovin Salgadu. Hopefully, 3rd time's a charm, Rishwan. Is it? Oh.
Rishma Amarasinghe absolutely living a charm life out in the middle. And Pete Wrights just don't like to see him walk back to the pavilion.
You know what they say, Rishwan, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So his wicket is coming, his wicket is waiting. Chance created of his very first delivery. Dilna Damsara, the culprit in the previous over. He dropped a dolly of Joshua Sebastian's bowling.
Time sweeps it. Just the 1 run. The batsmen will have to be more eager when they're running their first run. Run it hard and try and put some pressure on the fielder. Amarasinghe 18 of 30. Yet to get a boundary. Santosh is given 2 chances as well. Gone down begging. Fortunately for Rishma Amarasinghe.
Yes, I feel Amarasinghe's shot selections have been poor this morning, Rishwan. And this time, that's cut away in the gap. That's another boundary to Devtusa. The runs that the Josephians needed, and they've got it off Devtusa's bat.
Indeed, consecutive boundaries for Yenula. Surely his approach is to take the attack on now. Dilna Damsara on the occasion, a tad bit short on the occasion. Santosh raises away to the fence.
Yes, absolutely. He was quick to pounce on that. He read the length as early as possible, and this time dances down the track and gets another boundary. This is good stuff from Yenula Devtusa. The 200 comes up for the Josephians, and Dilna Damsara is conceding important runs for the Josephians. A good effort from the Pete right fielder, but the timing and placement was impeccable, straight out of a textbook, Rishwan.
Indeed, Yenula is bringing all his experience to the table now. St. Joseph's have brought up their 200 runs as well. They're just 41 runs away from the Pete Wright's first inning score. This is the intent of what everyone wanted to see from this Josephians. And this time around, goes for that sweep stroke. But just the one run, not the ideal of running between wickets. This time, Lashmika, a good return throw as well.
Yes, good stuff at the boundary. Lashmika Pereira is known for his all-round ability. Rishwan is usually a good fielder. He rarely drops catches, but today, unfortunately, he missed out on a dolly. But nevertheless, the Josephians, they have been cruising from ball one today in the morning. They have scored at a very healthy rate.
Tiro in Saga doing some discomfort as well. Did come into the game with an injury on his hand, as you can see, heavily strapped right hand as well. Indeed, Santosh, St. Joseph's have scored 53 runs in this morning, which is one ball away from the 10 over mark as well. Stoppage here. As you see, Melbourne Savory, what an exciting game it's been so far. Fuel your cheers with the delicious crunch of Melbourne Savory, whether you're in the stands or watching from home. Grab your favorite Melbourne Crisco, Melbourne Chick Bits, Melbourne Cheese Bits and Melbourne Snackers and add some extra spice to the match. Melbourne Savory, the perfect companion for every thrilling match. And just the one ball remaining in this over. Slight stoppage in the middle, but looks like things good to go. It's been an expensive over from Dilna Damsar Santosh.
Yes, indeed, but it's not that he has bowled badly, Rishwan. It was just good batting from Yenula Devtusa.
And this time Rishmamra Singh joins the party. And he will get his first boundary. And this is what we want to see. St. Joseph's College cruising away now. 207 for 4 after 67.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
St. Joseph's College 207 for 4 just took over the combox from a sad Peter Wright. Santosh Gunathilaka is not happy out here. So this is something they should have done last evening. So now the job is a little difficult for the Josephians, but they have done something in the last 10 overs, scoring some runs, just to follow one wicket of Senuja. We're going to go for 48. So another 2 more runs added. So good morning, Maha. It is something that we see. Those kind of approach. We haven't seen those positive approaches from the previous 2 days.
Morning, Rajiv. Morning, all our viewers joining the coverage from all over the world. Finally, some intent shown by St. Joseph's College after yesterday being a day of full of not showing intent, I should say. But this morning, the message is loud and clear. Trying to be positive, and that's a good shot. There you go, anything full, anything wide. So that's a magnificent shot through the extra cover fielder.
A delightful stroke. Yanlo Deotusa, he is coming into this game. He has scored 75 runs with some intent, that positive approach, apart from his 44 yesterday. Overnight, he was on 44 alongside Senuja, 38. That was driven firmly along the ground. Right on money. There you go. Brilliant, delightful stroke. So score is moving. This is what I was talking about even at the pre-match show in the morning, that the batters need to get some runs. So they need to build that score 5 runs per run over, but they're doing more than 5 now. 2 more runs, so 8 runs in this over so far.
It has been a good game so far for Devtusa, the left-arm spinner who picked up a couple of wickets, bowled 23 plus overs, given away 58 runs. Now runs with the bat with 77 not out. He'll be eyeing the triple figure mark just quietly. Not too sure how long St. Joseph's College is going to bat for, but I just feel at least hour and a half of batting, showing the intent what they're showing now, try and pile up the runs, trailing by 28 at the moment. It's going to be important.
Yeah, definitely, Maha. If the Josephians can get something close to 300 and get the batters of St. Peter's just before lunch, bowl couple of overs, get a wicket or 2, will have some life into this game, because we need to see something by the Josephians. As we were talking, the Josephians are high riding when they came to this game, and always the case is during this Josephian Peterite games, Maha, it is the underdogs who does well. But right now, they are getting that upper hand, ball by ball, run by run.
Main reason why whenever, even in international cricket, that's a good shot, down the ground, mid-off, field up, in pursuit, big dive, but not just quick enough. That's a good shot by Amar Singh, straight down the ground. Probably the safest area in a field is past the umpire. It was a nice stroke and made sure that it went all on the ground as well.
Yes, definitely strays as an arrow. 70 runs in almost 11 overs, Maha. Those intentions are perfectly clear now, that the Josephians are going after the bowling. So probably anything, I would say, get a 50-60 run lead.
Since Damit Veersingh is missing, you think he's going to give instructions to the Josephian coach or what?
Yeah, he'll probably here during the afternoon. He'll come back to the comm box. So
is he recovering from yesterday?
Probably he's recovering. Probably he's listening to us. He's well in there. Rishma got back to his mark. So after 68 gone, Joes 220 for 4.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So the Josephians are showing some intentions of that positive approach. 220 for 4 after 68 overs now. These 2 batters have done a tremendous job to get that scoreboard ticking, especially the likes of Amar Singh. When he came, Rishma, when he came down to the crease, he is one of the busy batters of the Josephian camp. And now, Deotusa is also scoring in a good pace.
The running has to be done by St. Joseph's College. I've been talking about this for the last couple of days, since the Battle of the Saints trophy remains in Bambalapitiya. If it's to be transferred to Maradana, the running has to be done by St. Joseph's College. So that's why I was slightly surprised and disappointed with the intent shown last evening with the bat.
Yeah, definitely, Maha. And not only you, everyone, every Josephian felt really disappointed with the approach on those 2 days, the previous 2 days. But now they are learning from their mistakes. Now we can see, because it's the last day, they need to do something. At least try out some sort of a declaration, get some lead and bowl at the Papare in third innings. This is interesting. Lashmi Kapera into the attack, the right arm off spinner, when the two batters are attacking all the other bowlers.
A major factor also for both the sides is not to show how to approach in a 3-day game. This is something alien sort of a thinking pattern for both the sides. You cannot blame, since this was first time the 3-day game being played. So benefit of the doubt can be or could have been given to both the sides. But certainly last evening, I thought it's just wasting the deliveries and just having 2-point plus run rate, chasing the game is just not good enough. But as you said, the message is loud and clear this morning. Try and pile up the runs as soon as possible and get the Papare back for the second innings. Order of the day.
Yeah, Maha, they had that. It was swept, completely missed it. So they had the pre-rehearsal game in the quarter-final, Maha. That was a 3-day encounter. That game where St. Joseph's College got a 30-odd run lead and then bowled out St. Peter's in the third inning for 160 and chased down with 1 wicket falling off what's just 1 wicket and won by 9 wickets. So probably that the intentions the Josephians want only on the third day. Even at the previous encounter, the quarter-final, also was the third day that the more highlighted performance.
Added pressure of a big match would have been a factor as well, and definitely coming into the game, psychological effect of winning that quarter final would have been a factor. But cricket is a great leveler. No matter how long you've played for, how big you are, how many runs you've scored, how many wickets you've taken, it doesn't matter.
A loud appeal outside the off stump, trying to go for that cut stroke there. Interesting, Maha. We are seeing some spin of this track early hours of the third day. This could be interesting for the Josephian spinners when they come into bowl at the Papare, because Lashmi Pereira bowls really slow, gives some air. Loves to turn the ball, doesn't give that pace. So this partnership is going good. 55 balls, 61 runs. So that shows the intentions. Another drop catch. This is the third time that Rishma Amarasinghe was dropped by the Papare. So after 69 gone, Joe's 223 for 4.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Dialog ViU 60 design.
So the Josephians 223 for 73 runs added in 12 overs in the third day's morning. So almost 6 runs per over.
It's been a marathon spell for Sebastian, bowling his 25th over, 2 for 73, keeping things really simple. Nice rhythmic approach to the crease. He just bowled nice and upright, good seam position, wicket keeper up. And the batter, though even he even wants to probably use the crease by coming down the track, is not an option. where the wicket keeper is up to the stumps. So I think this is where St. Peter's have done their homework as well. You know, in these conditions, it's not turning much for the spinners, getting the seamers, just bowling one good line and length, a nagging line outside the off stump, playing the waiting game. A lot of credit should go to Sebastian.
Those are the three chances when begging of Rishma. That was Damsara at mid-off. That was a dolly. And this is the last one in the previous over. It was struck firmly along the ground. Good stop down there by Damsara. The batter's crossing for 2 more runs. This is good batting by Yenula Deotusa. He's make suring that he has that positive approach in the third day's morning.
Yeah, good fielding. Certainly save a couple of runs. Comes to the efforts. 100% marks for Damsara at long off. And almost had the striker running back to the striker's end. Caught napping with that bullet throw to the wicket keeper.
Flick towards the fine leg region for another single. There is more firepower to come for the Josephian batting lineup, Maha. The likes of Tunik Pereira, Manasa Madhubhashana. They can hit the long ball. I think the approach today has created that declaration coming up for the Josephians with the lead that was heaved. That's the end of Rishma Amarasinghe trying to go over extra cover, getting that leading edge, and Lashmika Pereira picks up that skyrocket catch. So Sebastian, as we speak, Maha, he's doing a tremendous job, picked up his 3rd wicket.
Rashmi Amarasinghe trying to up the ante, trying to probably flat bat it down the ground, gets the top edge and an easy catch. Can say that it was trying to play for the team, trying to play for the declaration. And in the end, Sebastian have been rewarded with his 3rd wicket, with Rish Amarasinghe gone for 27 of 37. St. Joseph's 226 for 5.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දයෙන් විශ්වයට.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Dettol Cool සෙල්සියස් අංශක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක් සමට අහිතකර පැරබන් ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි පවුලේ සැමට Dettol ආරක්ෂාව
flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දයෙන් විශ්වයට. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දයෙන් විශ්වයට.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇංකර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගත් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
So the match summary so far: St. Peter's College 243 all out in the first innings, with Lashmi Kapera 58 and Dylan Damsara 44 and Tejana Tisilva 38. So the bowlers, pick up the bowlers for the Josephians: Manasam Badubashan 3 for 77 and Nushan Pera 250. There's a 2 for 58. In reply, the Josephians 226 for 5 with top scorer Yenlo Teutusa is on 83, not out, and Senujo Wekunagoda just got out on the verge of a half century for 48, and Rishma getting some runs as well. He was just got out in the previous delivery, and Abhishek Samash got 32. Abhishek Jayavara 23. So that's the end of the 70th over. Jules College 226 for 5. The new batter walks in, Junik Pera. 9 games, 253 runs with an average of 36. The highlight of his batting stats is the strike rate, Maha. And the best score being 54. Strike rate of 105.42. He has that power. Can hit that long ball, Dunik Pera. So ideally, he bowled only 3 overs. He has that injury carrying out throughout the season. So a lot of matches he has missed during this calendar year. So we saw him bowling only 3 overs, but because of his batting ability, the advisory committee and the coaching staff, they want the Dunik Pera to be in the playing 11.
It certainly comes with a big reputation, Pera. Reputation of being a big hitter, can hit the ball cleanly, and been nursing an injury. I've been told knee injury right through the season. So sometimes as a sportsman, I should say, more than a cricketer, you need to toughen it out. This was the previous wicket, getting a top edge, easily taken at the cow point. And just on Dunik Pera, looking at how he's built, he's looking very strong. And straight away, the Patriot skipper probably have done the homework by having long on, mid wicket, deep square, all saving the boundary. Probably would have seen how Dunik Pera can hit the long ball.
Yeah, the field set looks like pretty much a one-day field set for me now, because they know that St. Joseph's College are going after the bowling. Because since the third day morning, the runs have been flowing fluently. There you go, right over the bowler's head. And that's the first 6 for the Josephians. And I was checking whether St. Joseph's College have got any sixers, but there you go, that's the first one.
Now, flat and hard, straight down the ground by Pereira. Shows the power these young men possess. Strong forearms, and most importantly, striking the ball straight as possible. Brilliant.
Yeah, reminds me of one of the left-handers, tall left-handers in my era, Tisara Pereira.
Tisara would have definitely would have smashed it. And also, he just celebrated his birthday. So if he's watching the coverage, belated happy birthday, Tisara Pereira. And his nickname, Panda, isn't it? How did he get that? I know he was a good friend.
I think it came down from Angelo Matthews, because it was because of his ability to hit the long ball and his structure. The body structure, probably that's how the nickname came down since the school days.
A sensible batting by Pereira. Ball is not there to be hit away, just getting a single, no harm. Keeping a single when the ball is not in your arc. And quietly, they've through 84, 132. Back of the mind, he'll be targeting the triple figure mark. And ideally, the 1 hour to go for lunch, if St. Joseph's College can bat the next hour, in my opinion, with Devtus and Pereira, if they keep going the way they have done so far, should at least get mustered around close to 70 runs, which I feel is definitely the time to declare after lunch.
Yeah, indeed, Maha. because of the 10-minute break, they cannot afford to go for a declaration anywhere around 11:45. But what I can see is probably they need to bat throughout this next hour, get as much as runs they can, because they'll be bowling with the spinners and Sebastian operating probably 15 overs. So get something like 80 to 90 runs. Run a ball would be ideal, because so far in this over you can see when Dunik is on strike now, just 9 runs already in this over. So they have the firepower ability as well. So if the Josephians can go on to bat till lunch and probably get a lead of 90 runs. So after 71 gone, St. Joe's College 235 for 5.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
So 235. So Josephians after roughly 10 minutes of batting. A deficit of 8 runs. As I'm joined by Jan Jayasuriya. Good morning, Jan.
Good morning, Michael. Great start for the Josephians this morning. Come out looking to try and erase this deficit, and they've almost got there in just over an hour's play. Devatusa leading the charge.
Lost 2 wickets in the process, but still the batting, plenty of batting to come.
Yes, given the wealth of batting resources at their disposal, it made a lot of sense to move up a gear or two and try and push some pressure on St. Peter's, which is exactly what they've done.
So I'm sure Josephians might be looking to bat till lunch, get a decent lead. Now just trail by 7.
It'll be interesting to see whether they indeed go on to do so. They have just the right pair for this kind of situation. Dinik Pereira, who's been striking it big, already got a 6 under his belt. Striking at over 100 this season, Michael.
He's batting sensibly. It's in his zone, going for it. So that's Keel's crest range. 9 minutes for that spice kick, garlic for that bold flavor. Get the cheese and onion for the cheesy delight, and chicken sausages for the classic taste.
Come back. That's that's another one down for St. Joseph's. We were talking about Devatusa and how well he's led the charge this morning. Joshua Sebastian, there he goes. That's what he's done, pretty much pegging on and all around that off stump. This time a little too wide. Devatusa going for it, just not able to get a hold of it, and a good catch. Running back, holding on to that, and throwing that ball up absolutely gleefully. Sebastian celebrates, as do the Peterites. They've got another one this morning.
That was not what was needed. There was a walking back for 86. Had that 100 in sight. Sebastian strikes 4 for 78 now.
Yep, interesting to see what the tactics will be now that they've lost Devtusa. Of course, Madhubhashan, who's also quite adept with the bat as well. Michael, I believe, he's got a century under. He's one of the centurions in the Josephian camp, as you see his statistics. Average of 31. They see the 116 as his highest score. You can, I think, Michael, expect them to keep on the same tempo, if not maybe up it a little bit as well, and try and get as many as possible.
I think the idea should be to try and get Dunik on strike and just keep rotating. Not sure exactly what Devtusa was thinking was, because he had enough time. So like you said, we'll really have to see what the plan is of the Josephians.
Yeah, you can't help but feel that there might have been a time limit that the Josephians set themselves this morning, and Devtusa, being as close as he was to the century, perhaps was eager to go and get to that milestone. Unfortunately for him, didn't really get hold of that one, and that's been one of the few he hasn't throughout what has been a fantastic innings. 86 runs he made, really was the mainstay of the Josephian batting. But a word of credit to Joshua Sebastian, who's pegged away, soldiered on for 25. This is 26th over, 4 for 79. Disciplined performance by the Peterite seamer.
Yes, definitely. From the word go, it was on the mark. And he deserves all those wickets. Bowled his heart out for St. Peter's. Interesting to see what their plan is. Like you said, maybe not batting till lunch. Still, I would have wanted Devtusa to just stay there. Just give the strike back to Dunik. That's the end of the 72nd. 239 for 6 centuries.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Still, we can't speculate exactly what the thinking is. I would play it safe and say they might bet till lunch.
You know, Michael, I'll go the other way. I think the way they've come out today almost makes me feel like they want to have a go at the Peterite openers, maybe for 4 or 5 overs before lunch. Well, they have Dunik Perera out there, who looks like he means business the way he's taking guard. There you go. Goes for the big one. Doesn't get all of it. Just a couple of bounces down to the logo fieldsman, but he's not looking like he's playing for lunch, Michael.
Yeah, he is not. I think that he is. What do you say? He would have been given the orders to just go hit it if it's in your zone.
I like how Pereira's gone about it as well with his off spin. He hasn't been trying to dart things in at all. He's looking to give that ball some air and give it an opportunity to turn against the left hand. So backing himself, I like that with the Peterite vice captain. Now it'll be interesting to see how he goes against Madhubhashan, the right-hander. Big appeal, no turn on this occasion. Umpire Vimalasiri rules that in favour of the batsman.
Just loud shout. Oh.
Well, no third umpire in play for this game. That would have been a close one. Millimeters in it, I think.
The leg was out and came back in.
It did indeed, yes.
So third umpire's decision, I would say. It's pretty close. Trailed by 3 now. that's another one, is it? In there, the keeper running back.
Good bowling again. Pereira's been good all innings long, and this time again, he knew Madhubhashana was going to look to take him on, and mid-wicket would have been an area that he backed himself to go after, and there you go, just still getting that ball just above the eye line. Madhubhashana going for the shot, and only succeeding in getting a top edge. Easy catch for Nathan David. So another one for the Josephians, and do we see a declaration?
Yes, looks like.
Well, Michael, I suspected with the body language of of the Josephian batsmen that they were not looking to bat for lunch, and that has proven to be the case. In fact, they declare just behind the Peterites, 240 against the 243 made by St. Peter's, just about on par. And a declaration has come, the game opening up. Interesting call by the Josephian skipper.
Surprise, surprise. I think a lot of people may be surprised.
Again, I like the move, Michael. I think this does give enough time now for the Josephians to force the case, try to put some pressure on St. Peter's. You'd look at it and say, it's difficult for St. Joseph's to lose from this point.
Yeah, I don't think you can lose from this point.
Yeah.
But you have a chance of, you have 78 overs in the day.
Exactly, and I think that's exactly how the Josephian think tank perhaps would have thought about it. And I think that's a smart move.
Very good decision. There we see the batting card. Samash for 32. Javira got 23 and Makuno got a 48. Gunamardana 6th. Devdusa, superb innings, 86. Amar Singh at 27 gave good support. Tony Pereira remained not out on 10, just off 7. Madhubhashana out for 1. And with that came the declaration. Just the 7 extras. 72.3 overs, 240 for 7 declared. I think that's a really good decision. The longer you have to bowl, the longer you have time to take those 10 wickets.
It is indeed. It's a positive, aggressive declaration.
There we see the Peterite card. Sebastian, I would say, pick off the bowlers, 4 for 80. And then Pereira. I think Pereira started off getting the first 2 wickets, 3 for 64 of 21.3. The other bowlers not been able to get any wickets, but they're supported well. We look at the fall of wickets, 59, 62, 71, 162. That was a big partnership, 226, 237 and 240. Ending up on 240 for 7 declared in 72.3 overs. These are the highlights of the wickets of the Josephian innings. That was the first one. That was Samash not connecting, and almost a crash of the 2 fielders, but held on. And then Gunawardana being bowled, playing the wrong line. This first today, Makuno got a easy, just playing 2 runs short of his half century. That was another good running catch. Few drop catches in the middle, Jan, but held on to some good catches. This was a good catch, going back over his head. And this was that last wicket of Madhubhashana. Easy catch for David. And then that brought about the declaration. So there is the match summary. St. Peter's winning the toss and batting first, 243 all out. With Pereira getting 58. Damsara 44 and Teja 38. Madhubhashana 3 for 77. Pereira 2 for 50 and Devdusa 2 for 58. St. Joseph's in their innings 240 for 7 declared, with Devdusa again getting his name in there, 86. Vakulu got a 48 and Samash 32. Sebastian, the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 80 and Pereira 3 for 64. St. Joseph's College trailed by 3. So Peters will be starting with a 3-run lead. Yeah, we'll go for a short break and come back in a short while.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්න ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හිත් එක සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් දපේ හිත් එක බදේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි
Galaxy by Gold game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam.
ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි Maliban lemon puff puff lemon puff Maliban lemon puff Maliban lemon puff chill when lemon.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්න ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 Maliban සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ කොත්තුමි රැවුදෙන්නේ සික්සර් උඩයා වී වටේ hot දඟ පන්දුව හට ස්පයිසි උඩ පන්දුව ෆන් කප්පුසා විනේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
රුපියල් 50 Maliban සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Galaxy by Gold game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්න ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Welcome back everyone to the SSC Grounds. St. Joseph's College versus St. Peter's College clashing in this 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. Joining with the live action of day number 3 once again, St. Joseph's College deciding to declare on 240 for the loss of 7 wickets, just 3 runs behind. And St. Joseph's College clearly trying to make a move here. They scored some quick runs in the first 80 overs of the day. Yellow Devdusa scoring 86, Senuja Vakunugoda missing out on a well-deserved 50, scoring 48, Avisha Samash 32. And Joshua Sebastian taking 4 for 80 for St. Peter's College and Lashmi Kapera 3 for 64. St. Peter's College, they will come out to bat now once again with a slight 3-run advantage. And joining with me in the com box for the next few overs is Furviz Maruf. Furviz, your thoughts on the declaration of St. Joseph's College? They are just 3 runs behind at the moment.
Bold, positive. Those are the 2 words I would love to use. 15.3 overs this morning. 89 runs, 4 wickets. Clearly, they have the intention. It's a bold move. It's up to the Patriots now to probably make a game out of the Battle of the Saints 91st, or else just play down for a draw, which I feel the second option will be the way forward, especially considering that the trophy is in Bambalapitiya. But can't write off St. Joseph's. I really like the way the intent was shown this morning. I just hope that this game will go down to the wire, just like the Rohito which we witnessed a few years ago at the SSC Grounds.
And hopefully the weather stays okay so that we can see a good finish to this 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. The first ever 3-day clash between these 2 schools. St. Joseph's College, they'll be hoping to get a couple of wickets before that lunch break. A tricky period here for St. Peter's College. I mean, they have to bat around 30 to 40 minutes until lunch. And these sort of periods, we have generally seen how tricky these periods do get.
I think if St. Joseph's College can snatch a couple of wickets, the lunch at the Josephian dressing room will taste much better than the Patriots' lunch in their dressing room. Skipper of St. Peter's College will be opening the batting. He missed out in the first innings, was plumb in front for Madhu Bhashana with his seaming up delivery. So I reckon it'll be more of the same when it comes to St. Peter's mentality. But just to open up the game, I just hope that St. Joseph's can make a game out of here.
And it looks like Yenlo Devutusa, he will hold the first over for St. Joseph's College. Madhu Bhashana most probably bowling from the other end. On the left arm spinner. Ovin Salgado, 434 runs this season, average 20.67, strike rate just below 50, high score of 81. So after missing out on that first innings of Ovin Salgado, he'll definitely want to prove a point here and get some runs under his belt. And this man, Dilna Damsara, scored 44 in that first innings, almost 650 runs, average over 33, strike rate over 78, a healthy strike rate for Dilna Damsara, high score of 111. So Dilna Damsara, when he gets going, the runs will flow. Yezianlo Devutusa, the first delivery of the second innings.
It has been a good game for Devutusa, the young man, 2 for 58 in the first innings, runs with the bat, 86 of them. And I like the field, 2 slips, a Silimidon threatening the outside edge as well as the inside edge. The short, long hop, dealt with ease and power by Salgado and goes all the way. That's some intent. Opens the mark for Peters and Salgado with a massive hit over square leg.
And that will give him a lot of confidence, Ovin Salgado, the skipper. It's a short delivery, not the best of deliveries to begin things from Yenlo Devutusa. And Ovin Salgado says thank you very much and just dispatches it over for a 6 in the second delivery of the second innings. St. Peter's College, they realize that if they do bat positively here as well, the runs are certainly there. So good start, a good positive start from St. Peter's College. 51 wickets this season, Yenlo Devutusa, 53 after we had the 2 from that previous innings. Yeah, good delivery, good one from Devutusa after getting hit for a 6, a good comeback.
Yeah, in the first innings he threatened the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. And whatever moisture which was on the in the pitch in the first day has evaporated now. With those slips in place, I reckon the line has to be slightly outside the yaw stump, especially with the ball not swinging or seaming away from the left-hander.
I thought about that single, but decided against it. Good call from Ovin Salgado. Dilna Damsara getting back right on time. So last delivery of the first over coming up. 6 runs on the board. 9 for no loss effectively, St. Peter's College. Goes back foot and defensively. So first over done, 6 runs on the board for St. Peter's College.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
So Manas Madhubhashana to pull from this end. Dilna Damsar will be on strike this time against Manas Madhubhashana. Manas 3 wickets in that first innings. 16 wickets this season coming into the big match. Average 27.81. Best of 3 for 40. Now Manas Madhubhashana, if he can repeat some of his magic from that first innings within the next 30 minutes, St. Joseph's College, they'll definitely feel they have the upper hand in this game.
It'll be interesting to see if he can find some swing, which was quite effective in the first innings. Dismissed Salgado with a lovely swinger, rubbing the front pad at W. Josephs and Gully still attacking. I like this move. Having a spinner and a fast bowler bowling in tandem. It's going to be just over 30 minutes for lunch. At least a couple of wickets will make sure the game will still have been on the balance.
St. Joseph's College prefects showcasing that school flag. Both the schools saw them doing this throughout this encounter. As Manas Madhubhashana again. Straight to the field. Dilna Damsar, an attacking batsman naturally. Can Manas Madhubhashana use a quick wicket the same way he did in that first innings?
Ball 20 overs in the first innings. Madhubhashana 77 for 3 was very impressive with the new ball. With the older ball, he showed aggression when the ball lost the shine and the hardness. He bowled bounces. So he gave it all. Must be still having that effects of being stiff coming into this spell. This is where he has to be mentally strong to bowl a good spell, pick up a couple of wickets if possible, and get back St. Joseph into the game. And hopefully the game will go deep into the game and deep into the day. Weather stays away. We would love to have or love to witness a game which we had similar to the Rohito.
Exactly, Fervis. The Rohito encounter after that declaration from Royal College, St. Thomas's College came out all guns blazing. Did manage to chase it down. So let's see whether we will see the same sort of mindset from these two teams today as well. Manas Madhubhashana. Salgado didn't have the best of runs this season. Before that encounter they played just before the big match where he scored a 50. He managed to get some much needed runs just before this all important big match encounter. Now Salgado, it's very important that he gives his team a good start here.
Changing the angle, coming round the wicket, finding some swing. And Salgado was dismissed LBW for Madhubhashana bowling over the wicket. So that's something that Madhubhashana can go back to, but possibly with the ball not swinging that much, it's a different story.
And Newdale highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influences mood, anxiety, and performance. And can you tell, keeping your gut ready for fun? I got behind it solidly. Owen Salgado. So end of the first over from Manasa Madhubhashana. 7 runs on the board for St. Peter's College.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So Yellow Deotusa bowled that first over, gave away 6 runs, and they have made a change straight away. Nushan Pereira brought into the attack. Nushan Pereira, who wreaked havoc with the ball in hand in that quarter-final during that second innings of St. Peter's College, taking 7 wickets. And let's see whether Nushan Pereira can repeat some of his magic from that quarter-final clash. Introduced very early. Right arm off spinner. Nushan Pereira, 49 wickets, but he did add 2 more to his tally. 51 wickets at the moment for the youngster. Good average, good economy average, just over 15, best of 8 for 25. And along with that, that 7 wicket haul against the same opposition in that quarter final.
Just 1 over from Devtusa. There's no swing available for the left arm spinner straight away. Josephine skipper getting Pereira into the attack. Silimid from slip fielder in the offside. And the doubt has to be created on the batter's mind by making sure at least 1 ball turns. There's a poor delivery. Damsara only smashing it straight to extra cover. To create that doubt, just 1 delivery, Laksisi. Just bowl it slower, trying to bowl it fuller as possible. That's where the batsman will have two minds, whether to come forward, go back. A couple of loose deliveries missed out by Damsara, even that, fold written all over it.
Dilna Damsara so far has missed out on some deliveries that he really could have pounced on. Still on 1. And then Damsara batting very cautiously here. He knows the importance of his wicket here.
It's a tricky little period, isn't it? Just over 25 minutes for lunch. I think the mentality should still be anything loose to put away. That's a good bit of fielding at mid-off. I like the approach by both the left-handers, Salgado and Damsara. Anything loose, anything full, they're quite willing to be attacking. It's a good start for St. Peter's College. Slow, but definitely steady.
Especially skipper Owen Salgado setting the tone with that maximum to begin the proceedings in the second innings. So good to see some attacking cricket from both the sides this final day. Runs were scored at a rate around 2.5 runs per over in the first 2 days. So end of another Nushan Pereira. 1 run off that first Nushan Pereira. 8 runs on the board for St. Peter's College.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Manasa Madhubhashana to continue. Dilan Damsara. He'll be on strike again against Madhubhashana. Owen Salgado yet to face Manoj Madhubhashana, who dismissed him in that first innings. A good start to the over. Manoj Madhubhashana had to do a lot of bowling in that first innings, bowling 20 overs. Manoj Madhubhashana bowled 10 out of the 25 overs in that first session. Toiled hard, the youngster. Got the results as well, taking 3 wickets in that first innings. He needs to try and do something similar here before lunch.
The difference of being good to great is a thin line. This is where, as a leading fast bowler, Madhubhashana was fantastic in the first innings. Kind of scrap off the tiredness, the stiffness in the first couple of days which he had. And this will be the difference maybe at the end result. He certainly has the attributes to be a very good fast bowler, has all what it takes to be a good fast bowler as well. It's all about toughening it out in the middle. The captains and the team needs you to kick a couple of wickets. If you can do that, and he's been having a fantastic match, and hopefully he can open up some roads. That's short, wide. But Damsara missed out. That's the third time in the last couple of overs where a boundary opportunity was offered. Throwing the kitchen sink, but for no avail.
And probably a little half-hearted stroke there from Dilan Damsara. Not looking like the convincing batter he actually is at the moment, Dilan Damsara. As was mentioned, missed out on 2 opportunities to grab boundaries against Nushan Pereira. And previously missing out on another opportunity. Dilan Damsara at 103 last year. It was a fantastic knock from the youngster. 100 and a 50 in the 2 innings from last year. St. Joseph's College, they did a similar thing last year as well, declaring without thinking about that first inning advantage. And this man, he came out and he made sure that St. Joseph's College didn't have any chance at getting a result in their favour. And he'll be looking forward to do something similar here as well, Dilan Damsara. And 2 straight this time, Dilan Damsara getting that single.
A little too straight, the lines for Madhubhashana. And the lengths have not been the same comparing from the first innings. It's slightly shorter. And with the new ball, if you can get the batsman to the front foot and try the batsman to ask him to ask the question to defend, and that's where the edge can be found. But this morning, probably having the effects of the long spell, the big workload which he had in the first couple of days is affecting him. But certainly the lengths have been on the shorter side comparing in the first innings. Much better, much better. Full ball and made sure Salgado, almost similar to the first inning dismissal. He was trying to play across the line, and this occasion is clean ball. It's a lovely delivery by Madhubhashana.
That was actually the first delivery that Owen Salgado faced against Manoj Madhubhashana for a reason. And straight away, he repeated exactly what he did in that first innings. Owen Salgado, the skipper, is walking back into the pavilion. St. Joseph's College taking that first wicket. Brilliantly bowled. No answer whatsoever for the paid right skipper. Owen Salgado, he passed for 6. Once again, St. Peter's College 9 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
St. Peter's lose their skipper in the third over. Owen Salgado had to depart for 6 runs. Nushan Pereira once again bowling his second over. Had bowled his first over for 1 run. Nathan David, 10 matches, 16 innings, 271 runs with an average of 16.94. His stats don't show much, but he's a great player who can hit a long innings. Rajiv.
Yeah, indeed. Now, a lot of effort and a lot of things to be done by the Peter Wrights. St. Joe's College opting to declare just trailing by 3 runs. And now, picking up that crucial wicket of the skipper with Salgado.
I think
probably that's the idea that they have to grab at least couple of wickets. I think 2 wickets would be the target. For me, I need 3. If you want to make a game out of this 3-day encounter, that's good bowling by Nushan. He's on the money. The last 3 deliveries, Vishen, it was on the spot.
Very good bowl by Nushan as well. Talking about your point, Rajiv, 3 wickets before lunch is a very unforceful one for the Pete Wrights, because the Pete Wrights needs to keep their wickets with the main trump card, Dilna Damsar, of the top order of the St. Peter's. If they lose him early this morning before the lunch, that would be a big loss for the Pete Wrights.
There you go, another brilliant delivery by Nushan, and he's continuing to bowl his economical deliveries, economical stuff. This is the first wicket falling for the Peter Wrights with Salgado getting out bowled for Manasa.
That's the end of the 4th over. St. Peter's 9 for 1.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Manasa Madhubhashana, the only wicket for the Josephians was taken by Manasa Madhubhashana in his second over. Nathan David, the wicketkeeper batsman for the Pete Wrights, has a long say to play in this game.
So, St. Joe's College took that early wicket as well in the first innings of Salgado. Was out cheaply in the first innings as well of the bowling of Madhubhashana. Now, they had that recovery process from these 2 batters. What they need to eye one of these 2 batters to get rid of them early as possible, Vishen.
Cut well, cut brilliantly. Nathan David takes onto the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, that was way outside the off stump, invited the batter to go after that cut shot. So easy pickings.
A top way to get onto the mark, Rajiv.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant stroke along the ground. Was racing to the boundary for 4. So first ball, 4 runs for Nathan David.
A good start for him. Capable batsman facing one of the best bowlers in the Josephian lineup.
Yeah, Manasa Madhubhashana has picked up 4 wickets so far. And his encounter picking up 3 wickets in the first innings, and now he picked up the first wicket for the Josephians in the second innings. So both the occasions he has dismissed Owen Salgado. Probably he's getting more friendly with Owen.
That's true, that's true. Good point, Rajiv. Manasa Madhubhashana is a bowler who can swing the ball, and as well as he has a good bouncer where you can surprise the batsman.
Yeah, definitely. But right now, with this new ball, what he needs to do is keep it up towards the batter. Loud appeal, probably going down leg side. There was some bounce as well, so he can create with this new ball something of this wicket still. They go going way down the leg side. So what I like is Manasa doing, keeping that ball away, making sure to bring the batter on the front foot and let the ball do the talking. Let it happen both ways, but you need to bring it up. You need to make sure to bring the batter forward. You saw that occasion in the first ball, it was shot and punched along the ground because it gives that room. Because Manasa doesn't have much pace to get that ball, the bounce especially. But he can create something when he brings the ball in towards the batter on the front foot.
Very true, Rajiv. And St. Joseph's has played positive cricket from the morning this day. The final day of the encounter, they have played really positive cricket. Good stuff from the think tank of the coaching staff, as we mentioned the coaching staff in the frame.
Yeah, definitely. Lakmal De Silva, Ramasekara, and Miranka Wickramakke, one of the other assistant coaches for the St. Joseph's College. So we might have a bigger plan.
Oh.
There we go. What a brilliant delivery. This is what I was talking about. You need to bring the ball in. You need to bring the batter in front foot, probably. Those are the tactics that Manasa should be doing. I have had a word with him because you're wasting your energy by bowling the short balls with the new ball. That was a brilliant delivery in swinging.
Did he hear you, Rajiv?
Probably.
Probably this morning you might have given some advices.
Yeah, I had a word with him yesterday in the morning, and he came up picking up those two crucial wickets yesterday. So that was completely deceived. Nathan David in swinging the ball down there.
That's not the length you were talking. But the end of the 6th over, St. Peter's 13 for 1.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩෝ එක match එකට set වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ කික්කක සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගෑස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
So the Peterites 13 for 1 with 16 runs of lead, Vishen. As the Peterites' perspective, what sort of a plan, what sort of an idea, what sort of an approach that you think the Peterites should do?
For me, Rajiv, if the Peterites can bat 50 overs and put up a total for 240 or 230, that will be an unbearable one for the Josephians, because if we stay and bat the whole day, Rajiv, it's not very practical. For example, you get all out in between the 50 overs for about 150 to 160. Even if the Josephians have 20 overs, it's a chaseable amount, Rajiv.
We can't predict right now what sort of plans. Probably these two batters trying to see off these few overs until lunch, and probably come out in the best session to bat out here at SSC is the post-lunch session. So what right now is the frame of Dylan Adamsara has completely changed from last year. His approach last year was more positive. He went after the bowling, there was the aggression strokes, but now that approach of Damsara is completely different in this year. Is it because of the lack of the runs that he has scored in this year, or lack of form?
He's not. He's in form, Rajiv.
We'll get back to that after 7 gone. St. Peter's College 13 for 1.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray Keep Moving. Dettol Cool සෙල්සිය සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක් සමට අහිතකර පැරබන් ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
So 13 from 1. So talking about Vishen Damsara's approach, because last year he was more of an attacking batter.
Yeah. So Rajiv, this season he has played quite well. He has scored more than 600 runs and he's in quality form for me, Rajiv. But they have played a less amount of 3 days. This is their second 3-day game in the season. So most probably because of that, he has another plan where he plays a long time. But I think that's not the normal game of Damsara.
Yeah, indeed, that's what I was talking about, because when it comes to a 60 over format last year, he scored 100 and got 60 odd as well in the second innings. So
and in the limited encounter as well, he got a half century.
Yeah, indeed. So he is one of the more attacking, dashing openers for me. And this approach, even in the first innings, he took time. But when he got going, he was unstoppable, and he just got out stumped off the bowling of Damien De Silva.
I guess the think tank of St. Peter's is a bit different this year, and they need to stay in the crease, and that's what the plan is given to Damsara this year, I guess. Played by Nathan David again.
Manasa, one of the Bashana, one of the key fast bowlers for the St. Joseph's College. He's teaming in hard. He has that responsibility of carrying out throughout these 3 days, Vishen, because the only solitary fast bowler that we have, because we don't see Dunik Pereira bowling. So he is tired, I know, but he's giving his heart out, and hats off to Manasa, because the only fast bowler that we have currently. So you need to protect.
Played well again. Cut away again for a boundary. Nathan David moves on to 8 with 2 boundaries. The same shot repeated again, Rajiv.
Yeah, indeed, this is what I was talking about. So we are pushing Manasa too much, because the only fast bowler that we have, and because Dunik
is Dunik injured?
He is carrying out an injury, I suppose. So the skipper and the coaching staff are probably pushing Manasa too much from the likes of what I can see. We need to keep him fresh, give him interval breaks, and not to push him more than 3-4 overs. So probably we might see him change and taken off. Anyway, it's going to be lunch very soon. So probably that's what the camp should do, because you can't lose Manasa, because he's the only fast bowler that you have. That's way short.
Sanjeev Fernando and Ravindra Vimlasiri standing for the umpires, to experienced umpires in the national circuit of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that was the very next ball after that boundary. A way short delivery was given wide.
If St. Peter's doesn't lose a wicket here, they will be very happy before lunch. The Josephians are eagerly waiting to take a wicket, Rajit.
Yeah, indeed. Probably we might see a bowling jet. There you go. That went over the slips in the vacant region. So another boundary for David. Wasn't convincing, but all in all, the scoreboard is ticking, Vishen.
That's what I would like, Rajiv. Runs in any way.
That was pitch outside the off stump, getting that outside edge. Was flown over that vacant region. He was disappointed. It would have been interesting. Would have gone to the fielder gully down there. It's Vishma. Now we see him a little closer towards that wide second slip. There's 3 slip fielders. So after 8 overs done, St. Peter's 22 for 1.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද? දවසකට දැනන්න එකපාරක් ගහන්න Gold Dio Spray.
So the pit rides are 22 for 1 after 8 overs.
Probably the last over, Rajiv.
Yeah, we have like 3 minutes left in this first session. In fact, 4 minutes in this first session of day 3.
Probably the last over, Rajiv.
Yeah, Damsar using his tactics to change gloves. Probably take a few seconds off the game, probably a minute or half a second. Half a minute, I would rather say. Nushan keeps on bowling quick anyways. If it's not going to be runs, if he bowls on that spot, he might, there you see, he's running back to his mark. So they probably want to push for another over, the Josephians down there. They'll probably get, Dunik Pereira. In fact, Damien De Silva, mind you, to bowl at Nathan David.
Another over, Rajiv.
Yeah, that's what I was telling. He's going to his mark, turning to his mark quite quickly. So 3 deliveries so far within the frame of 1 minute, Vishen.
As you mentioned, Damsar is in another approach today, and in the first innings, Rajiv, not the best from Damsar. He shouldn't be much safe, Rajiv. He should play his natural game for me, as I think.
Yeah, he knows that it's almost lunch now. Probably he will have an idea of the wicket now. So he's taking his time. And he took his time in the first innings as well. When he started going, the runs were flowing. So probably he's trying to see off these deliveries until lunch, and then come out there into the middle in the second session.
One more, Rajiv.
So another dot ball, another maiden for Nushan Pereira. Is keeping it very tight for the Josephians. St. Peter's College after 9 overs, 22 for 1.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන move spray keep moving.
So as we speak, it's going to be the last over. Damien De Silva into the attack, and this is good captaincy. So just before the lunch break, we saw the previous days there was no closing fielders, but now we have 2 catchers waiting for that top edge or the catch. Silibidov and a short leg and a slip placed. This could be the last over.
Kenneth Lienege, the captain of St. Joseph's, wasn't sent into bat this morning.
Yeah, probably because of the idea that they need quick runs. And with the likes of Junik Pereira, Rishbamar Singh. So that's the positive approach when you have as a captain, as coaching staff, they decided to declare before go past the St. Peter's College score.
ThePapare played a brilliant stroke for 6 for ThePapare. ThePapare and ThePapare, both Pereiras.
Yeah, indeed, Vishen. A shot and cut away straight to Tunic down there.
As I remember, on the first day as well, Damien De Silva was bought just before the lunch for 1 over. And when he came after the lunch, he picked up 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, he can spin the ball, Vishen. Damien De Silva, 13 games, 39 wickets. Good stop down there.
Tunic De Silva, very, very well fielded there. Oh, I'm sorry, Damien Pereira.
It's Tunic Pereira. It's Damien De Silva who's bowling.
I'm sorry, Rajiv. Well played by Nathan David again. He moves on to 16 with 4 boundaries. And that's time for lunch.
Yeah, the last ball pitching outside the off stump, inviting for that drive, and no hesitation from Nathan David, and firmly struck, driven to that extra cover boundary for 4. That's a replay. It was pitched outside the off stump. He wasn't afraid to go after that drive, and another boundary to his belt. So his score moves to 16 with all 4 boundaries in his tally. So St. Peter's College walks in to lunch break with just the fall of wicket of the skipper Owen Salgado. He was out for 6 of the bowling of Manasa, was completely deceived and got him out bowled.
Dinla Damsar, the main trump card, still walking for the Pete Wrights. The lone warrior last year, Dinla Damsar, should become a hero this year as well for the Pete Wrights. The Josephian Think Tan will have new thoughts after the lunch and new plans for the Peter Wright batsmen.
Yeah, indeed, they will have better plans to come out there in the middle in the second session.
Really happy to be in the com box with you, Rajiv.
So the session summary, see the last part of it, run rate in this session. After 25.3 overs, both teams have managed to get 116 runs with the fall of 5 wickets. But more important, both teams, because of that St. Joseph's College approach, and the session run rate has climbed up to 4.5, Vishen. Interesting, because we saw only 2.5. Everything was, every session was below 3 runs per over. But this session has become some sort of a positive approach by both teams. But St. Peter's College still, they are 26. They are below that 3-run mark. They got 26 within the frame of 10 overs only. So, the batting card for the Peters College, only wicket take was Madhubhashana of getting out Owen Salgado for the second time. He got out to Madhubhashana in the first innings as well, just for 6 runs. And Damsar facing 31 deliveries for his 3 runs. But Nathan David, he has a different approach, got 4 boundaries for his 16 with just 1 extra. So after 10 overs, St. Peter's College 26 for 1. So the bowling card, nothing much to talk about. Madhubhashana, pick up the bowlers, picked up that crucial wicket of Owen Salgado for 15 runs in his 4 overs, as well as Nushan Pereira keeping it really tight. 3 maidens in his 4 overs just for 1 run, and we had Devtusa and Damien De Silva, the two left-armers, bowling 1 over each. The follow wicket was at 9 when Novin Salgado got out.
Session highlights.
So St. Joseph's College walked in today at 150 for 3, and we had discussions of that approach that they should have, and certainly they had it very in a positive mind. Vishen got plenty of runs, 90 runs in that first hour or so. So it was one of those thoughts that they should have had yesterday, but now better late than never. They got some runs. That's Yenolo Deotusa. He batted brilliantly for his 86 runs.
Experience knock by Yenolo Deotusa as well. Rishma Amar Singh was not in his top form today. Early morning dropped thrice from the Pete Wright fielders, but made a valiant knock of his.
He scored 27 and got some beautiful. Those were the runs came off Yenolo Deotusa's bat. He batted brilliantly today. One of the key all-rounders St. Joseph's College has produced. That's the wicket of Rishma trying to go flat bat over the bowler's head, getting that top edge. And Durik Pereira. Yes, he was having that short time in the middle, but
a great catch there by Jason Fernando. A beautiful catch.
That's the last wicket for the Josephians. Manas are getting out, trying to sweep off Lashmika Pereira. So they declared at 240 for 7 and invited the Peter Wright's bat.
Salgado getting off the mark with a maximum.
That's the follow wicket. Brilliant delivery. Manasa was pumped up at that moment. But Nathan David has different ideas of this track. Got few boundaries. He's 16 not out with 4 boundaries in his belt. That was flown over there.
Nathan David has a good intent and a positive mindset.
Yeah, indeed. That was the last ball of the session. So, day 3, session 1. St. Peter's College 26 for 1 after 10 overs. So, plenty of action to come. 65 overs remaining in the next 2 sessions. St. Peter's College lead by 29 runs. Is the match summary. In 243 in the first innings, St. Joseph's College 240 for 7 declared. Now currently Peters 26 for 1 Vishen. So this is the session. We got the Josephians dominating in that session on day 3 as well because of the run flow that they had. I think it is perfectly spot on by the production. So we have 2 more sessions to go. We can see which color it's going to be, Vishen. So we have Laksisi alongside Farviz Maruf at the studios. Over to you, Laksisi.
St. Joseph's College declaring the innings just 3 runs behind that first innings total of St. Peter's College, and then taking the wicket of St. Peter's College skipper Vince Salgado as well. So a good session for St. Joseph's College as they scored some quick runs as well. So to talk about that first session, joining with me is Farviz Maruf. Welcome to the show once again, Farviz. So I think we have to start with Yenula Deotusa for sure. 86 runs. He took 2 wickets yesterday as well with the bowling hand, and today with the batting hand, 86 runs and attacking batting. That's what we were expecting to see, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, definitely a memorable game for the young man. He bowled really well, picked up a couple of wickets, bowled I think close to 24 overs, bowled economically. And with the bat, he looked, he looked good. He looked solid, and he played the situation right. That was the secret behind the success of Deotusa, the young man. So, for St. Joseph's to go far in this game, I just feel Deotusa as a left-arm spinner and Madhubhash as a seam bowler got to do my bulk of the bowling if they're to force a result out of this game.
So in that morning session, in 15.3 overs, St. Joseph's College scored 89 runs, And St. Peter's College did give them some favors as well. 3 drop chances of Rishma during that first session. I mean, if they did manage to hang on to at least a second one, things would have been maybe a bit different for St. Peter's College. But St. Joseph's College declaring 3 runs behind the first innings total of St. Peter's College. Thoughts on that, Parvish?
It was a bold move, and I like that approach. You need in school cricket positiveness. We saw in even the Rohito game, it was a bold declaration. Yes, it backfired to Royal College, but still, as a neutral, that's what I like to see from the schoolboys, having that mentality of winning somehow. And certainly St. Joseph's College showed that this morning, as you said, 89 runs in 15.4 overs, losing 4 wickets. That shows they're trying to force a result. And question can be asked, why not showing a little bit of intent last evening when they just had over 2 runs per over run rate in the first innings on the second day. So I think this is where St. Joseph would have missed a trick, not showing intent last evening. Probably will backfire later on, may not. Only time will tell that. But I just like the way St. Joseph's College approached the innings this morning.
So, do you feel, Fabrice, that maybe St. Joseph's College could have taken this route maybe yesterday during the last session?
100%. That was the biggest disappointment for me. When I did the pitch report, I did say that still look good for batting. Hardly any cracks to be seen, any areas that the spinners can purchase some spin. Absolutely nothing. So I thought last evening the intent was not right. At least 3 singles per over, 4 singles per over on a good pitch is not that hard. But this morning, brilliant. So clearly the message has been sent to the dressing room, and they showed intent.
So right now we can see the knock of Yenula Devtusa miss out on a well-deserved century, we can say, scoring 86 runs, building that partnership of 91 runs with Senu Javakunugoda. Yenula Devtusa, brilliant from him. 86 of 136 deliveries, made sure that he attacked during today morning, and yesterday he was very watchful, but today morning they came with a clear target in their minds, and they did manage to execute that as well. A great knock from Yenula Devtusa, who was a part of the Sri Lanka U19 squad as well during that Asia Cup. Didn't get the chance to play, but he was part of that squad as well, so a lot of experience behind him as well. So Yenula Devtusa, well played knock of 86 from him. So for us now, Ovin Salgadu, he departed for 6. Manasa Madhubhashana once again doing the trick. First delivery he bowled at the St. Peter's College skipper. Now coming into the second session, what should be the way forward for St. Peter's College?
I think the game will have probably the way it's going to go in the first half an hour after lunch. We'll probably know what's going to happen. In case if St. Peter's College gets through the first half an hour unharmed, unscratched, I reckon the way these two batters are batting, they look quite solid. For the inroads has to be done, in my opinion, through Devtusa and Madhubhashana. So get them probably first half an hour, 45 minutes, unleash both of them and try and pick up wickets. If they don't, I reckon this is heading towards a draw. So the first half an hour will tell you a story how it's going to end at the end part.
So when we talk about bowlers for St. Peter's College, Joshua Sebastian did manage to take 4 wickets. Not express pace for a reach, but did just enough to make sure he got 4 wickets.
Yeah, I think he bowled with control. The best part about him is that he knows his strength. He's not quick, as you said, but he can only swing the ball, and most importantly, he has the wicket keeper up to the stump. So for the batter, if he wants to make his own pace, he has to go down the track, which he unable to do when you have the wicket keeper up. So, important for a bowler or a batter to know your strength and weaknesses. So certainly Sebastian knows what's his strengths, what's his weaknesses are, and he's just banking on them. And most importantly, he bowls to his field. Most of the time we saw sometimes 7 fielders in the offside, and he was peppering just outside the off stump. So he's someone definitely, he won't be an X factor, but he's someone that a skipper or a team can rely on to bowl you those dot deliveries and build up that pressure.
It was a good spell of bowling from Joshua Sebastian, and I think we can take a look at the drop chances as well from St. Peter's College today morning. 3 drop chances, all of them of Rishma. The first one, the field red slip, unfortunately, probably got a bit hurried, and this one should have been a regulation catch, and again going for the reverse sweep, and the field red slip fortunately probably was not ready to get a hold of it. So 3 drop chances when it comes to St. Peter's College, 3 chances which really could have panned things out differently in this morning session of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter, the 3rd day. So 2 more sessions to go in this first ever 3rd day of the Battle of the Saints encounter. A lot to play for. So Faris, thank you very much for joining with us for the lunch show throughout the encounter. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
So before we head to a commercial break, we need to remind all of you once again about our sponsors, Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist, and also Dettol. If you're having a day just like the last few days where you were working on the scorching heat, Dettol is your ideal answer for all of that to cool your day. So Move Spray and Dettol, a big shout out to both the brands for being a part of this talk show during the whole big match season. So right now we will head to a commercial break. After that we'll be back with the second session action of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter, day number 3. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ක්ෂණික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
this event is the 10th of anniversary of the Red Bull, Ride My Wave. So we've been doing over the past 10 years. And also the special thing about having this event yearly to develop the local surf community in Sri Lanka, plus get to meet the international level of surfers to participate. And also we have more than 25 countries who was participating last 2 days of this event. As you see, we have seen a lot of local talented surfers who competing with the 25 countries competitors as well here. So proud to have Red Bull in Sri Lanka, especially surfing in Hikkaduwa, which is it's little challenging. Why? Because the waves are breaking to the boat side. We call it A-frame. And I hope we will have more events with the Red Bull in the future.
I've competed in the Red Bull Ride My Way for the last 3 years, had 2 semi-final finishes, and in 2025 I won finally. I'm so happy, it was a dream come true, especially to win at my home break. Thank you so much Red Bull for holding this event for the 10th year. It's been great, hopefully we'll be here next year as well and try and do my best again.
I was here last year and it was so nice, so that's why I came back this year. The vibe it was amazing. Thank you all for the organization.
You're watching The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we're here at the Anchor New Delhi Relay Carnival 2025, where passion meets a lot of water. So come, let's go have a look and see how fun and intense this relay gets. got the overall champions of the Relay Carnival, St. Joseph's College, the captain and the vice captain of the swimming team, Tarisha Fernando and Shavin Vikramaratne. What do you have to say, guys?
We are actually really excited that we have won this event. This is our third consecutive year actually winning this event, and we really work hard for this event. Now we are really...
Shavin, how has hard work paid off?
It has paid off great. Coming in, we were hoping to keep a lead among others, and we have managed to do that in the morning session. And the evening session was a bit of a struggle, but at the end of the day, we did what we could, and it was great.
So how proud are you all to be the Anchor New Delhi men's champions of the Relay Carnival?
Winning is actually not the main target, what was in our mind, but actually with discipline comes winning. So very proud how our members performed in the meet, and there were some things we have to improve, but overall I'm very proud that we managed to make this a great event, and we performed well.
I'm sure your school is also proud, and I don't want to keep you all long here. Go enjoy.
Good afternoon and welcome back to SSC Grounds for the post-lunch session of the third day's play, the 91st Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Well, St. Peter's, on the first day they won the toss and decided to bat first and got 243 all out, and Josephians replied with 240 for 7. They declared this morning, and the P trials were 26 for 1 at lunch. Now this post-lunch session is going to be the interesting session where the P trials got to build on, and the Josephians will be really looking for the wickets. As I say, good afternoon to Santosh Gunatilaka, the former P trial captain who has joined the box with me. Good afternoon, Santosh.
Good afternoon, Pointers, and good afternoon to everyone watching. This session will be important and crucial for both teams. This session will definitely let us know if there's going to be a result or not. It's going to be the approach from the P trials that will settle that debate. But credit to the Josephians for that sporty declaration. They wanted to get a game out of this, and we are witnessing, or rather going to witness, a really good game here if the P trials come in with a positive approach.
You don't see much assistance given for the bowlers of the wicket, but we also don't have the quality bowlers who can really run through the side like we have had in the past. We have had Rajiv Benedicts, Diane Wallace, Cyril Dias. Cyril Dias in particular, I must mention, he had 9 wickets in the first innings. He didn't have a match bag of 10 wickets because the Josephians didn't bat for the second time. So we need some bowlers like that, or Shinal Varnakula who got 9 wickets, or the Josephians. For a bowler, there should be a bowler to run through the side at this stage, and neither team does have a bowler like that, isn't it?
Yes, obviously the Josephians will need Yenula Devtu to once again raise his hand up and do the job for the Josephians. And also they will depend a lot on Damien De Silva, the other left-arm spinner for the Josephians. If those two bowlers can bowl in tandem and build a bowling partnership and get a few wickets early on in this session, then they'll definitely get their team back in the game.
Yes, exactly. The Josephians, 3 spinners, even Nushan Pereira, the other spinner, these 3 have bagged about 150 wickets right throughout the season. So they got to come into play, and of course, don't write off Manasa Madhubhashana.
Absolutely. Madhubhashana has looked good. He's been brilliant throughout this game. He bowled long spells in the first innings, picked up 3 wickets, and now in the second innings got the prize scalp of the P trial captain, Ovin Salgadu.
Yes, as Santosh said, this is the session where a decision could be made, and that's the first ball cut away nicely by Damsara. Well, if P trials want to set up a declaration or something like that, which I doubt very much, Damsara has to come into play.
He has to attack Apollina's. He has to play his normal game. He's at the moment faced 32 balls and scored just the 4 runs. We saw what he was capable of doing in last year's big match when he took on the bowlers, scored 100, and then came back in the second innings and scored another 50. So he changed his game around, but it hasn't helped the P trials even in the first innings. Yes, he had he accelerated later on in his inning, but he faced almost 100 balls, and he would have been about 60-70 if he had batted his normal way. So the Petrites need him to bat normal, play his normal game and get the runs on the board, because for the Petrites to do whatever they want to do, they need runs on board.
If I'm not mistaken, Santosh, I think he got some runs in the 50-over game too, and that would have been definitely, he would have been having coming in with confidence to bat against the Josephians.
Absolutely. I think even the Josephians would have had a little bit of fear when they came into this game, knowing what Damsara is capable of doing.
As I said earlier, we need bowlers of the caliber of Rajiv Benedict, Shanal Varnakula for St. Joseph's, or from the Petrite side, Diane Wallace or Cyril Dias, who is capable of running through a side. But I don't see any of the bowlers here of that capability. But still, a combination of Josephian spinners can do it. That's again Manasa Madhubhashana bowling to a good length, good line. He had a couple of wonderful deliveries before lunch.
Indeed, I think the plan is clear from the Josephians. They've got 3 slips and a gully going all in here. The Josephians on the attack here. They need to pick early wickets in this session to put the Petrites on the back foot. So good captaincy from Kenneth Lineage.
Yes, definitely they need to attack, and they're doing that right now. They need to get the wickets. They need to look for the wickets. You can't wait till the Petrites give their wickets. You've got to work hard for those, because you don't get much assistance from the wicket.
Nathan David, Paulinus, he's been very positive this inning. He's seen what has happened throughout the 3 days and how the wicket plays from behind the stumps. And he's put his right foot forward, and he's gone on the attack against the bowlers. He's been positive. It's not that he played rash shots, but it's exactly what the Petrites need at the moment.
I think I was talking about Nathan David in the first innings too. I was very impressed with him the previous years, but in the first innings he too played quite a negative innings, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think in the first innings the plan from the coaches was to survive that first hour or two and then later on accelerate, but that was not the case when they started losing wickets in clusters. But Nathan David, he's performed big in this encounter a couple of years back. I remember he scored a 50 in the one-day encounter when the chips were down for the Petrites. So he's a capable batter. He's been given the responsibility to bat at number 3, and Dylan Damsara just needs to support Nathan David and build a partnership here.
It's nicely played and well fielded. Good all-round cricket there. St. Peter's 27 for 1. The first over after lunch has been completed. Madhubhashana 1 for 16 after 5 overs.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
What really surprises me, Santosh, is Josephians have 2 more paces in their lineup. Dunik Pereira and Nimthaka Gunawardena. Just 3 overs to Dunik Pereira in the whole game, but Nimthaka Gunawardena still to bowl. I wonder why they're not using their paces. Yes, true enough, the spinners have done their job right throughout the season, but this wicket is not providing any assistance for them. I, as a captain, would love to see a fast bowler coming in, and because you see Manasa Madhubhashana is giving his heart out.
Absolutely. I think Nimthaka Gunawardena would have been a really good option. It's pretty surprising why he hasn't been given the ball. But on the other hand, I think Dunik Pereira is playing with an injury in this game, and maybe the captain is reluctant to give him the ball. But no questions when it comes to Nimthaka Gunawardena. Maybe Kenneth Lineage could have given him the ball and seen what he was able to offer on this track.
depending a lot on the three spinners, bowling their hearts out without any assistance from the wicket. We have not seen much turn right throughout these 3 days. That is SSC wicket. Looks pretty good for batting.
Sean Pereira bowling with 3 close-in fielders, not a single fielder on the boundary, Paulina. So this is good attacking cricket, inviting Dylan Adamsara, the batter, to go over the fielder's head to create an opportunity for his team. But Dylan, on the other hand, is not bothered. He has only one plan in mind, and that's to block.
But what surprises again is the Josephians didn't do this in the first innings. They too were on the defensive mode when it comes to their fielding part of it. They were not attacking. The bowlers were just bowling spot on, but the field sets were pretty bad as far as the Josephian bowlers were concerned. They were needed to take the wicket.
Indeed, I think they were a bit on the defensive side in the first innings. They gave away easy runs for the Patriots. When they had the Patriots in a spot of bother, they just let the game slide away from them. But all in all, they are here and they want to win that trophy back. And, they're putting their right foot down and want to get Dylan Adamsara's wicket before he gets set. So that ends the 12th over. The Patriots 27 for 1.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on karana suwandak.
St. Peter's College 27 for 1. Just 1 run after the lunch break. Maradana to continue. David on strike. He's on 16, looking good. He looks confident.
That's again a good delivery from Maradana. David trying to drive it on the offside, didn't get a hold of it. Got the outside edge. Maradana has been always on the spot, giving his heart out for the Josephians. Got the initial breakthrough.
He's been terrific with the ball throughout this game. Paulinus, he's was given a responsibility and he's delivered. And but one thing I need to speak about Paulinus is that both teams have depended a lot on only 2 bowlers. Take the Patriots, Joshua Sebastian and Lashmika Pereira did the bulk of the bowling. And even with the Josephians, it was Yenula Devtusa and Nushan Pereira who did the bulk of the bowling for the Josephians. So if they try to rotate the bowlers up a bit, maybe give a small break, manage their workloads and try to attack and pick wickets, I think that will be a better ploy for them to pick wickets in the second innings.
Yes, I think Damien De Silva also is a very good bowler. I thought he might be a good choice in this wicket. He tosses the ball up well, much better than Yenula Devtusa, who's tall and trying to bowl it flat.
Yeah, of course, he got a bit of purchase off the wicket on the first day, Damien De Silva. He gives the ball a bit of and bowls with a brilliant loop, and he gets the ball to turn and bounce.
It's wide down on the offside and signal wide. It was definitely a wide. Going out of the wicket too.
That was the attempted outswinger, wanting to invite the driver for that booming cover drive with his slip cordon waiting. But an error in execution from Madhubhashan on that occasion.
The Josephian keeper does well. They are to collect that, stop that at least. He's been good behind the stumps. We didn't see him coming into bat. That's nicely played this time and brilliantly taken. That's the end of Damsara. Well, he is standing ground. There is a discussion between the two umpires. We'll have to wait and see.
That was hit hard by Damsara, but if this is out, what a catch from the Josephian fielder. That was out there. He went for that drive. Oh, that looks out, Paulinus. That looks a brilliant catch.
Wonderful catch, no doubt about that. So that's the end of Dylan Damsara, and Josephians got what they wanted now. They got to put the pressure on the Peterites.
Dylan Damsara, after facing 39 balls, is dismissed for just 4 runs. St. Peter's 29 for 2.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Well, Dylan Damsara was a bit disappointed, most probably disappointed with himself. Didn't want to be on the attack. The first attacking stroke he played, he was caught, brilliantly taken. So
They made inroads, the Josephians. They got the Peterites exactly where they wanted to after declaring with the 3-run deficit. 29 for 2, St. Peter's. As Asadisa Tejana walks out to bat with Nathan David, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He needs to make sure that he gets the Peterites out of this hole that they've dug themselves in.
there you see Madhubhashana outside the off stump. Oh, that's brilliantly taken, no doubt. There's no doubt at all in that catch. Brilliantly taken. So Damsara must be disappointed with himself. Trying to attack there is asking the umpires to have a look at it. But they had a chat. We don't have a third umpire here. They had a chat and decided it was out.
Yes, that was a great effort from the fielder. Diving forward, that was dipping and it was hit hard. So good stuff from the Josephians. Something that the Peterites lacked today. Asadisa Tejana, 13 games, 20 innings, 357 runs, averaging 19. He would like to better that today. Best score of 66.
Well, the Josephians have come out with some purpose, Santosh. You see their mood in the field, looking for that wickets. Good bit of bowling by Madhubhashana. That's the end of that over. No, 2 more deliveries remaining. The umpires well, the wicket keeper and the slip cotton thought it was over. All of them were sent back by the umpire.
Madhubhashana steaming in here. He's on fire here. Was terrific with the ball in the first innings, and now in the second innings he turned up to do the job for his team, and boy oh boy hasn't he delivered.
So of course, Santosh, I have a feeling that if there is a bowler who could run through the side, it is Madhubhashana.
Absolutely. He looks a very fit young man. He's steaming in and bowling his heart out here at SSC. He's capable of running through the top part of the Peterites. But Tejan and David, they have a big role to do here. They need to build a partnership and hopefully bat throughout the day to get the Peterites out of this.
St. Peter's definitely going to go on the back foot now once again at 29 for 2. Well, that's their role. They got to save the game, no doubt about that. But the Josephians got to work hard, try to get those wickets. That's their job. And Manasa Madhubhashana is trying his very best to do that. Oh, he gets another one! Madhubhashana gets another one, so the Peterites in deep trouble. Tejana Siddhasat De Silva walks back, bowled by Madhubhashana. St. Peter's 29 for 3.
Madhubhashana on fire here at SSC. Tejan departs for a duck. The Peterites are falling like 9 pins here. The ball seamed in, got the inside edge onto his pads and then chopped it onto his stumps. That was a brilliant setup from Madhubhashana. 3 down the Peterites with just 29 runs on the board.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
New batsman Joshua Sebastian, the most successful bowler in the first innings for the Petrites. He picked up 4 wickets for 80 runs in 26 overs. He didn't even have time to have a bath. Paulinus, he's back in the centre with the bat in hand for the Petrites.
Yes, good bit of bowling there by Madhubhashana. That's the end of that over. So Madhubhashana has already taken 3 wickets. That's the Joshua Sebastian, 435 runs of 18 innings, 23.9 for the average. Best been 55. Looks a very good all-rounder. Had a good bowling spell.
He's a better player than those numbers up there, Paulinus. He represented the country at the under 17 level. So he knows how to play the big innings. He knows how to bat throughout the day.
Well, he must be not knowing Santosh, but there was a young player called Suresh Sebastian. I was just thinking whether Joshua Sebastian has something to do with him. I think Suresh played with Ranmo Martinez at junior level. So anyway, I got to ask this much more senior person than you about that. So it's Nushan Pereira to continue.
Nice bowling.
Petrites in a bit of a bother now. Well, this is what I say. I would like to see another pace bowler coming in from this end, trying to attack, try to get the wickets.
Absolutely, with the assist off the surface as well. The ball is relatively new into the 14th over still. If ThePapare or Nimta Gunawardhan can come into the attack and trouble the Petrites, then they're definitely in for a game here. But the game is on, and all 3 results are possible. Paulinus.
What do you mean 3 results are possible?
2 results.
Just, no, you never know. If the Petrites, of course, still their Petrites are just 33 runs ahead of the Josephians. Still a long way to go. They got to build up a total, and if they're going to declare, which I doubt very much, and the Josephians, and they got to break through the Josephian lineup if they need to win that game. So the chances of St. Peter's winning is very remote. Josephians have an outside chance.
It was the previous ball. How did that miss?
I thought it was very close to the edge.
That's a terrific ball from Nushan Pereira. He's only conceded 2 runs into his 6th over, and he's been right on the money. He almost had Sebastian's first ball. That would have been curtains for St. Peter's.
Definitely another wicket or 2. Petrites will be in deep trouble. I would love to see another fielder coming up there. Another short leg, a forward short leg, and a backward short leg for the old spinner. Of course, there is not much of turn, I agree. But still, to put the pressure on the Petrite batters, need to get another fielder there. That's an opener. That could be even out. Yes, it is. Another wicket to fall. St. Peter's are down for 4, 30 for 4.
A loose shot from Sebastian. Nushan Pereira has struck in his 6th over. That was not the shot, Sebastian.
Well, I thought that was really pressure on Sebastian. That could be.
That was plumb in front. Wrong shot selection from Sebastian. Definitely the pressure of Paulinus. And the Petrites 30 for the loss of 4. Joshua Sebastian for a duck.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Well, that was a good delivery. It was pressure being created. You saw that Chantos, the short leg, was feeling within the crease, but he was brought in forward short leg, and that created a lot of pressure because Joshua Sebastian was just looking to go forward.
This is what happens, Paulinus, when you get yourself into a shell and going with a negative approach. I think if the Petrites had been more positive in this second innings, they wouldn't have been 30 for 4 at the moment. But that's not the story. This is Jason Fan, another Sri Lanka under 17 cap, 472 runs, averaging of 39, and best score of 112. Just 15 years of age, bright prospect for St. Peters and Sri Lanka in the future.
Well, a lot of expected from these two batters. That's another appeal, but definitely too high, that one. So that's the end of that over. 14 overs gone. St. Peters 30 for 4.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
ලස්සන පන්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හිත් එක සිත බැඳා වාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිත් එක බැඳේ වටේ හොට් ඇන්ඩ් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆන් තමයි.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Good afternoon, Michael. Oh my. What's happening here at this SSC St. Peters? 30 for 4. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all happening here. And also very close, but in fact I think was outside the line. Well, something that the Josephians have had for lunch, I think. They're just on a roll. Manas has been the pick, 3 for 18.
This is unbelievable stuff, Michael. I'm surprised as well.
It was not, I would say it was bad batting as well, because they were just playing that previous one, played across the line, a sweep, a dead straight ball. They have thought that it was pitching and turning down leg. But Roshan has that ability to bowl that ball straight.
Flicked well by Nathan David, the lone warrior for St. Peters. He moves on to 22 with that boundary. Michael, Nathan David might have to do a lot for this game, Michael.
Well, it's about just batting normal, not getting phased by what's going around. One partnership can change everything again. But I know 20 for 4, it's just 3-1 lead. The Petrites will be, well, the supporters will be a bit worried.
34 for 4 at the moment. St. Peters, Manas Badubasane with the ball.
That's 3 wickets after lunch.
Oh, a misfield there as well, and that moves on to the boundary. Nathan David moves on to 26 with that boundary. 2 boundaries in 2 balls for Nathan David.
Shout of catch it. Let's see whether it carried. Well, yes, that was pretty close. Falling a bit short, but
those grabs would have changed half of the batting lineup of the St. Peters into the pavilion.
Yes, exactly. And to see Manas, he was up in there, thought it had carried. I think the gully should be a bit more in front. It's always easier when you're getting the catchers above your waist. It's not easy when you have to go down. I know it comes a bit quicker, but it's always easier when you're at slip.
The think tank of the Josephian lineup is brilliant, Michael. To be honest with you, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I think no one expected them to declare with about 40 minutes to go. Everyone expected them to.
You expected them last night, Michael.
Yeah, well, I said 1 hour batting, and then we go for it.
You were close to it, Michael.
Yeah, just a little bit more than 1 hour. But all
That's-
credit that they were not worried about giving a 3-run lead.
That
I think
shows-
that was a very positive
That
mindset.
That shows the experience of you as well. So, Michael, this is unbelievable stuff for the Josephians. The Pete Wrights have to stay steady. Nathan David should play a big role. I don't mind the runs coming as well, Michael. If they can score close to 220, that will be an okay marker for the Pete Wrights. But if they don't score and the wickets keep on falling, then
Then
they
it's a
are in
problem.
trouble.
Yeah,
Then
so
they are in trouble.
they need to also look at rotating the strike. And St. Joseph's also must look at maybe keep David off strike, get the new batsman to face as much as deliveries.
Jason Fernando in the non-strikers end, a Sri Lankan under-17 youth cap.
Well, you've got a lot of batting, so it's really nothing much to worry. But when you're having 38, oh, that is close, is it? I'm sure the Josephines will go up for anything at the moment.
They are on the mark, the Josephians. End of the 15th over, St. Peter's 38 for 4.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilvenna lemon.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
දවසකට දැනන්න එක පාරක් ගහන්න Gold Dio Spray.
Jason Fernando in the batting cards, Michael. Not much experience, but he has a huge background coming behind him. A player who is notable for the Pete Wrights and a player who's in the runs for the Pete Wrights.
Well, this is the time you need to come out and show what you're capable of. And the backs are to the wall. And look at that bowling so far, Nushan Perra. 6 overs, 1 for 2. So he's not giving runs away. Should try to bowl the 6 balls at him. 2 slips. Oh, 4. Altogether 4 fielders around. That one this time given the single. That's not good. The new batsman is off strike.
You know, there was the man of the day for the Josephians. Scored 86. He played all for his alma mater. He didn't worry about his century there, Michael.
Yes.
A round of applause for him as well there. No, everyone likes to hit a century in your big match, but all those for his alma mater.
And definitely playing his final year as well, so would have loved to have that. But I think they came out with a plan. We have had an idea of declaring at a certain time, whatever the score was.
Hats off. You know, there was
Yeah, because when he got out, he had Dunik on the other side. So there was no reason for him to go after bowling, but definitely there was a plan. Again, good bowling. And David is on 26, but still a lot of work to be done.
If St. Peter's lose another wicket here, Michael, they are under trouble. They
Well,
are
it
under
depends.
trouble.
If the Josephines can get David out, then definitely in a lot of trouble. As long as the set batsman is there, I'm sure the batsman to follow also would be able to fight.
Happened to Damsar as well, Michael. I'm saying he was not scoring runs, Michael. He's a player who scores runs freely, but in the first inning and the second innings of this match, Michael,
He went into a shell.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know him much better when you captaining the way he played last season.
Yeah, he's a player who plays positive cricket, Michael. Free hands, lovely to see him batting, but at the second innings and the first innings, we'll talk about it later. 39 for 4 in the end of the 16th over.
Detol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
Your favorite cheers. I got the popcorn.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට. රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Basically, it's 39 for 4, which means 42 for 4, St. Peter's.
Ovin Salgado, Dilna Damsar, Asadisi Tejan, and Joshua Sebastian already in the pavilion. A lot had been dependable on them in the season, but all four in the pavilion in the end of the 16th over.
Well, it's maybe up to Fernando and David to do what is required, make a mark for themselves.
And make a stand as well, Michael, for the Patriots.
Yes, because when it comes to a big match, you know, it's not like a normal two-day school game. It's much more intense, and the real fighters will come out.
Manas Badubasana, no doubt, the best bowler of this series for me, Michael.
Yes, in this game he has bowled his heart out.
3 wickets out of the 4, Michael. That shows it all.
3 in the first innings. I think he would have had much more if he bowled up to the batsman with the new ball.
Very true, on point. Jason Fernando should use all his experience here. A youngster making a mark and wants to show what he's capable of for the Sri Lankan under-19s. Knocking the doors would help him make a stand here and knock the doors as well.
Open, yes, because these are the kind of matches that even selectors would like to watch. How they would carry themselves, how they handle the pressure, because they are to play for the country. You can be in a spot about like this. How you handle yourself is the main thing.
Talented wicket-keeper batsman.
Nothing wrong with that defense.
Nathan David clipping some words from the non-strikers end, saying to wait.
Keep going, yes.
That's how experienced Nathan David is as well.
Well, what they should do is, you can't let Madhubhashana and Pereira keep bowling maidens at you, right? Because then somewhere down the line, the ball may move a bit, may turn, get the edge, or hits on the pad, you go. I think they need to get some singles, get that total moving, you know, target maybe 50, then to 60.
That's true, Michael. They might have to tick the scoreboard as well.
Because at the end of the day, if the Josephians have a target to chase, every run is going to count a lot. Especially we know weather coming into play after 4:30. Sometimes you might not get play.
Not smart swing from Madhubhasana with like the old new ball.
Yes.
So now Fernando, if Madhubhasana bowls some loose balls, can attack.
Well, it's just 16.4 was old, so it can't be. There should be shine still on it, and the ball will be quite hard. You can see he's covering it also. So
good running between the wickets there.
When he brings it in his other hand, it's not easy for the batsman, even if they are watching, to know which way it's going to swing, because he's covering it with his other hand.
Throughout the game, the Patriots have been under the shell, Michael. To be honest with you, Michael, they have not played positive cricket.
I think that's where it went wrong, because in the first innings, people like Damsara, who has been scoring runs against the Josephians, went into a shell, and the skipper couldn't get going in both innings. Unfortunate with a slight injury as well. Look at that, 3 slips a gully. I didn't see this in the first innings. Now they're really attacking. That's a good line.
Into the 17th over, St. Peter's 40 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
I have one point, Michael, here. Patriots have been losing wickets after the lunch, and if I was the coach in the Patriot unit, I would have sent Ransidige to top the order and not lose the wickets, because keeping the main trump cards a bit away when the wickets are falling would be helpful, because players like Jason Fernando, when the ball gets older, they can attack better.
Yeah, but yes, talking about sending a fresher in at a stage of 41 for 4 can put up, because you can see the field is round him, right? The chatter from the fielders around can put a little bit of pressure on him, and if he loses wicket, then you're going further down, and what happens is you're putting the bowlers on top. We say Nushan gets another wicket now, right? He'll be full of confidence.
That's true, Michael.
So I think in this situation, your best batters are the ones who are going to take you out of this hole that you are in.
That's true, Michael. That's true. On
Just
point.
about shot selection. That earlier one, straight delivery, trying to go for the sweep.
Tejan driving the ball. True, Michael. On point. That's true. The top batters should come and face the circumstances.
It's not about the main thing is not panicking now. Okay, what has happened has happened. Let's try to move on with what we have now. Just one partnership, because at the moment it's about batting time as well. Because whatever you score, the Josephians have to come out and get it.
Nathan David, 26 in 40 balls, taking his heart off.
See, skipper not very happy with that delivery. Asking the bowler where he's bowling, because actually he's set a field for him to bowl straight and on the leg, and
but that was the only loose ball from Nushan up to now.
Well, but when you're bowling like this, you cannot afford to give any loose balls. Can't let that pressure go off, because every run that the Patriots score, the dressing room will be much more happy. I'm sure there'll be someone clapping in the dressing room even for a single. So you just need to not give runs, make the mistake. My good friend Rajiv is already here to take up commentary and get a few wickets.
And of the 18th over, St. Peter's 44 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Your favorite chair. Climb up the popcorn.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ. Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your need.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ ඔත්තුමි රැව් දෙන්නේ.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot dang panduwa, hot and spicy uda panduwa. Fun kapusa vive vive. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough? A cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
So currently the Peter rides 44 for 4 with the 3 runs lead. They're approximately 47 runs on board. Good afternoon, Santosh. I don't think you're in a happy mood right now.
Good afternoon, Rajiv. Definitely not, Rajiv. Not the position the Pete Rides would have wanted to be. But all in all, credit to the Josephians for how they approached the second innings.
So the match summary so far: St. Peter's College in the first innings 243 with Lakshmi Kabera 58 and Dilna Damsara 44 and Madhubhashana 3 for 77. Nishan Pera 2 for 50 and in reply St. Joseph's College 240 for 7. Declared a forceful declaration. And you know those are 83 and Senaja Wekanagoda 48 with Sebastian picking up 4 wickets. And Lakshmi Kabera again on the scoreboard 3 for 64. Currently St. Peter's 44 for 4 in the second innings. With Nathan David, he's on strike, he's on 29 now with Manas again 27 for 3 and Nushan Pereira 1 for 7. Nushan has bowled 8 overs, mind you. He has kept it really tight. I mean, wicket to wicket, haven't given any room for the batters. So Yenula Deodusa into the attack, much more heavy shoulders on his armory now because he has to pick a couple of wickets, so you need to chip in as a team to grab wickets on this track. So driven firmly, first ball, loosen up. Driven firmly along the ground by Nathan David. Since he arrived at the crease, he got several boundaries, Santosh. You know, he moves 33 out of the 48 runs. He has scored 33 runs with
That's right, Rajiv. He's the only batsman that walked out with a positive intent, and the results are clear. He's on 33, and he definitely holds the key for the Pete Rides.
Definitely, with 7 boundaries for his 33 runs. Santosh, so what do you reckon on this track? There's something for the fast bowlers as well after lunch, picking up those 3 wickets in a short time frame. But currently, these 2 batters, there you go, missed opportunity again off the bat of Nathan David. That went quick towards that first slip fielder, Senuja Wekuragada. If he would have managed to held on to that, that would have been price a wicket for Josephians. We're standing in very close there.
That was travelling, that was hit hard, not the easiest of catches.
Those are the catches, Santosh, that needs to stick in your palms because it's not going to be easy.
Absolutely spot on, Rajiv. If that was taken, then that was the end of the game. But 4 more to Nathan David. He moves on to 37 of 46. He's been terrific for the Pete Wrights in the second essay.
37 of 47 deliveries now with 8 boundaries. So he's positive. Yeah, that's why he's scoring runs, Santosh. Apart from that, we were discussing that Dilna Damsar was on a different approach into coming into this encounter where he scored plenty of runs last year with a positive approach, but didn't add much of runs because he was 3 not out at lunch, but he just had 1 more with facing several deliveries. He just got out for 4 runs. Another quick single for Nathan David. He moves to 38 after 19 gone. Peters 53 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ. Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
St. Peter's 53 for 4 in their second innings after a sporty declaration from the Josephians wanting to make a game out of this dead rubber, but they were struck early. They struck 4 times, and the Pete Wright top order, except for Nathan David, is back in the dressing room.
Yeah, Nushan Pereira continues to bowl from the com box end here. He has bowled 8 overs, just given away 7 runs. That is interesting. If we can get something off this wicket, off this track, to get rid of Nathan David, that would be very priceless for the Pete Wrights, because they are going to depend on more from Nathan David.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to the Josephian captain. Yes, Nathan David is batting well on 38, but he's still got the attacking field set. There's not a single fielder on the boundary line except for the deep mid-wicket field. So he's not giving anything on offer to Nathan David. If you want runs, you got to earn it. That's the message to Nathan David.
That was upishly played towards that mid-wicket region. So even though Nathan David has got runs, he's living dangerously down there.
So that's the pressure that's been applied from the Josephian outfit. They've looked at different side today, Rajiv, with the ball in hand. They were attacked from ball 1. They had one clear plan, and that was to go all in.
Yeah, indeed. Completely different approach to different tactics. Different side, like you said. I prefer they would have had that same approach, same attitude from day 1.
Absolutely. I think that would have been more exciting and more thrilling to watch because they are capable of putting on a show, the Josephians, and it was surprising to see them going on the negative approach in the first innings.
Especially when it comes to that third session of yesterday, the day 2. They were not going after the bowling, they were just blocking. Managed to get somewhere around 70 runs only with the time frame of almost close to 30 overs.
St. Peter's have scored 8 fours and 1 6. All 8 boundaries off the bat of Nathan David. He's, like I mentioned earlier, holds the key for the Pete Wrights. He needs to bat long, and he needs to make sure he gets the Pete Wrights out of this. A dot to end the 20th over. Nushan Pereira 1 for 9 in his 9 overs, and Peters 55 for 4.
Dialog Cool සෙල්සියස් අංශක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න. Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
දවසකට දැනන්න එක පාරක් ගන්න. Gold Deo Spray.
So Yanula Deotusa is continuing from the Vidya Mawata end. Jason Fernando. He's on 4 after facing tele deliveries. So Yanula has that ability to take the ball away from the left-hander. So that is why he has that slip fielder and a silly mid-off position. There you go. He doesn't seem to be turning the ball much, but loves to take it, drift it away. When it comes to the drifting away, normally the normal procedure where it comes the left arm spinner drifting it away the left-hander and brings it in. But there you go. The anticipation by giving away for a single there, getting off a strike. So that natural angle which creates by Yanula Deotusa, because he's not a turner of the ball. He just floats it away and drifts it away towards left-hander. It's probably now what he can do is try and use that shine and drift it towards the pads of Nathan David. Probably he can get something because he has a short leg as well. Loosen up delivery, full toss. Didn't take maximum of it, Nathan David.
Jason Fernando, he's also represented the country at the youth level, brings in a lot of experience into this game. You can see the partnership, valuable runs for the Patriots, 26 runs between these two. One time they were 30 for 4, falling like 9 pins, but you know Deotusa has been given the ball, that's been driven, that's in the gap, time to perfection. That'll be another boundary to Nathan David, his 9th. He moves into the 40s, the lone warrior for St. Peter's.
Yeah, indeed, a brilliant cover drive again, delightful stroke, and it was driven firmly along the ground towards that boundary extra cover. So probably what Yanula is trying to do, bowl at these two batters, much more predictable that he's bowling too full. So that's why even the previous over we saw a boundary struck by Nathan David, but there was a chance when begging. It was actually should have been like a half chance. You can't say it's a completely missed catch or a drop catch. So after 21 gone, Peter's 60 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ලස්සන පන්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කට සිත බැඳා Fine and fashion babe හිටක බදේ වටේ hot and spicy guess මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆන් තමයි.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Hey, oi!
So the St. Peter's College 60 for 4 after 21 overs. The last man got dismissed, Joshua Sebastian of bowling of Nushan Pera LBW. That was a poor stroke in the circumstances of the game. Santosh, because it was a straightened delivery. He went for that sweep shot, completely missed it.
Yes, definitely, I think it was the pressure that was built up from the Josephian bowlers and the fielders. They had the close-in fielders. They had already taken 3 wickets. They were chirping around, and
that was a few steps down the ground and hammered straight past the bowler. Welcome boundary for Jason Fernando, his first boundary. He's taking that pressure off now. Nushan's, he kept it really tight and almost got the helmet of Nathan David.
yeah, good intent from Jason Fernando. 2 batters complementing each other. Partnership the Petrites need the most. They need them to flourish here. He knew the off-spinner Nushan Pereira wasn't turning the ball much. Danced down the track and went over the bowler set. So good batting.
Indeed, good shot down there. That's a drop chance. He would have had that wicket. Nushan Pereira had a similar kind of a shot. Previous delivery, he got a boundary. It was through that mid-on region, but this was straight at the bowler's hands.
Now once again, dancing down and smashing it. Oh,
right through his hands there, and would have had the 5th wicket. Again, another chance gone, begging those 2 catchers. If the Josephians would have held on, they would have been 6 down, Santosh. Previously of Nathan Davids. It was a half chance. It was not easy, but this one was straight in between his hands.
Absolutely count himself lucky there, Jason Fernando, but to be fair, that was hit firm.
So is the game getting 2 ends? Don't sweat it. Grab a Maliban lemon puff and chill. Maliban lemon puff made with real lemon and no artificial colors or flavors. Maliban lemon puff, the perfect to feel you refresh. Grab a Maliban lemon puff and chill with lemon. So after 22 gone, Peters 68 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
පිටියේ 4 අතේ කොත්තුමි රැව් දෙන්නේ.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot dang pandu hot and spicy uda pandu. Fun kapusa vive. Prima kottumi. Fun tamai.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
We saw some positive approach by Jason Fernando. I think probably because he's trying to block against Nushan Pereira. He came down the track, hammered for 2 boundaries. Probably he's trying to take that pressure off and get some runs on board as well. Because if there's no much runs, they might get more bogged on. And they're trying to come out of this hole, Santosh.
Yes, of course. I think he was trying to disrupt the rhythm of Nushan Pereira. He was getting threatening, and he was creating a lot of problems for the Petrites. So I feel it was the right approach from Jason Fernando, and it paid off.
So Manasa Madhubhashana, the wicket taker, took 3 wickets. He's back in the attack from the Vidya Mavata end. Getting some swing. We saw, is it reverse swing? Because the ball, I think it's not reverse swing. The ball is still new. There's some shine, I suppose. There's the prefects down there on the ground waiting for some action from the boys. Holding those blue and white color flags.
Yes, Madhubhashana given the ball once again to break this partnership. Kenneth Linegate depending on Manasa.
Indeed, he is pushing him so much. Another quick single, easy one for Nathan David. He moves to 44. So I think he's over bowling now because he has to bowl. There's only one fast bowler. Dunik is not bowling because of his injury. So hats off to Manasa. I mean, from day one, he's been keeping it really tight, picking up wickets for St. Joseph's College. He's one of the fit man down there because he's bowling on the day 3 as well. He bowled, I think, 70 to 80 overs in the first innings. Now coming into bowl the 9th over. It's humid out there. It's not much sunny. But hats off to Manasa Madhubhashana because he is doing something, creating something for the Josephians out here, being the solitary fast bowler.
Indeed, I think he's shown lots of signs of a mature cricketer. And for a schoolboy, he's been very fit. He keeps steaming in, bowling for his school, bowling his heart out. He's eyeing for another wicket here to maybe get his 4th and have 1 foot in the door.
Well, Santosh, you can't predict a result yet because St. Peter's College, they have batting until the 10th. They can bat. Even Ranzilake can hold on for a couple of overs. So it's not going to be easy to come out with a result because if you need a result, you need to come in fast. So you need to see a wicket coming in within the next few overs. Then you need to keep on repeating wickets coming in because in the meanwhile, when St. Peter's keep on batting, there can be some runs on board as well. So with the 3 runs, which St. Joseph's College opting to declare before 3 runs of the first innings score of St. Peter's. Now currently they hold 72 for 4.
Because obviously the Petrites have depth in their batting. There's plenty of batting left to come from the Petrites, but it's all about how you apply yourselves out there, how you absorb the pressure, how you calm your nerves down and do the job for your team.
So there's 52 overs remaining. So I give 30 overs for St. Joseph's College to get them out. Keep it really tight with those pad up overs, cut off the pad up overs, and then 20 overs, 130 runs. Go for it.
Absolutely, that's pretty gettable from there on. If the Josephians can break this partnership, then maybe they can finish the match a bit more earlier, but it all depends on how the Petrites apply themselves out here and how they handle the pressure out there.
Yeah, this wicket is good for batting. We saw at the Royal Thormiel game also, it's chasing down 230 runs in the 4th innings on day 3 last session. So it becomes more pressure when it comes to a team to stop the runs flow at SSC. So there's plenty of action to come in after 23 overs gone. St. Peter's 70 for 4.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ ඔත්තුමි රවුදෙන්නේ
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot dang pandu hot spicy uda pandu. Fun cup usavine vive. Prima kotumi fun tamai.
As the players have drinks here at the SSC St. Peter's College, currently 70 for 4. As you see the batting card, Salgado once again failed with the bat in hand, 6 of 11 deliveries. Damsar as well, a scream of a catch from Nishant Perera bowled Madhu Bhasan, he was out for 4. Nathan David holding strong in the middle, 44 of 60, playing a valuable knock for the Petrites when in trouble. Tejan Aslis as well was bowled for naught. Sebastian as well did trouble the scorers, was trapped in front by Nishant Perera, and currently in the middle, Jason Fernando, 14 of 22 deliveries. Just the 2 extras. And to take you through the bowlers, Jehan.
Yes, Deotusa, left arm spinner, started off proceedings. Wasn't very successful. None for 20 in 3. Madhu Bhasan really carried the Josephine attack on his shoulders. 3 for 29, bowled exceptionally well. Pereira being the other wicket taker, 1 for 17 of 10 overs. De Silva just rolling his arm over for just the 1 over thus far. You see the fall of wickets there. Just falling in a heap, really. The first wicket at 9 and 2 and 3 both falling at 29, and the 4th wicket at 30. Petrites definitely in more than just a spot of bother. Now at the end of 23 overs, they've made their way to 70 for the loss of 4.
Indeed, and you see the highlights of the Petrite wickets in the second innings. It was Owen Salgado, the skipper, who was castled, and then this was that brilliant catch from Nishant Perera to dismiss Dilna Damsar. Long vigil comes to an end, and Asidis played it on, and Madhu Bhasan and the Josephians were quite elated. He did spend 100 balls in the middle, and then this was trapped in front. Joshua Sebastian was gone for LBW, bowled by Nishant Perera.
Yes, and that's the state of affairs at the moment here at the SSC. St. Peter's College, of course, got 243 in their first innings. St. Joseph's and the Petrites got so at a fairly slow run rate, just over 2.5. The Josephians played pretty much at a similar pace yesterday, but really upped the ante today, made their way to 240 before making a declaration with 7 wickets down, with Deotusa stop scoring with 86. And made a declaration with about half an hour to go for lunch, which was an interesting one, and really opened the game up for them. The Petrites lost a wicket before lunch and have lost 3 since. They stand at 70 for the loss of 4, leading by 73 runs with still plenty of cricket left in the day.
Indeed. It's like a bowling change from the tennis court end as well. Damien De Silva will be reintroduced into the attack. He did bowl well in that first innings. St. Joseph's need 2 quick wickets to put the Petrites under pressure. This partnership slightly taking the game away from the boys from Dali Road. Kudos to Nathan David as well. He has seen his partners walking back to the pavilion, but he has stood strong in the middle. And nearing that half century as well now. Damien De Silva full on that occasion.
Yes, you're right. I think Nathan David has taken charge in many ways. 44 of 60, going at a good click as well, and put on a partnership now of 40 runs for the 5th wicket. Heavily supported by Fernando, who's now on strike. Yes, it's important, Rashwan, to make sure the scoreboard is kept. The scoreboard keeps moving. There's no good in just blocking out the overs, playing for time only. You need to make sure you also put as much daylight as possible. Some confusion there, running between the wickets. De Silva not impressed with that fielding effort.
He does. St. Joseph's did go let off 2 chances as well. 1.5 chance, but moments like this, there's a need to stick. This time using his feet to good effect, Jason Fernando.
Yes, the body language for the 2 Petrite batsmen since this 2 came together has been very good. Again, you see there, using his feet, is working, just staying busy, looking for those singles and 2s, and I think that has paused the momentum that the Josephians were building in some ways. Brought some sense of calm. It's important from a Pete Wright perspective that they continue. 41 runs now, this partnership. What's important there is in 59 deliveries. That's a very decent rate of scoring, especially in the context of this game.
Indeed. It's come in good time for the Pete Wrights as well. 30 for 4 at one point. These two have surely taken them out of a lot of trouble. St. Joseph's cannot right themselves off yet. They are able to get a couple of wickets, quick wickets. As you see, David dropped on 33 by Wakanugoda of Devathusa. Once again, just the one run in that over. 24 completed. St. Peter's College is 71 for 4 as they lead by 74 runs.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot danga pandu hot and spicy uda pandu. Fun kapu savire dive. Prima kotumi fun tamai.
Looks like it'll be Madhubhashana to continue. This will be his 10th over. He's bowled exceptionally well, hasn't he? 3 great wickets. Of course, one of that was also supported by an excellent catch, but the 2 left-handers are just castled through in-swingers.
Indeed. Just ran through the top order. Manasa Madhubhashana. He did bowl well in that first innings as well. He's claimed a match bag of 6 wickets and counting. If you could get another wicket or 2, this would be golden. He's absolutely bowled his heart out, Jayan.
He has, and he hasn't been shy to test the batsman out with the bouncer as well. It's a great batting condition, so not a heap on offer in terms of movement, but he's bowled his heart out, like you said, and extracted whatever little assistance pitch had to offer, and been quite a handful for the Pete Wrights.
Indeed. He's been the lone warrior from the pace department for St. Joseph's College. Haven't seen much of Tunika Pereira as well with the ball in hand. It's time Fuller delivery, almost played it on. Fortunately for Jason Fernando, 2 batsmen will cross over for a single. Manasa Madhubhashana has been a revelation in this 91st Battle of the Saints. The bowling action as well. So easy and nice to look and put in the yards. Surely final year for him. Lot will be expected from Manasa. Manasa runs in. Short delivery this time. Umpire calls it a wide. Just trying a bit too hard now. Manasa Madhubhashana. Nathan David having no problem to just leave it alone. Do you think Jan is just overdoing that short delivery? Whenever he bowls Fuller, that's the ball that looks more threatening.
Yes, you're right. That's the one that's troubled the batsman. I think it's also being used as a ploy to just induce that just a little bit of doubt, to say I've got that in my arsenal as well. And this time it's an inducker. Yes, good mix of tricks up his sleeve, hasn't he, Madhubhashana? We haven't seen as much of Devathusa, the left-arm spinner, this innings, which is interesting.
Indeed, he's been the go-to bowler for Kenneth Lenage all season. just bowled the 3 overs in this second innings. Slightly on the expensive side, none for 20, which is quite uncharacteristic from him as well. He's always managed to keep it tight. But David as well has taken the attack on to Yenula. So again, this is good bowling. He's mixing it up well. It'll be interesting to see how he finishes this over of a couple of deliveries left.
So he's shown the ability to move the ball both ways. That's again cutting into the batsman. He's shown the ability to move it out as well. He's got a good short delivery. Bowls at a brisk pace. Good all-round seamer Madhubhashana for St. Joseph's. And has the stats to prove for it as well in this innings.
Indeed, went neatly, a quick single. David as well, he's not bogged down, he's getting his runs.
Once again, just staying busy. And then David, he's done so ever since he got to the crease. Again, nicely punched off the front foot with confidence. And setting off for the single straight away. So good body language, good intent shown by David. And that's really been it's really sort of slowed down the Josephine assault. At 30 for 4, they were all over the Petrites. And David, ably supported by Fernando, has brought back a sense of calm in the Petrite dressing room, one would think. Abe supported also by a couple of drop chances.
Once again, left alone by Fernando. 25 completed. St. Peter's College 74 for 4.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
Damien De Silva will continue. Nathan David on 45, 5 runs away from that half century mark. A valuable innings being played for the Petrites. Nathan David skipped wickets as well. This time once again on the fuller side.
Using a bit of an outside edge, but I'm done. There you go, just a little bit of turn. You will see that from the Josephines. You've seen that already. There is something, just a little bit, for the spinners. That was bat, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Some excitement.
You see the replay.
Yes, that was a big inside edge. The silly mid-off fielder would have probably been better off waiting for looking at the ball instead of going for the appeal. That did pop up for a bit. I thought there was a big inside edge onto the pads.
Those are the chances the Josephine fielders will have to watch out for. Games like this, in moments like this, you need brilliance in the field. Damien De Silva, he's been good in this over. It's ball wicket to wicket.
Important for the Petrites that they bat, that this partnership continues. There's still a lot of overs to be bowled. The Josephines are still very much in the driving seat.
Indeed, Jan. Josephine's just, as you see, those are the chances that went down begging. This time as well ran with the shot, Nathan David. as he ends the 26th over with a single. St. Peter's College 75 for 4 as they lead by 78 runs.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
දවසකට දැනන්න එක පාරක් ගන්න. Gold Dio Spray.
Pace of Manasa Madhubhashana to continue from the far end. He's bowled a lot of overs. He will continue to bowl. St. Joseph's need him to get another wicket here. The price wicket of Nathan David is 4 runs away from that half century. A well-deserved one as well, Jehan.
Indeed, it would be if David were to get there. Madhubhashana soldiering on. He hasn't had a lot of seam bowling support on the Josephian side. Rashmani, does that surprise you at all?
Yes, we have ThePapare and Nimthaka Gunawardena who can roll the arm. Once again, a testing delivery from Manasa to start off his 11th over. To talk about the Josephian pace department rather. They have ThePapare who's nursing an injury and probably will not bowl in the remainder of the game. But Nimthaka Gunawardena as well can bowl some pace. Really surprised not to see him even bowl 1 over throughout the game, Jayan. So it's been Manasa who has taken the responsibility alone in the pace department, which is always a challenge when you don't have that support.
Yes, fast bowlers typically enjoy hunting in pairs, especially under difficult conditions. It's good to be able to rotate that responsibility around. But Madhubhashana has pretty much had to carry the attack on his shoulders. And what a sterling job he has done so far.
Indeed, lone warrior for the Josephians with the new ball, with the old ball. Call him on, he will give his 100%. Once again driven straight, no single. Fielders alerted. Batting to come for the Petrites. Peterson, Tharin Sanket, he's been the top run getter throughout the season. Lashmika Pereira, who got that brilliant half century, who took the Petrites to a very competitive first innings total. Ethan Ransilage and Sen Vidhu. Plenty of batting left. But a couple of quick wickets can absolutely put some pressure on that batting next to come. This time David manages to cross over for a single.
Yes, you're right. Lots of batting to come. The Petrites will be looking to first get to tee without too much more damage. They'll feel a lot more comfortable if they're able to do that and then try and play out the game. The chance of a Petrite victory is probably non-existent at this point, so really they'll be looking to get to a point of safety. And those young fans out here who've turned out in their numbers, most Petrite fan there, from both colleges, really having a great time here at the SSC on day 3 of the 91st Battle of the Saints. Beautifully driven. Wow. Getting to the pitch, the ball some width on offer on that occasion, and didn't need a second invitation, the left-hander. Fernando just leaning into that beautifully, finding the gap with precision as well. There you go, beautiful shot. That'll give him a world of confidence, and also goes on to show that yeah, well, that was just there to be hit, wasn't it? Beautifully put away.
Not the best of deliveries from Manasa. Jason Fernando as well, a class actor with the bat in hand. Represented the under-17 national side as well. Once again, straight at the field. 27 completed. St. Peter's College, 80 for the loss of 4 wickets.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
So St. Peter's College 80 for 4. These two batters have added 50 runs for the 4th wicket. Santosh, good afternoon. So Nathan David Hasselhoff, the star, the lifeguard for St. Peter's College, out there in the middle. He's on 47. Definitely, it's not the beach, it's at SSC. He's showing his true colors out here. A major contributor in the partnership, Santosh. You can see now Jason Fernando also being the second fiddle on this partnership. Now he's batting brilliantly, these two batters. And this is what it is when it comes to Josephine Peterite. They don't give up at all, especially when it comes to situations like this. It is hard because at one stage the Josephians would have thought, okay, good declaration, good time to bowl at just before lunch, but they managed to pick up 1 wicket and they come out after the lunch break, grab 3 quick wickets. St. Peter's College were struggling at 30 for 4. Now another partnership. What do you reckon? What sort of an ideas that you should do by at this time if you're there? You saw a few drop chances.
Yeah, definitely the drop catches coming back to haunt the Josephians, and on that occasion Jason Fernandez steps out and hits that one to the gap for another boundary. He's looking good, Rajiva. He initially started slow, got himself in, and now he's looking to dominate the bowlers. The partnership that the Peterites needed the most, and Jason Fernando is stepping out, got his dancing shoes on and went to the boundary like a tracer bullet, Rajiva.
Got to the pitch of that ball, driven firmly along the ground through that extra cover vacant region. So this is good positive batting. There you go, trying to get that quick single, shy at the stumps. There's no fielder down there, so no one to cover up that throw. Eventually becomes 4 more runs for Jason Fernando.
Very valuable runs for the Peterites. This time an overthrow. Opted to go for that quick single and then denied. The fielder having a shy at the stumps. No one backing up. That's poor cricket from the Josephians. Gifted 4 more runs to St. Peter's and to Jason Fernando.
Slowly and steadily, Jason Fernando is on 28 now. Quick runs. Now the score has moved to 89. So now it is getting difficult for a result, Santosh.
Obviously. This time off the edge. They'll pick up another couple of runs at Jason Fernando. Already 10 runs off this over. A big over for the Peterites. Yes, talking about a result, Rajiva, looks like it's just going to be a stalemate at one point. Like you mentioned, the Josephians are right in the game when they had the Peterites 4 down for just 30 runs on the board, but these two batters have raised their hands up and put on a 61-run partnership in just 84 balls.
There you go, again taking it full, sneaking a single down there, so costly over. 12 runs off that over. After 28 gone, St. Peter's 92 for 4, going good.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක කෝ
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සරවිහිතේ හික්කට සිත බැන්දා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි කැස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So the follow wickets, the first one in Salgado for 9 runs. Then it was lunch. After lunch, Dialog Damsara, when the score was at 29, he got out. And then as Tejana De Silva got out for a duck. And Joshua Sebastian was also got out for a duck when the score was on 30. They were 30 for 4 at one stage. When even at the commentary box, the Josephians were so thrilled. But Nathan David Hasselhoff is being the lifeguard once again for St. Peter's College.
Good one, Rajiv, a good one. Full of jokes. But you may be quite disappointed to see the Petrites slowly but steadily batting themselves.
It's not about the disappointment. We saw the negative approach by both teams in the first 2 days. But now we saw a positive approach by the Josephians in the morning today. Now repeat by the Peterites. They're batting well. You see, can you see the run rate now? It's above 3. So new bowler Nushan Pereira, he has bowled 10.1 overs, bowling his 11th over, given away 17 runs, but picked up that wicket.
Indeed, Rajiv, the perfect form of defense is attack in situations like this, and the Petrites have looked to be positive, especially these 2 batters, Nathan David and Jason Fernando, striking at a healthy strike rate. So that's exactly the reason why they have been able to put themselves in this situation. And as Jason Fernando once again steps out, goes inside out and collects yet another boundary. Rajiva, that's a beautiful
stroke, inside out stroke through that extra cover gap, and the ball is running away like a whistle.
It's not afraid to take on easily the Josephians' best bowler. I see.
Yeah, indeed, Santosh, from a hole, this is how you should come out. You need to bat positively. So if you bat positive, there is plenty of runs on this track.
Absolutely, the track looks like a belt of a wicket, and the outfield has value for shots. It's disappointing not to see the Petrites bat like this in the first innings, but it's a positive approach in the second innings that have given them the platform to go for a big score. These 2 batters looking good.
Santosh, you were talking that Jason has represented under 17 for Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Or under 19?
Yes, he has, I believe, under 17.
Yeah, because he seems to be one of the good batters that St. Peter's can produce for the next coming years. Because for me, I like his batting style. And St. Joseph's College will have to look out for the next few years because Jason Fernando seems to be a stubborn character, and good aggression batter.
Definitely, Rajiv is bringing a lot of experience into this big match. Youth international experience. So he's one to watch out for in the future for St. Peter's and St. Joseph's both, because he's been able to absorb the pressure. He's been able to show some maturity when the Chips were down for the Petrite dugout. They were 30 for 4 when he came out to bat.
Yeah, reminds me of that inside-out stroke. Reminds me of Niroshan Dikwalla's batting abilities. Similar kind of strokes. So after 29 gone, Peters 97 for 4.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
So 97 for 4 with a lead of 100 runs now, St. Peter's College. So Kenneth Lienege bringing in Yenolo Deodusa. He's losing some options right now. They need to break this partnership. The partnership is 67 runs between these two batters. And talking about that previous over boundary of Jason Fernando, that he's trying to get some room and play those inside-out shot. Similar way like Niroshan Dikwalla, because he loves to go after the bowling, especially that inside-out stroke. Trying to get some room for himself. So Yenolo Deodusa, experienced character, harsh wicket taker. 3 overs has given away 20 runs, and now he's brought into the attack from the combox end. Much more expected now from Yenula.
Yes, of course, Jason Fernando striking well. He would definitely love to face Yenula Deodusa. Batting very confidently, Jason Fernando. He looks absolutely set right now. He got out in the first innings to Deodusa to a pitch of a delivery, but right here he would love to face more of him. Not afraid to use his feet.
Yeah, indeed. This is where it comes. The ability of a spinner to turn the ball. You need spinners to turn balls on a track like this to take wickets. If you're not taking the ball, if you're not turning the ball, in fact, it is not easy to take wickets, especially on a track like this, because you still see the batters playing on the same line. If you play on the line of the ball, you have plenty of runs on this track at SSC. Yeah, unless there is turn.
Yeah, he needs to use or rather take advantage of those foot marks and the rough outside the off stump of Jason Fernando. Yes, there's not much, but there's something just enough that could maybe assist Deodusa to create a chance.
Yeah, at the pitch report, Maruf was also talking about with the left-handers having those foot marks outside the off stump, especially for the left-handers. So we were talking about this even at the pre-match show, that the bowlers should have spinners when it comes to the game. So spinners, if they can come in the game to bowl onto those rough areas, probably might get some wickets. But right now, probably that angles. They're bowling straight wicket to wicket now. So the rough is outside the off stump. Probably try and attack to the rough areas to grab a wicket and get back again to bowl wicket to wicket. So probably that's what the Josephians should be doing. Another easy single. Too long off. So after 30 overs done, St. Peter's College 99 for 4.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. for a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, for over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
So 99 for 4 after 30 overs with a 102-run lead. So talk about Anchor New Deal highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influence mood, anxiety, performance. Anchor New Deal offers a new range of products. So that's the 50 for Nathan David, the lifeguard for St. Peter's College, getting some valuable runs on board. And with that 50, that brings the 100-run mark for St. Peter's College. So these two batters have added 70 runs. A brilliant inning by Nathan David.
It's what a knock from Nathan David when his team needed him the most. He raised his hand up and played an absolutely fantastic knock. His job is not over. He's scored 50% of the team's runs.
Yeah, that was nicely whipped away off his pads, Nathan David, to get to his half century with...
well played, young man.
I think he got 9 to 10 boundaries, Santosh, if I'm not mistaken. 10 boundaries. So 40 runs of boundaries in his 50. So he loves to go after the bowling. This is positive batting. They see the strike rate looks pretty decent on a 3-day encounter. And when it comes to the third inning, and it's 62.5 with an 80-ball half century. So Anchor New Deal has a new range of products including yogurt, drinking yogurt with milk pouch, DR20 probiotics and flavored milk, all designed to support gut health. Customers can experience those in fun way with Anchor New Deal. Anchor New Deal, keeping your gut ready for fun.
The two pit-right batters looking pretty good out there.
Very handy, definitely. 70 runs. That's high up in the air, taking the top edge. Flying past the first slip towards that third man boundary. Good stop there by Senuja. We're going to go to...
Oh my goodness, that's a mix-up. Loud appeal. Umpire says not out. That was a risky third run, Rajiva. That was not on.
Indeed, poor throw there by Junik Pereira, probably. Frustration from the skipper, Kenneth Lienege. Good stop. In fact, stopped one run.
Only the dive could have saved him on that occasion. Rajiva, Nathan David, there you see, not good running from the two batters. They didn't take the first two runs fast, and that led to that mix-up in the third run.
There you go, the return throw. There you go. Was not a good throw. He would have had it straight on the keeper's gloves. That would have been curtains for Nathan David. There you go. I was talking about it. A poor throw. Another missed opportunity for the Josephians.
Yes, indeed. The Josephians have let this game slide away from them in this session. They've dropped a couple chances. A missed run out on this occasion. And the two batters survive. Nathan David, in fact, survives, and he's on 50.
In fact, it might go running away to the boundary. Another good stop there.
This time Jason Fernando says no to the third run.
That's Manasa Madhupashana stopping and preventing that boundary down there. Good fielding. So runs keep flowing. But what I can see, Santosh, the approach of St. Peter's College is also very positive. Will they have any declaration?
I'm not quite sure about that, this situation, Raju. But yes, credit to the Petrite batters out there, especially these two batters who came out to bat with a positive approach. That is the end of the 31st over. St. Peter's 106 for 4.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
St. Peter's College fighting back at 106 for 4. A good 70-run partnership between Jason Fernando and Nathan David. These two batters have been batting pretty well, Jahan.
They have indeed, Paulness. Quite aside from just good batsmanship, good technique, they've also looked to keep the scoreboard ticking, and I think that's been the key. We've seen both Petrite and Josephine batting in the first innings, and for the most part is quite cautious, playing it safe, and circumstances were such when these two batters came together, their backs were against the wall, and they could have so easily have played themselves into a shell and thereby played themselves into a position that was going to be difficult for St. Peter's to come out from. Instead, David first and then Jason Fernando have decided to just play their natural game and look for those ones and twos and put away the bad deliveries, and the partnership has flourished. And quite a good click as well for St. Peter's.
Rees allowed appeal, but umpire Ravindra Vimalasari is unmoved. Josephian's a bit disappointed, but definitely that was going way above his head. And umpire Vimalasari saying 1 for the over. That bouncer, there you see. Well, Nathan David trying to play an uppercut. But one thing good I've seen this Kenneth Lienegi, the Josephian captain, he has kept very well behind the wickets, isn't it?
He has indeed. I'm just taking a closer look at that one. Was there you detected deflection there? Certainly ball changed its trajectory. Now, was that just lifting as it passed the batsman, or was there something on there? The bowler seemed convinced. The umpire not impressed.
And this time it's given out. This time it's given out. And Maradana strikes again. He gets his 4th wicket. And St. Peter's lose their 5th fight, 106.
Well, Madhubhashana deserved that, you must say. Look at that one, dipping in, and oh yes, hitting the back leg. That's quite a Jason, I'm afraid, and the umpire had no hesitation. Celebrations for the Josephians, they needed this one. And they give themselves yet another chance with this big wicket of Nathan David. It's the 5th wicket down for St. Peter's. 106 for 5 at the 32nd over.
So 106 for 5. Josephians striking back. Can they break through now? What I'm still concerned, Jahan, is why aren't the Josephians using the other pace? You see Madhubhashana bowling his heart out, getting 4 for 37. I think they should try, at least give a try on him.
Yes, I was talking about this the last time I was on air as well. Madhubhashana's had to carry the entire weight of the pace attack and of the entire attack, I would have to say. There are a couple of other seam bowling options. Josephian skipper, for whatever reason, has chosen not to go to those options. Madhubhashana certainly hasn't disappointed, as we see Peterson statistics, average of 30, 450 runs, more than handy with the bat. The pressure still on the Peterites. They still need to bat themselves out of this situation. They're far away from safe territory yet.
It's definitely a wicket or two can change the complexion of the game. Another short is still a break. Manas Madhubhashana trying everything possible for him. Ended up with 4 for something last year too. Opportunity for him to get a fifer.
Yes, he's enjoyed bowling against this Peterite batting order. 3 wickets in the first essay as well.
Yes, last year too he ended up with 7 wickets. This time I'm sure he must be wanting to do something better. Nicely played by Peterson. Gets a single there, taking the score to 107. So he's off the mark. Jason Fernando will have to carry the Peterite batting through from here on.
Yes, it was David who first showed the initiative and got going, but Jason Fernando, hasn't he batted beautifully? Some of those boundaries, just classic stroke play. Used his feet against the spinners quite capably. Looked in good touch.
Yes, never frightened to come down the wicket to meet the spinners. Taking the ball full, driving it. And some beautiful left-handers cover drives. Madhubhashana 4 for 38. Bowling is 12th over. He's the main strike bowler for the Josephians. Although the spinners have done a lot of bowling, I think Madhubhashana has been the pick of the bowlers in the first innings as well as the second innings.
Just be a single there for Fernando. Yes, it's been a classic SSC wicket, has it? Almost not a lot of assistance for the bowlers, spin or seam. Really have to use all your skills and experience to extract anything off this wicket and ask the right questions of the batsman. The spinners on their part have been not as effective. Madhubhashana, however, has used a lot of variation, seaming the ball both ways, using that short ball to good effect.
Exactly, Jahan, a perfect batting wicket, typical SSC wicket. That's the end of that over, 32 gone. It's 108 for 5.
Dialog cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර paraben, trichlocarbon සහ triclosan රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට Dettol ආරක්ෂාව.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
It's 108 for 5. St. Peter's in their second innings. Still, the Josephians can strike good if they can get a wicket or two quickly. 111 runs ahead. The Peterites at this stage. 5 wickets intact. That ball kept a bit low. The off-spinner Noshant Pereira in 1 for 29 of 12. Bowling is 13th over. Jana, I would like to see another close-in fielder just to add the pressure on the new batter. Yes, of course, Jason Fernando is on strike now. He's on 41. I see that 41 coming off just 51 deliveries.
Yes, that's what's also been impressive. It's not just the runs, but also the pace at which the runs were scored and the intent which was demonstrated the fielding side. It's all about momentum this game as he gets another single. Suddenly, when the scoreboard starts ticking, the wicket starts to look a lot easier to bat on. When you play yourself into a shell, all sorts of things start to creep in, and your mind starts playing tricks on you, especially in schoolboy cricket. It's easy to lose your way. I thought that partnership between David and Fernando really brought a sense of calm back into the dressing room. It'll be important that these two players see this session out.
Well, I thought that 3-day game affected their mindset in the first 2 days. But today we saw the Josephians early morning starting off well, getting those runs quite easily. And the Petrites also, even though they lost 4 wickets early, they have been playing positive cricket, trying to get runs.
Yep. It looks like they were being very cautious for days 1 and 2 and started to really play the game on day 3, Paulness.
That is exactly what happened, Jehan. They were very cautious on 1 and 2, especially the first day. Even the over rates were poor. That's the end of the 33rd over. It's 109 for 5.
Dialog cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving. දවසකට පැන්න එක පාරක් ගන්න. Gold Dio Spray.
Yeah, when you look at the first 2 days, Jihan, neither side wanted to go for a decision. But suddenly on the 3rd day, both teams are looking for a decision. They're playing positive cricket. They should have been done right throughout the game. Maradana to continue. Again, a shortish delivery. Well fielded there. They could have possible run-out chance. Now a poor throw there.
Excellent fielding at cover point. Batsmen sensibly continue to run on, and then no harm done. As Paul, as you're right, I think as we see the replay here, it's brilliant spot of fielding. Just, yes, all in one motion as well. Well, only he was a little more accurate with the throw. That would have been trouble. Yeah, there was some doubt there. The throw, unfortunately, for the Josephians was not on target. But perhaps, Paulness, it also might have something to do with the unfamiliarity at the under-19 level. I know they played a couple of games of 3-day format cricket, both the Josephians and Petrites, but it's not a format they're accustomed to playing. And on the big occasion, understand in some ways why both teams approached it with much caution. But it's good to say that day 3 saw the Josephians coming out on the front foot quite literally, getting runs at a pace which you associate with this kind of Josephian batting order. The game has certainly livened up on day 3.
Certainly the first time they're playing a 3-day game, a big game. So you got to bear with them. Definitely they will come good in the time to come. 110 for 5 St. Peters. The Josephians also should have been attacking on the first day. They were not attacking at all.
Yes, Paulness, and attacking is not always about scoring boundaries. Sometimes things like over rates is also a way of showing intent, just getting through your overs quickly, trying to progress the game along, and not looking to necessarily take time out of the game, as sometimes was seen to be the case. All that, I think, plays into the momentum and the pace in which the game goes along. It felt slow, in some instances a little stagnated in terms of the way the both teams approached, especially on day one.
Yeah, on the first 2 days, Jihan, we had lost about 30 overs. That's nicely played towards mid-wicket, going towards the boundary. But meanwhile, the batters cross over for 2. Yeah, we lost about 30 overs in the first 2 days. Of course, there was a rain interruption. But yesterday, just about 10 minutes duration of the game. But still, we couldn't bowl about 17 overs yesterday. So first day we managed, the Petrites batted for 93 overs and the Josephians for 57 overs in the first 2 days. Whereas 180 overs should have been the target. We managed to get only 150 overs.
You're right. As we look at some relatively overcast skies, that's been the case even on the previous 2 days as well. Like you said, being able to get the full quota of overs in on either day. It's a wide delivery, rare loose ball there by Maradana. It's likely that day 3 may also not see the full quota of overs being played out. Sliding down the leg, good take by the keeper.
Once again, I think the delayed process of playing this game towards April, of course, this year was very unfortunate because the 2 weeks we lost for the O-level examinations. We had to, I think the organizing committee had to postpone the game by 2 weeks. Otherwise, the Josephine Petrite was supposed to be played in March. That's the end of that over. 34 gone. It's 112 for 5.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
So it's 112 for 5 after 34 overs. We have a water break. It's tea time. St. Peter's 112 for 5 after 34 overs. Jason Fernando not on 43. And Enosh Peterson on 3. But the Josephians, Manasa Badubashana has been the pick of the bowlers, no doubt. So Josephines need to come out of tea and try to get wickets early.
Yes, the Petrites will be satisfied, I think, to have made it to tea with just 5 wickets down, having lost those 4 wickets early. The Josephian camp, the team has not left the ground yet. There's some reflection going on there. The skipper having a word with his players. And, of course, they'll still believe and they're still in the game to be able to push a result in their favour.
Yeah, they can do something within the first half an hour or so. Of course, if the rain gods keep away, still a result is possible. Of course, that is in Josephine's favour, I think, because St. Peter's might not be able to get all the 10 wickets within 90 minutes of play.
Yeah, the session ball has 86 runs in just 24 overs. Of course, there was a loss of 4 wickets, but look at the run rate, 3.5 runs. That's quite a lot higher than what the Petrites mustered up in their first innings. And I think that has been the reason, if at all, they breathe a little easy going in for tea, because they have put some distance between themselves and the Joes in terms of runs, whilst also taking time off the game. So, like I said, still there's a opportunity, but they'll have to act fast, the Josephians, to take the remaining 5 wickets and still give themselves enough time to chase a target which will probably be well in excess of 100, 150 runs.
Yes, definitely. They got to work hard soon. Come in and get those 5 wickets within the first half an hour or so. You see the batting card of St. Peter's in their second innings. Salgado was out for 6, then an upset for 4. Nathan David and Jason Fernando put up a very good partnership, and Asad De Silva and Joseph Sebastian went without scoring. Wickets fell very cheaply after the lunch break. They were 4 down for 20 odd, and then had the big partnership between Nathan David and Jason Fernando. Wonderful partnership. They were prepared to play their shots, coming down the wicket, meeting the spinners, driving on the offside, onside, everywhere, all around the wicket, and they put on a very good partnership.
Yes, great credit to David and Fernando. Also, like I said, the pace at which they accumulated those runs and Pete Wrights to a relatively stable position from where they were. And this is the Josephian bowling card. They have to serve a surprisingly underbowled, I thought. None for 22, just the 4 overs for him in this second innings. Manasa Madhubhashana, we spoke about him a lot and couldn't speak highly enough of the performance he pulled off today. 4 St. Joseph's, 4 for 42 in 13 overs. Not easy conditions, but he really tested the Pete Wright batting there and make important inroads there. Pereira, the other wicket taker for St. Joseph's, 1 for 13 overs, and the left arm spinner De Silva, none for 18 in 4. The follow wickets you see there, skipper Salgado fell for 9, and then 3 quick wickets, 2 at 29 and the 4th wicket at 30. The Pete Wrights, the Josephians were all over St. Peter's at that point, and then that partnership of 76 extremely valuable runs, which made sure that St. Peter's made it to tea with a fighting chance of seeing them through to a draw.
You see the highlights of this session. There you are, brilliant catch there by Nushan Pereira, just with Dylan Damsara. And then it was Asad De Silva. The Josephians was very much on top. Manasa Madhubhashana himself, and this time Joshua Sebastian going for a sweep, given out LPW. From there onwards, it was Jason Fernando and Nathan David controlling things for the Pete Wrights. They were prepared to take their chances coming down the wicket. You see the brilliant off drives, cover drives. That was a possible chance. Well, the Josephians dropped 2 chances. The other one was a return catch to Nushan Pereira. That's beautifully hidden by Jason Fernando. That's the one. That's the other one which we were talking of. These 2 catches should have been held, and then the Pete Wrights would have been in deep trouble.
They would have indeed, but between those 2 chances, what beautiful batting by Jason Fernando and Nathan David. Just look at that, just using his feet. He just looked like $1 million every time he stepped out to meet the spinners. Nathan David got to his half century, exceptional knock, and between the 2 of them, they've taken the Pete Wrights to a position of relative safety. Before, of course, David was dismissed by Madhubhashana, who just kept pegging away all afternoon long, and that was his 4th wicket. 112 for 5, St. Peter's.
You see the summary of the game. St. Peter's 243. That's Lashmi Pereira getting 58, and then Damsara 44. Madhubhashana ending up with 3 for 77, and Nushan Pereira 2 for 50. St. Joseph's in reply for 240 for 7 declared. Devtus got 86, Wakano got a 48. Joshua Sebastian 4 for 80, and Lashmi Pereira 3 for 64. St. Peter's in their second innings 112 for 5. Nathan David 53, Jason Fernando not out of 43. Manasa Madhubhashana once again with 4 for 42, and Nushan Pereira 1 for 30. So St. Peter's lead by 115 runs. Well, the final session to come. There are the sessions you see. Session 2 belonging to St. Peter's College. It's a St. Joseph's College, session 2 on the 3rd day. Session 2 on the 2nd day belong to St. Peter's College, but the Josephians take it on the 3rd day. Final session to go. We'll have to wait and see what the outcome is going to be. But St. Peter's, as Jan said, relatively safe.
savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
You are watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Today we are here at the Under Armour meet and greet with our very own Sri Lankan basketball star Praneeth Udumalagala. Today he is looking forward to imparting his own experiences and wisdom with a younger generation, being the founder of Impact Basketball and being one of the youngest players on our Sri Lankan national team as well. So let's check out what he has to say.
A lot of youngsters coming in and listening to your story was a moment where, you know, like all the hard work is actually inspiring the next generation of kids. And also, you know, there were so many other adults who are like keen on trying to, you know, understand the journey and what they can take out of it. So I'm, you know, really happy that I was part of this event. Thank you to Under Armour and everybody involved in this event, in making this happen. It was truly a awesome moment.
So this event was all about getting for our customers to know the brand better, and we thought we will start with basketball because Under Armour at the moment is represented by one of the greatest basketball players of our generation, Steph Curry. So we wanted one of the leading pro basketball players in Sri Lanka to attend to this event and mingle and share his thoughts and his experiences with the audience. And then we also wanted to do this because we just launched the Curry 12s. So the Curry 12s, if we are to introduce the shoe right now, this shoe is built with Under Armour's flow technology, where it gives you a zero gravity feel, which is very lightweight. I think which is very important for a basketball player. And also the warped upper, which it's not just a design, it is also made in such a way where it gives you a feeling as if you're wearing a sock. So this shoe is it's made as if it knows your next move. So you will be, rest assured, be able to move at the speed of Curry, is what we say. So the Curry 12s are now available at the Under Armour stores at Racecourse Mall and at Colombo City Centre.
You're watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team.
as a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence. This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand on ground as well as in the future as well.
Come on, go. Don't stop. Come on. Don't stop. Come on, go. Don't stop. Come on. Don't stop.
And I'm happy that Sujata Vidyalaya under 17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. Netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ පහතරකින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊවක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්තරක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
Air Force team එකේ A division මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශිෂ්ට දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන්න වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
You're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we're here at the RCUAC Challenge Shield 2025 happening at the Royal College Swimming Complex, where around 50 teams participating from 15 different schools and clubs challenging for one trophy. So come, let's go have a...
Welcome back to the 91st Battle of the Saints, Day 3 final session coming up here from the SSC Grounds. It's been a very interesting day of cricket, very competitive couple of sessions going St. Joseph's way, but St. Peter's College has held quite firmly well. As you see the match summary for the 91st Battle of the Saints, St. Peter's College won the toss and batted first, posted 243 runs on the board. Top score coming in from Lashmika Pereira, the vice captain, 58 of 79. Dilna Damsara, 44 of 92. And pick at the bowlers, Madhu Bhasan. He's been a revelation in this game. 3 for 77. Nushan Pereira, 2 for 50. And in reply, St. Joseph's College, 240 for 7 declared. Devatuza, 86 of 136. Wakanagodu missed out on a well-deserved half-century by 2 runs. He finished on 48 of 81. And Sebastian absolutely created a lot of trouble to the batsman as he... figures ended on 4 for 80, and currently the Peterites in their second innings 112 for 5 with a lead of 118 runs. Josephs will have a big responsibility, will have a big target to try and get quick wickets like they did after that lunch break. As Kenneth Lianige leads his side to the middle for one final time in the 91st Battle of the Saints, as the final session of the game coming up. As I welcome Michael Adams to the combox.
Yes, the final session of this 3-day encounter. Joes need 5 wickets and need it fast if they need to do anything. The Beach just need to bet out time and get those runs on the board. Just make it difficult for the Josephians. At the moment, the draw looks most likely as on the cards, but you'll never know. Suddenly, a rush of blood, some quick wickets can all turn different.
Indeed, wickets will be the name of the game. But Jason Fernando has held firm in the middle. He's taken the attack on as well. Will take a guard. Final session here of day 3. It's been a very competitive day of play here. As you see, Jason Fernando, 43 of 53 deliveries with the 5 fours in that innings. Strike rate as well, 81. He's going at a good rate, Michael. And
yeah, I think that's what was needed from St. Peter's. Not just batting out time, but needed to get some runs on the board, make sure that they get a decent score.
And his partner on the other hand, Enosh Peterson, 3 of 11. He's been watchful. And Michael, apart from the last couple of days, this day 3 has been quite interesting. The players have expressed themselves well. They haven't bogged down. Yenula Devathus as well, quite surprisingly gone wicketless for his 4 overs. Quite expensive as well. That's been the difference for St. Joseph's. He hasn't been able to get those breakthroughs. We saw even in that first innings he was quite late to come into the party with the ball in hand.
Well, certainly did his job with the bat, but I think being the highest wicket taker in the Josephian camp, I think the Josephians would have looked at him to get most of the wickets. Well, not too late. Come in and grab a few quick ones right now.
Indeed. Starts off with a short delivery. He'll need Fernando to play at that front foot. He was the wicket taker when Jason Fernando got out in that first innings. Good sharp catch behind the wickets by Kenneth Lianige. Can Yenula produce another one when it's much needed for the Josephians? Comes down the track straight at the bowler. Good fielding by Yenula. That partnership between Nathan and Jason just frustrated the Josephian bowlers, Michael.
Well, and a few chances also went away. Few catches, some should have been taken. But this is all in the game.
Indeed, if those catches were taken, Michael, this game would have been quite an interesting one. St. Joseph's need to pick another 5 wickets to come and bat again. They're playing against time as well. Used his feet quite well here, Jason Fernando. And now they will cross over for yet another run. Sloppy in the field, not backing up. St. Joseph's will have to be quite disciplined in the field, Michael. We have seen them let off some chances.
There again a wayward throw. You see, Fabian Pera bowled a bit more. He also has been amongst the wickets. Just the 4 was in this innings.
And that's the breakthrough. Yenula once again gets Jason Fernando as he departs. And St. Peter's now 6 down as Yenula is getting into the party now. Absolutely castled him. And just using his feet too much on this occasion. We saw him come down the track on plenty of occasions. Yorked himself. Yenula gets the breakthrough for St. Joseph's.
Came down the track and missed it completely. There's a big gap between bat and pad, trying to play it on the offside. Through it goes 6 down. Jason Fender walks back for 45. Ball Devdusa.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
And walks to the middle, the Petrite top run getter in the season, Tarin Sanket. He'll have a big responsibility in hands of trying to steady the ship once again. 6 down. St. Joseph's might believe that they have a sniff at it now. As you see the stats of Tarin Sanket, 653 runs, an average of 50 and a best score of 108. And batting at number 8, those numbers are quite impressive, Michael.
Well, that's a bit surprising, Rashwan. Batting at number 8, the highest score. That means the top order has not been doing their job the way that they would have wanted it.
Indeed, yeah. I was told that he has got most of his runs batting with the latter part of the order, so that shows that this boy will have a lot of temperament as well. Once again.
He has been taking St. Peter's out of a hole in most times, so he must be used to this.
Indeed, and once again he'll have to repeat that job. 35 complete at St. Peter's College, 114 for 6.
lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayam mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Chill when.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Relatively two new batsmen in the middle for St. Peter's College. Peterson, 3 of 11, and Tarin Sanket has just walked out to the middle. Manasa Madhubasana will bowl from the tennis court, and he's done the bulk of the bowling from the other end. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on with his bowling from this end. Manasa, 4 for 42, that's impressive from a fast bowler who's been doing a lonely job in the pace department, Michael.
Well, that also with in just 13 overs, Rashwan. Ideally, if he can pick up that 5, giving him a chance here.
Indeed, Michael, a deserving milestone for him if he gets there. Jason Fernando as well, just missed out on that half century by 5 runs. Batted really well. Just a lack of concentration on that occasion. He was bowled by Yenula. Mansa will continue to mix things up. Starts off with that bouncer. Left alone by Peterson. 2 slips in place.
He needs to pitch it up. See whether there is anything out of this track for him.
Indeed. The previous wicket of Jason Fernando yorked himself, and the wickets just stumbled.
He was late on the shot. To come out and drive. Missed the line. And stumped the castle.
Indeed, St. Joseph's will want a couple of more like that in quick time. Once again, driven well. As Tarin Sanket will have his first face against Manasa Madhubashan in this second innings. Wicket taker, latest wicket take on your screens, Yenula. Batted really well for his 86. Michael really deserved the 3-figure mark, but it was not meant to be.
But it showed that he was not selfish, even if it's his last year. he was going for it because I think they had a target in mind. They had a time set to bat. The main thing is he did the job. Peters will lead by 118. Not out of the booth, just 4 wickets in hand. Joes will need to pick those up as fast as possible. Then again going for the full delivery, the Yorker. Sanket off the mark.
Anchor Noodle highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influences mood, anxiety and performance. Anchor Noodle offers a new range of products including yogurt drink, yogurt with milk pouch and flavored milk, all designed to support gut health. Customers can experience this fun way at the Anchor Noodle stall by customizing their drinks with toppings. Anchor Noodle, keeping your gut ready for fun.
Another wasted delivery. Short pitch delivery. Batsman has enough time to get on it. That we say.
Indeed, Michael, will be interesting to see how he ends this over. Absolutely keep the batsman guessing now. He's mixed things up well.
Better off getting the batsman to play at it. That way it's much better. There's a chance for run out. But didn't get the stumps. End of 36 overs, 117 for 6.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Prima Kutumi, fun tamai.
Around 39 overs remaining for the day. Michael, I think we would be lucky if we get all 39. That is well and surely dipping. The gods haven't been kind to us when the light has come into play. Surely Yenula now. He's getting fresh off a wicket his previous over. This time he drops it short. Peterson, having no second invitation, logs on the back foot and cuts it for a 4. This is important runs for St. Peter's College.
This has been the issue, Rashford. Yenula not on the mark, keeps dropping it short, not getting his lines correct. I guess earlier he was bowling to a left hand and now it's a right hander, but definitely way short. Outside the off stump. Easy runs.
Indeed. Peterson as well bouncing on it. Yenula hasn't just been himself with the ball in hand this game. He's a much quality actor with the ball.
And you can see just having the one slip and one short leg, no one round the bat. He's not feeling very comfortable at that.
Indeed. Continue to bowl those dot balls, Yenula. St. Joseph's
bowled much better spells than what is bowled in this match. In the first innings, it's not all that there.
Indeed, a couple of more overs, couple of more balls rather left in the game, left in the over. Yenula hasn't been right on the money.
And again, shortish delivery. Not playing on the back foot. Need to get them on the front foot. And see the wicket keeper and the slip encouraging him. him to flight the delivery. That's much better. At least you're getting the batsman to come on the front foot and drive it.
He needs to be there and thereabout, Michael. Nevertheless, 37 overs completed. St. Peter's College 1-2-1 for 6.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කක සිත බැන්දා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හික්කක බතේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාන් තමයි.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Fall of wickets for St. Peter's College. The first one fell at 9 and then 3 in quick time. 2 and 3 in 29 and then the fourth in 30, and then a partnership was built by Nathan and Jason. The fifth one was 106 and the sixth one, the latest one, on 114. That fifth wicket partnership has really taken St. Peter's out of trouble, Michael. Kudos to the two batsmen, Nathan David and Jason Fernando.
Yes, that was it's a match-saving partnership. Just because managed to get both the batsmen, back in the pavilion. It was well watched and well left. Stroking his hands. Manas looking for his fifth. Pulled his heart out. Have 3 in the first innings. 7 in the game so far.
Indeed, surely one of the contenders for the best bowler award this evening. Once again plays it on to the mid-off region for an easy single. Fielders will have to be more alerted. They cannot let go of these runs. St. Joseph's absolutely playing it for that win. St. Peter's College as well have come with a plan. They're executing it well as well. It's about now just spending time in the middle, which will be key. Likes of Tarin Sanket, who bats at number 8, their top scorer, for 650 runs. That shows that this low order have the talent to bat and bat long. Peterson was run out in that first innings. Quite unfortunate for him. Slipped in the middle.
The vice captain also to come the half century in the first innings. That's look at from a Peter's point of view. I would say that they shouldn't be too worried. So the organizing committee having a discussion.
Again, a loud call from the batsman. Peterson, the last thing he would want is to get run out once again.
This time he's not going anywhere.
Pitrak flags flying high here at the SSC. It's been a good crowd turnout as well, Michael, on this Saturday. The third and final day of the 91st Battle of the Saints. The very first time this game being played for 3 days. And surely for the years to come, this game will attract more supporters from both schools to come and witness the cricket here at the SSC. There's once again a close call.
That was a beauty. This is what he can create. Suddenly can create a delivery that has a bit of movement. Lucky he had his bat in front. That was gone for all money if he had struck his pads. That's what Manas should be doing.
Indeed, Manas Madhubasana has been absolute star in the game with the ball in hand, a lone warrior in the pace department. And the odd shot delivery comes in the final delivery of the 38th over. St. Peter's College 122 for 6 as they lead by 125 runs.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on karana suwandak.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So St. Peter's College 122 for 6. That's the Peterites keeper Owen Salgado at the balcony of the dressing room at SSC. So 37 overs left in this game, in fact. So I think you'll have to take off 10 overs because we lost 30 overs during the last 2 days because due to rain and bad light. So good evening, Jehan. What's your thought on this? Because first of all, there's 4 wickets. There you go. So Yenula Deotusa, he's making it easy for us to do those calculations around here. And what a delivery outside the off stump, inviting the batter to go for it and getting that outside edge. An easy catch down there for Senuja. So now, I don't think the Peterites will enforce any follow-ons, I mean any declarations, mind you, because right now, the Josephians need to bowl out the remaining overs and get those next 3 wickets. So Tarin Sanket departs for 2. St. Peter's College 122 for 7.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
So the new batter in the run scorer, the run getter, the top scorer for the Peterites in the first innings, Lashmika Pereira. So we were talking about, Jehan, good evening to you. So we have 26 overs. 36 overs, mind you. I took off 10 because it's kind of gloomy out here in at SSC. So definitely the Peterites have to bat on a few more overs, so the Josephians might have those close infielders do some contribution, because like we saw in the previous delivery, Senuja behind the stumps taking that easy catch. So the bowlers, the spinners, need to bowl their better deliveries to get some wickets. So 3 more wickets. Now the Peterites in a bit of bother. Now this is the question, Jehan. So the last 30 overs we lost, the 30 overs we lost during the last 2 days could have had a major impact to this game.
Absolutely, Roger. Good afternoon to you and for all those viewers out there. You're right. I think lost time in the game certainly has a role to play. Let's talk about the time remaining. There's plenty of time remaining, actually, from a Josephian perspective. Actually, from a Peterite perspective, to play out, to get themselves into a safe territory. 36 overs, like you mentioned. Perhaps you want to discount 10 of those. I would say, if the Peterites leave St. Joseph's with anything more than 20 overs to bat, the Josephians will be in front seat chance of winning this one. That's the end of the 39th, the 122 for 7.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Data hol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර paraben, trichlocarbon සහ triclosan රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට Dettol ආරක්ෂාව.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So Manasa Madhubhashana, what a great find, what a great solitary fast bowler for the Josephians. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, now doing those contributions, those breakthrough wickets in different intervals. He has picked up 4 in fact on a track like this where it is a batting friendly track, Jehan. This is the follow wicket. Tarin Sanket playing outside the off stump. I mean, probably he is bat. There you see, it's angled in towards that vacant slip region. So, taking that outside edge, simple catch for Senuja.
Soft dismissal for Peter Wright's highest scorer this season. That was a big one. Important that Sanket played out a few overs. That was not to be. Madhubhashana soldiering on for St. Joseph's. Raju, we were talking about various permutations and combinations. I can't help but think that St. Peter's will not feel safe unless they bat out at least another 10. They'd like to bat out a little bit more than that, 10 or 15 overs, and take those overs out of the game and make that equation a little bit too much of a stretch for the Josephian batting order. Now there's plenty of firepower in that Josephian batting order, as we know. So they'll back themselves to chase 8, 9, maybe even 10 runs in over in a limited number of overs, wouldn't they?
Yeah, you calculately doing the maths, it's 125 runs for the loss of 7 wickets, St. Peter's College. So it is not going to be easy even to chase down, because there could be a widespread field. It is not going to be easy because with the conditions, with the new ball, and before more talking about the chase, you need to get those 3 wickets. So I need to see more than those dot balls, try to create something. So this is the field setup for Manasa. He has a third man in fact, and just a slip fielder, and he's eyeing that short ball. You have 2 fielders on the boundary. Probably it's a surprise delivery. It's a pitched up delivery again, going for that quick single, struck on the stumps by Yenula.
Madhubhashana has had this kind of attack. He's actually had 3 of his dismissals LBW or bowled. So he's been stump to stump, and you're right, he does attack with that short delivery as well as he run out replay of that direct hit. His batsman safely in. Well, the game has really opened up here. And the Josephians, I would say, I'm sure they would still see themselves with a chance to force a result.
Yeah, I think now you're pushing Manasa too much, because he has picked up wickets. He took a wicket in a few overs prior to the 7th wicket falling in the previous over. So I like to see Nushan coming in, because there's a left-hander, Lashmika Pereira. So there you see, short delivery makes pretty much easy, because he's predicting because he has 2 fielders down there at Squalling, and a fine leg down there at the boundary.
Absolutely bowling his heart out, Madhubhashana. He's had more success when he's kept the ball up though, but he hasn't held back from trying out that short delivery every so often.
Yeah, definitely the contender for the best bowler in this 91st Battle of the Saints, Jehan, for me, because taking 7 wickets in 2 innings. There you go. That's a huge appeal behind the stumps from the skipper. In fact, every fielder and every player, all the 11 players went for that appeal, but umpire Sanjay Fernando says, not out, mate. Better continue to bowl the next over. So after 40 done, St. Peter's College 123 for 7.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. for a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
So, we have Yenula bowling, and probably this is a good option, bowling at the right hand. And what we have seen from Yenula is that's the replay of the previous delivery that was very close to the bat. A loud appeal behind the stumps. In fact, it was a confident appeal. We don't have Sneeko or anything, any technology, and so we cannot say anything about it. So it was a loud appeal, but if it's the umpire's decision, it's the final decision. It was very close to the bat. So what I can see from Yenula is he's not a turner off the ball. If he can do something, get some purchase, will be very valuable, because he might need those balls to turn when it comes to the first class level, because he's playing his last year. When you play those competitive cricket, when it comes since you're done with school cricket, so you need to come out and try and turn the ball, especially when you play those bigger games when it comes to club cricket.
It's a solid all-rounder here, all-round good cricketer. Right, Rajiva, perhaps a little more air, a little more purchase, especially in a situation like this, trying to force the issue with beat right batters. I thought he also underbowled himself in this innings. We spoke a lot about Madhubhashana carrying the burden. Devdusa was left out of the attack for the most part, but since being reintroduced, he's taken 2 wickets and got back into the game.
He's the highest wicket taker. Has more than 50 wickets in this season. Represented Sri Lanka under 19 in the Asia Cup. Didn't get a chance though to play in 11, but one of the handy all-rounders. Middle order batter, left-arm orthodox spinner. 500 runs, 50 wickets. So after 41 done, a maiden over by Yenula Devdusa. 123 for 7 St. Peter's College.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න. Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So Kenneth Lee, the skipper of St. Joseph's College, is continuing with Manasa. Probably eyeing that last ball. There was a close call. So probably he wants him to go at Lasmika Perera. He's on strike now. 1 more over.
Yes, into his 17th over. There's been so much chat about not having enough overs bowled by seamers, both in the schoolboy circuit as well as in first class circuit as well. It's been heartening to see this Josephian opening new ball bowler bowl as many as 17 overs, a fair amount of them on the trot as well.
Yeah, tall lad, very fit. And he bowled 17 or 18 overs in the first innings as well. Plenty of bowling in this game. Turned out to be one of the exceptional fast bowlers. This reminds me of ThePapare when he was bowling Jehan during our time, since that time era, 2006, 7, 8. He never gives the ball to anyone else. Keeps on bowling. Captured more than 20 odd wickets in the series. And it reminds me of Manasa Madhubhashana as well, because he keeps on bowling with the same line. He has that odd shot delivery, the surprise one. Those yorkers, those straight up deliveries towards the stumps. Gets the ball to reverse. So, similar character when it comes to fast bowling. There you go, getting the edge. And that's a fiver for Manasa Madhubhashana. We were talking about good things about him, and it delivers right here at SSC on the third day, third session. A fast bowler steaming in hot and getting a fifer was hats off performance by Manasa Madhubhashana.
What an exceptional spell of bowling. It's one thing to have the skills, it's another thing to have the fitness to be bowling like this on the trot. But just the sheer hunger and the mindset. There you go, just about the right area. Brilliant catch. Floating first slip as well. And the young man is absolutely overjoyed, as are the Josephian supporters who probably feel they made one more important inroad. Lashmika Pereira, the highest scorer for St. Peter's in the first innings, has now got to depart for no score. Well, the game has really opened up, hasn't it? The Peter Wright's 123 for 8. A very, very anxious number 9.
Yeah,
Number 10 rather, walking in.
Yeah, number 10 runs Ilage. So this is what we're talking about now. He will never give this end, the combox end, to anyone to bowl at these two tail enders, Jehan, because I'm pretty sure he needs to bowl continuously. I think this is a good captaincy by Kenneth. He kept on Manasa Madhubhashana. We were thinking that we should see Nushan coming in because of the left hand, but because of that last delivery in the previous over of Manasa, getting that ball, going that, passing that edge, just missing out the bat, and now Manasa Madhubhashana in the 42nd over, the third ball of this over, picks up that edge of Lashmika Pereira.
Well, Rajiv, you're right, it'll be tough to take the ball off his hands, and who can blame him? He's bowled exceptionally well, a fiver at the big match. He's been there and thereabouts. 7 wickets in the last game last year. He had 3 in the first essay this year as well, and wow, he's topped it up with a 5-4 when St. Joseph's needed it the most. Can he sneak a couple more in and wrap things up? I think that's going to be the question. I can bet your bottom dollar that he's going to go all out to make that happen.
So Ethan runs it again, 11 games, 193 runs. That's decent as a number 10 batter, with 57 not out being the highest score, with an average of 24.12. I mean, is he number 10 or number 8, Jahan? It seems to be like a number 8 batter. That is what the Peters have, because they were struggling at day 1 with 176 for 7. So that added, that's perfectly struck off the bat of Peterson along the ground. That's welcome boundary, and he's on the floor. Probably they had a collision between Manasa and Peterson. We didn't see that those pictures. Probably with the replay we can get some idea what happened down there at the middle.
Beautifully played away by Peterson. I think both of them were ball watching, weren't they, Rajiva?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep, there you go.
Head-on collision there by the two players. Probably Manasa's elbow would have struck on the body of Peterson, so that's why he's on the floor now. There you see the replay. Yeah, definitely. They both were ball watching as you speak. Yes, struck both of them. Probably they would have hugged each other than those kind of.
Well, Madhubhashana is back on his feet. The Pete Wright batter, Peterson, seems to have got the worst end of that impact.
Yeah, he seems to be a little uncomfortable. So we were talking about the tail of St. Peter's College. They have done a decent job when it comes to that first inning score. They were 176 for 7 on day 1 at stumps and managed to get 243. Another downfall by the Josephians to give away so many extra runs in the first innings with the tail in strike. So what I feel is that there are certain areas that they need to more concentrate and develop to wrap things up. When they got that breakthrough on day 2 morning of the bowling of Manasa, the informed batter Tarin Sanket was dismissed. So they couldn't get things wrapped up because batters like Ransilage, who has an average of 24.12, comes in at number 10.
Yes, Rajiv, if you look at the statistics, one thing I can tell you about the Peterite batting order is they bat deep. They bat, in fact, all the way down that batting order. They can be more than handy with the bat. The statistics prove it as well. And so you see the fall of wickets. The Bashana really causing the damage. Excellent catch there. And it's just...
This is his 5-wicket haul. That's the 4th wicket of Nathan David. And that was one of the piece of deliveries. Brilliant catch that slips.
What was impressive, Rajiv, about that little highlight package was that, say, other than that one dismissal of Damsara, which was forcing the issue, everything else was just completely beating the batsman. Either bowled LBW or just good quality bowling on a wicket that offered very little or no resistance. So all credit to Madhubhashana. He deserves that 5-wicket haul. Fully deserves the results he's been able to achieve.
16.5 overs with no maidens. 52 for 5. A fifer, fast bowler steaming in. Mind you, Jehan, he's the only fast bowler that the Josephians have.
Certainly been the only one on display today, for sure. But boy, has he done justice to the expectations that the team and the school has placed on him. Coming back to the Peterite lower order, you're right, they resisted in the first essay. They're more than capable, as we were saying, to bat out and score some runs and contribute. And, well, they'll have their work cut out because a lot of expectations on them to see through this really critical passage of play. And you can see the Josephian wicketkeeper and captain reminding the Peterite batters of the serious amount of pressure that they're under.
Probably he's asking, are you going to declare, mate? So, a short ball to end the 42nd over. St. Peter's College, 128 for 8.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipi de, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, children a lemon.
Your favorite cheers. Climb up the popcorn.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ. Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
St. Peter's College 128 for 8 with a lead of 131. Josephians right back in the game here. Manasa Madhubhashana picking up a fifer. As I say, good evening to Paulinus.
Good evening, Santosh. You were talking about Manasa Madhubhashana. He richly deserves that, no doubt about that, because he had figures of 3 for 69 and 4 for 66 last year in the first and second innings. And in the first innings too, he had 3 again in this year's big match, and now getting a fifer. He richly deserves it, and his ball is heart out.
Definitely, he's definitely a big match player for St. Joseph's. He's delivered when it mattered the most. 5-wicket haul when his team needed it, and he's got his team back in the game. Anything is possible. It's a quick single. Shy at the stumps, but the batsman crosses over safely.
I can remember last time when we were here, I told you, if there is any bowler, it's Manasa Madhubhashana who is going to run through the innings.
Absolutely spot on there, Paulinus. He definitely showed what he's capable of.
He's bowling with a lot of fire and a lot of determination. He's bowling. Yenula Devutusa, another capable bowler, but not bowled very much in this innings. Just his 9th over, 2 for 29. Well, if the Josephines want to win this game, they got to get those 2 wickets quite early now.
Indeed, they need those 2 wickets as soon as possible. This time dances down the track, Peterson, and lofts that over the bowler's head for a boundary. It's a good counter-attacking playing from Peterson. He moves on to 18. Speed tries 133 for 8. As he once again beautiful play. He knew there was no threat. The ball is not turning. Janula Devtusa also is not a big turn of the ball. Covered the line and lofted it over for a boundary.
Well, runs are also going, overs are running out, so the Josephines should get into act as quickly as possible. There you see the fall of wickets right down on your screen. 123 for 8 St. Peters.
Just one partnership there, Paulinus for the beat rights. It was between Nathan David and Jason Fernando, but the rest of them haven't really got themselves in.
Yes, that was a wonderful partnership. Well, Jason Fernando in particular came down the wicket. That's the end of over number 43. We'll talk about it later. It's 133 for 8.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කක සිත බැන්දා මාතේ ෆයිවර ෆැෂන් බබේ හික්කක බදේ හොටේ හොටේ ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Gold Dio Spray.
So Manas Bashana to continue. Looking to finish off his tail. So good bit of bowling. We were talking about that partnership of 76 runs between Nathan David and Jason Fernando. Jason Fernando in particular, Santosh, I saw him coming down the wicket and hitting the bowlers right over the top. Played some wonderful cover drives. Played all around the wicket. Both these 2 batsmen really batted well for that partnership, and that relatively brought St. Peters off the wood.
Yeah, I mean, they looked confident. They looked to take on the bowling. They had a positive approach from the moment they came to bat. When the Peter to 30 for 4, they didn't back down. They took on the attack and made sure they got the runs.
Manas Bashana still trying hard to get these 2 wickets. Well, another 32 overs remaining for the day. Hopefully we'll get full day's play today. Game is going on to an interesting end.
Madhubhashana into his 18th over. Paulinus is steaming in. Doesn't show.
Well, I still don't understand why the Josephines have not tried Nimthaka Gunawardena. I really don't understand why they've not tried him. Okay, Dinuk Pereira must be injured. Right, first and foremost, if he's injured, if he cannot bowl, I don't know how he played. But he did bowl in the first innings. But Nimthaka Gunawardena is also a capable bowler. They should have at least given him a couple of overs.
Yes, indeed. I think if Nimthaka was given the ball to bowl with Madhubhashana, would have definitely supported Madhubhashana, especially with the assist of this wicket Paulinus. The fast bowlers definitely had something of this wicket. It's disappointing to see the other 2 fast bowlers not getting over, but Madhubhashana has been impressive.
Yes, he has been carrying the brunt of the bowling. It's another good delivery by Madhubhashana. The thing is, he's making the batsman play at every delivery. Of course, he's been using his bouncer also pretty well. Trying to put the batsman on the back foot.
St. Peters College lead by 136 runs. Only got a couple of wickets remaining. It's a big job to do for Ransilage. Needs to support his set partner, Peterson. Another good delivery from Madhubhashana. He's still generating some pace out there. Foreigners into his 18th over.
Santosh, just to mention, St. Joseph's have 25 overs to bat and 150 to get. It will be really an interesting game. Josephians are definitely going to chase it.
Absolutely, I think
So
that's the plan.
hopefully the light keeps good.
Absolutely, I think that's definitely the plan from the Josephians. They've got plenty of balls remaining. They just need 2 good balls to bowl out the Pete Wrights. The rain gods too have stayed away for today. It's driven to the fielder that ends Madhubhashana's 18th over. St. Peter's College 133 for 8.
Daytol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep move.
Among the Pete Wright batters, 53 from Nathan David, 45 from Jason Fernando, and now Enosh Peterson is not at a 18. Hanselike is on 2. It's Yanola Devtusa to continue.
It's a packed offside field, holiness for Enosh Peterson, but I would really love to see another close in field, maybe attack a bit more, because the moment St. Joseph's are dominating and they just need the couple of wickets to get that trophy back. So if the skipper of St. Joseph's can attack a bit more and get these 2 wickets, then they'll have enough time to chase the score down.
Well, quite agree with you, Santosh. Before think of chasing a score, you got to get them all out. You got to get those 2 wickets. Well, a couple of runs might go. That's a chance you got to take. You might be able to chase that down. But first get those 2 wickets. That is important.
This time shot outside off stump. It's cut away in the gap. That's another boundary to Enosh Peterson. This is poor bowling from Devtusa. He had a packed offside field, but Enosh Peterson pierced that gap, bisected the 2 fielders. He gets yet another boundary. These valuable runs are for the Pete Wright. The lead moves on to 140.
They need to be keeping on attacking. Put some pressure on the batters. Get a short leg fielder or a gully fielder, put additional pressure.
They can't afford to bowl loose balls in this situation rather. Pete Wright dugout will want these 2 batters to close things up for them. The more overs they bat, the closer they bring this game to a draw.
Good bit of fielding there by Yanola Devtusa. That's the end of that over. 45 gone. It's 137 for 8.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය. Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
දවසකට දැනෙන එක පාරක් ගන්න. Gold Dio Spray.
Well, the Josephians should realize overs are running out. 30 overs remaining, and for the changeover, if we take out 2 more, 28 remaining. They need to get the wickets. They need to get 140 runs to win. St. Peter's have a 3-run lead in the first innings.
So Manasa Madhubhashana to continue. He's been brilliant for the Josephians. He's already got 8 wickets in this match. He's Looking for the 9th and the 10th. This time driven. Falling short of the gully fielder. They'll cross over for a single. That's poor cricket. No backup. They'll get another couple of runs. These are valuable runs for St. Peter's College.
Well, Josephians cannot give those runs because they know they have to get them. If they get the beat rights all out, they got to go into the middle and get those runs. They cannot be just giving away those runs. There was no necessity at all for that throw.
Yes, the batsman was clearly in the crease. I think it was a spur of the moment decision from the fielder. The adrenaline rush from the Josephians. They are itching to get these 2 wickets. They can sense the win. They can sense bringing back the trophy to Dali Road.
They're giving that every bit. They're trying hard, no doubt about it. But they got to concentrate also at the same time.
You know, Sir Peterson has looked good today when he came to bat. He missed out in the first innings. Unfortunately, he got run out without trouble in the scorers, but the second innings he's walked out and he's looked good. He's on 22 not out. He holds the key for the Pete Wrights at the moment. He's got the start here. One of the 3 batters to get a start. Pulled, got an underage there.
Madhuvasana got to strike again. Strike soon. The Pete Wright lead is also extending. At the same time, the overs are running out. Josephians got to get these 2 wickets quickly as possible if they need to win this game.
So 1 slip for Madhubhashana. Is running in. Good bouncer, but leg umpire calls it wide. But a good change up from Manasa. It's into his 19th over, but his fitness and endurance has been brilliant for him. Something to talk about.
Yes, definitely, no doubt about it. His bowling is 19th over. A lot of bowling done in the first innings too. And also Yenula Devtusa have been doing a lot of work for the Josephians. Bowled well in the first innings, batted, got 80-odd runs.
Tiring Madhubhashana. Yes, he's running in hard, but it's not easy for him to bowl all 6 balls with 100% effort. There's you once again just bowling outside off stump, not threatening the batter.
Well, definitely he's tiring. You can see that from his approach. And another good bouncer this time.
Like to see the Josephian captain attacking a bit more. As I mentioned this earlier, his fast ball has got a 5-wicket haul. Why not have another slip in there? Maybe a gully as well, and make him drive. Yes, you can use a short ball as a surprise delivery, but the wicket-taking option is the ball that's pitched up.
You're right, Santosh. This is what I said. You can a few runs can be leaked, but definitely you've got to get them all out first. Then think about what you have to get. The Madhubhashana trying his best to get these wickets. He should be supported in the field too. Nicely played this time. Gets a single. So that's the end of that over. It's 46 gone, 142 for 8.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades. made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දයෙන් විශ්වයට.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot danga panduwa, spicy uda panduwa. Fun kapu savina vive. Prima kotumi, fun tamai.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දයෙන් විශ්වයට.
So the match summary of this 91st Battle of the Saints, St. Peter's College in their first innings, 243 all out. High scorer for the Peterites, ThePapare 58 and Dina Damsara 44 with the bat, and Madhubashana 3 for 77. The fast bowler for the Josephians and Nushan Pera 215. Reply St. Joseph's College 240 for 7 declared despite 3 runs trailing off the first inning score of St. Peter's College. Yenlo Deodusa 86 and St. Joaquinogoda 48 and Sebastian 4 for 80 for the Peterites, and ThePapare again with the ball 3 for 64 in reply. Now in the second innings, St. Peter's College 142 for 8 and Nathan David 53 with Jason Fernando 45 and Manasa Madhubashana 5 for 57. A fast bowler bowling at SSC on day 3 in the third session, getting a 5-er. And Yenlo Deodusa 2 for 37. St. Peter's College lead by 145 runs and 29 overs left in today's play. I doubt it that we will have so much overs coming up. Good evening, Laksasi.
Good evening, Rajiva. And you were talking about Manas Madhubashana, and unfortunately we have probably seen the last of him as he went out. Manas Madhubashana. These are his wickets. Manas Madhubashana. In fact, these are all the wickets of St. Peter's College in the second innings, taking both the first wickets. Manas Madhubashana. The first one was a cracker of a delivery, and this one taking the third one as well. Manas Madhubashana. He loves to upload the stumps, and this one from Sebastian, a poor stroke there. Didn't need to play a sweep for a straight delivery like that. And again, Madhubashana taking his fourth wicket. And Deodusa joining the party, a quicker one. And the batter trying to use his feet and getting himself yorked. And this was a good take. Some brilliant catches in the second innings. Another one, brilliant low takes. 3 brilliant low takes from St. Joseph's College in the second innings, Rajiv.
Yeah, indeed. Behind the stumps, Senator Wakanagoda taking those two slip catches, especially that last wicket, the fifer wicket for Manasa to get rid of Lakshmika Pereira. Another quick single for Peterson. So he has done some damage for the Josephian bowling attack now. Let's see. So talking about a result, but yet St. Joseph's College needs to take these 2 wickets.
Now, if we assume that they take the next 2 wickets in the next 2 deliveries, they'll have 26 more overs remaining.
Yes,
because we
indeed.
have to take the 2 overs out for the innings change. And if that happens, they'll have to go at a rate very close to 6 runs per over. So if they are to have any hope of winning this encounter, they need to make sure that they take the remaining 2 wickets, at least in the next 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, indeed. If they don't manage to take those 2 wickets quicker, this will end up being another drawn game into the tally, in my perspectives. But right now, what the Josephians should do is try to get rid of one of these 2 batters and bring the last man in. So go one by one, probably make quick bowling changes, because the batter doesn't allow the batters to settle into a one bowler. They have mixed bags. We haven't seen Nimthaka Gunawardena. I heard he is also bowling. We haven't seen him get someone to bowl at these 2 batters to break this partnership, because we saw Ethan Ransilige can bat. He batted for more than 50 balls in the first innings before he got out of the bowling of Manasa.
Exactly, Ethan Ransilige, certainly a very capable batter, although he's batting low down the order at number 10. Showcasing that he has a solid defensive batting approach. Ransilige, exactly the type of batting approach they need at the moment to save this encounter, to make sure that St. Joseph's College doesn't have enough time to chase the total down here. And the weather, it's staying fine at the moment. We might not get the remaining number of overs completely. Devatusa ends another over removed from the remaining overs number for St. Joseph's College. 143 for 8 St. Peter's.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot dang panduwa, spicy uda panduwa. Fun kapusa vive. Prima kutumi. Fun tamai.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
And Rajiva, your wish has been granted. For the first time in this game, we're seeing a second quick bowler. Or maybe for the second time, we did see Dunik bowling a couple of overs in that first innings.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we saw Dunik bowling just 3 overs in the first innings. Now, I think Manasa is off the field. After bowling 39 overs completely in this game, 20 overs in the first innings, 20 overs with 1 maiden, 77 for 3, and now in the second innings, 19 overs with no maidens, 57 for 5. So what more you can ask from your fast bowlers, especially the solitary fast bowler we saw throughout this game. Now we see Dunik Pereira into the attack.
Dunik Pereira, doesn't matter that he has bowled only 3-4 overs in this game so far. If he can get a breakthrough here, that would be like absolute gold for St. Joseph's College. Can he do that?
Yeah, absolutely spot on there, Alexis. We need someone for that breakthrough to get rid of. This is sloppy. In fact, a poor throw by Yenula to the wicket keeper down there, and even the backing up fielders weren't able to pick it up cleanly. So in the meanwhile, batters cross over for another single. So 1 becomes 2.
An exciting game this has been so far. The 91st battle of the Saints encounter to feel a cheers with the delicious crunch of Maliban Savory. Whether you're in the stands or watching from home, grab your favorite Maliban Frisco, Maliban Chick Bits, Maliban Cheese Bits and Maliban Snackers and add some extra spice to the dish. Maliban Savory, the perfect companion for every grilling encounter. 22 runs, the partnership for this 9th wicket, a partnership that possibly saves the game for St. Peter's College between Ransilgi and Peterson. Good batting from Peterson, making sure that he's taking majority of the strike and exposing Ransilgi a lot. On the leg side, Kenneth Leonage going for a half-hearted appeal there.
So these two batters have added 23 runs with 34 deliveries, 32 deliveries in fact in this partnership. So more than the runs, my worry is the balls that they are facing out there, because over by over it becomes harder and harder for the Josephians to go for this result. You can chase down whatever the score, take that off, but do you have time? There you see 23 runs from 39 deliveries. So after 48 done, Peters 146 for 8.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So 27 more overs remaining. With each over that begins, remember you need to decrease 2 more overs from that number. So St. Joseph's College need these 2 wickets as soon as possible to have at least some hope, some sort of hope in this game. For St. Peter's, it's plain and simple. Just bat out the next 10 overs maybe. Take the 10 overs out of this equation, and then you know the trophy will stay at Bambalapitiya for another year.
Seems like it's a difficult task for the Josephians to get the remaining 2 wickets, because like we were discussing, Laksasi, batters of the St. Peter's College, they can bat, they have batting to the death. So this is a perfect example. They're not giving their wicket away. Just keep on batting defensively because they're saving the game, so that drags on the game. Because right now, the surrounding of SSC, for me, is slightly little fading away. So by around 5 o'clock, it'll be probably both teams will have to shake hands.
Last delivery of this over coming up, using his speed, taking that single. Brilliantly done by Peterson. Once again, he will retain the strike. 147 for 8, St. Peter's College.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 Maliban Savory පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle.
Fair will continue.
after this over, it will be just 25 overs remaining. So even if St. Joseph College gets those 2 wickets, there'll be 2 overs cut off for the pad up time. But I don't see these 2 batters have that urgency or there is anything happening down there. Another sloppy throw at the stumps behind the
not happy with the fielders inside the circle that they're giving the single away too easily. So Ransilige, he will be on strike now against Dunik Pereira. Let's see whether Dunik can trouble the number 10 batter of St. Peter's College. He's getting that chance for the first time. He bowled all his 8 deliveries so far against Peterson.
Something from that wicket we still see for the fast bowlers. That delivery you saw pitching outside the off stump, getting some swing of that previous delivery of Dunik Pereira. Some shape coming in, probably some reverse, I guess. There you go, that in-swinging delivery. I'm really surprised. They should have tried him a little bit earlier. I know we really know that he's carrying out some injury, but still should have had Dunik had a go at least in the second innings.
I expected him to bowl a lot more, especially when Manasa Madhubhashan was bowling so well. Maybe, just maybe, if he had some sort of assistance from another quick bowler, things would have been a bit different. Given away by Ransilige. Straight to the fielder. Ransilige, when he's playing his strokes, he doesn't look like a talent at all. I think his numbers prove that average of 420 this season. Very much capable batter, Ethan Ransilige.
Yeah, indeed, because with this batting average at number 10, 24.12. So, because of Lashmika Pereira, he cannot come up in the order. Because even Lashmika has scored runs and 50s as well. Even I think Ethan Ransilige also has a 50 in his belt. So, you see the partnership, they are batted for 50 balls. Take off those runs. But the time that they are staying there in the middle is more capable for the Peter Wrights to enforce a draw. So after 50 done, St. Peter's College 148 for 8.
Injection එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Very good evening to you, Michael.
Good evening, Vishen. You seem much more relaxed than the last time we won, yeah?
30 for 4. And here St. Peter's 148 for 8. Well played again. There you go. Soon as we came, another boundary. St. Peter's moves on to the 150 mark.
It's safe to say they are out of danger. Scoreboard says 25 overs remaining in the day.
All about time, Michael, at the moment.
The light seems to be still pretty good.
Not much questions in the light today, Michael, like the last 2 games. But if the last two days, the light was similar to
the
this.
light, I think by now the game would have been
much. Oh, a close call there.
Was that off the bat?
It's going.
Might have been missing stumps.
Yeah, probably missing stumps.
It's in line.
Yes, and the height.
A little high, no? Yeah. So I thought he might have got some bat on it, but.
Peterson on 33, a match-winning match saving
Saving.
knock, Michael. And Nathan David as well, that half century played brilliantly with Jason Fernando, the under
Yes.
17 Sri Lanka youth cap. Played 45. No chance there.
Keeper calling for it, but easy single. I think the body language also says it all. The Josephian fielders had a good chance, but
Had a really, really good chance, Michael. 30 for 4. We were all on our knees.
well, a few dropped chances should have been taken. You need to win matches, you need to hold your catches.
Good point, Michael. Very, very good point. Played well, played brilliantly. Ethan Ransilige is on 9 with that boundary. Cut well, Michael.
Yes, definitely bisected that field. Diving fielder, but couldn't get his hands on it.
Pete Wright, number 10, is solid as a rock.
I think now they're playing more freely because they also know that basically you can say that they're out of danger. Yanola has been bowling a lot of short deliveries, not being his usual self. 50 odd wickets before this game.
Played brilliant.
Basically, a backward drive, I would have called it.
Oh,
That had to hit.
if that hit, I think that
Gone.
was close.
It would have been gone for money. That's dangerous. Why would
Those
you?
are risky at the moment for the Pete Wrights. Another 51st over. Sabidas 158 for 8.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot lang pandu hot and spicy uda pandu. Fun kapu savire vive. Prima kutumi fun tamai.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
I would love to have a replay on that, Michael.
I think we'll have that replay.
Coming
That
soon.
would have been definitely gone. And I've played to one of the better fielders, Rishma. Amana Singh, generally a very good fielder. Oh, not in the picture. He's still not in the picture.
Not even in the picture. Oh my. Look at that.
I don't think the umpire would have to give that if it hit. Just get up and walk.
Pete Wright, coaching camp might have been a bit relief. No.
I think safe to say that they are out of danger. If they come back, not sure 20 odd overs whether we'll get all those in. That time point or the other. After 5, the light will fade gradually. But so far, it's really good. The Josephians must
Peters,
ruin their chances.
St. Peter's, Ethan Ransilige and Enos Peterson will have to back the day for them.
Will it be another declaration just to...
Like last year?
Yeah. You know it better.
Just to take the stumps.
Coming from the skipper's mouth.
Equally, 3-3.
I say, because I've seen a lot of matches, things can get ugly. After 3 long days of very decent cricket, just to take the start, it can be a bit ugly. So, you don't want that happening.
And ThePapare.com for beginning these 3 days live has done a major part in the 91st Battle of the Saints, Michael.
Well, they've been doing it right along. Most of the big matches covered right around the country, from the north to the south. Some matches in Colombo. To the production team. They've been busy.
I would love to see a leg spinner in the Josephian crew as well, Michael.
Well, Damien, the left arm spinner, I've not seen him bowl much today. I'd like to see him bowl because he is a genuine wicket taker. gives the ball some and turns it.
Crossed away for a single by Ransilige. Ransilige moves on to 11.
Not sure why ThePapare is bowling now, because he is carrying an injury. Why would you want to just get him? And I'm told, I heard that the one-day final, Division 1, is supposed to be played on Wednesday, so I'm not sure about that. So Josephine will need to, see that their players are all fit for that.
And ThePapare is not giving his best here.
No, because he was the fastest bowler
in the side.
In the Josephine camp, but you can see he's just running in, ambling, and just he can't put full effort because he has injury. Because you get spinner bowling might be even faster with the overs going on. That's end of another over. 52 gone. St. Peter's 159 for 8.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සරවිහිතේ හික්කක සිත බැන්දා වාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හික්කක බදේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
A change in the bowling. Nishan Pereira, the boy who took the 50th wicket in the Battle of the Saints, he's taken 1 wicket with 13 overs bowled in the second innings of the 91st Battle of the Saints. Here you go. Do you think a declaration will happen, Michael?
No, I don't think so, unless of course the plan to pick the stumps. You might know better. Will the Peters do it 2 consecutive years in a row?
Still, the Josephians are in the game.
Well,
they are in the game, Michael.
Nothing happening off the track. You can see the batsman has enough time to go on the back foot and just play it. So he has enough time to see whether there is any turn. I think what Tushan needs to do is get the batsman on the front foot.
Played well. Played very well by the Ransilige. Flicked away. No fielders in the deep positions there.
Oh, he had a fielder, Dishan. That's our main man from the Papare. Fielded that ball.
Oh, I thought I got it wrong.
Let's have another look.
Where is our fielder?
Well, this time he got it on the front foot, but the line was wrong. This is much better. If you have 2 fielders in front, you need to get the batsman coming on the front foot. You have a slip in place. Hope that the ball turns a bit and suddenly things can happen. There again, going on the back foot. Enough time to go on the back foot and just play it.
When it was 30 for 4, Michael. A dream for me, actually.
You were really worried.
You guys were happy. Is it a run-out chance?
But even at that time, I told you that just 1 or 2 guys just stick it out there, bad time, and it'll be safe.
Experienced Michael there.
Another over gone, 53, done, 164 for 8.
ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි Maliban lemon puff puff lemon puff Maliban lemon puff Maliban lemon puff chill when a lemon keep moving keep moving keep moving
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන move spray keep moving
ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Did they hear you, Michael? Damien, this is the ball into the attack.
Well, I hope so. It's like to see him bowl. Young spinner. Just the 4 overs in this innings of 53 overs gone.
He bowled pretty well in the first innings as well.
Well, picked up 2 crucial wickets.
Yeah.
And that's the way you give them confidence. You don't let him bowl.
Do you
Spinner
think,
needs to bowl.
Do you think if he picks a wicket here, it would be crucial for the Patriots?
Well, yeah, still put some pressure on them. And then if he picks up the next one,
in this over,
Vishan will be under pressure again.
Played well, played pretty well, Michael. Damien De Silva under pressure on the first ball.
Well, I wouldn't be worried because the spinner, if he's giving a bit of runs, that means he has a chance of getting a wicket.
Played pretty well there by Ethan Ramsey. He moves on to 20. Crucial knocks.
He'll have to be careful because he was trying to turn his bat at the last minute. And if could get a leading edge, that could be dangerous.
Ethan Ramsey is not a number 10 batsman for me, Michael. That's a good ball, Michael. That's a brilliant ball.
Now this is what you need. Get him on the front foot. Let him drive. Drive once. Encouragement from the skipper from the back. I think that's the way to go. Okay.
Kenneth Lianage leading from the front for the Josephians. The main man from the Josephian lineup,
Well, disappointed with his bowling. I think they were depending a lot on him. Highest wicket taker, had something like 57 wickets before this game.
Much focus on his batting.
Well, he does bat very well. I'm sure he would have loved to have some wickets, especially in this second innings. Like his last year.
Unwanted shot. Unwanted shot. There you go. The ninth for the St. Peters. Ethan Ransilige. A really, really unwanted shot at the moment, Michael.
This is what I said, because Damien creates those chances and he's got the wicket. I have no idea what the coaching staff thinks. You have a wicket taker, a genuine spinner, he doesn't bowl too fast, and say that after that boundary, Ransilige thought he can take him on.
I'm a bit afraid of this last ball, Michael. Unwanted shot at the moment.
Definitely.
A really unwanted shot. He could have just sticked away. He caught a boundary in the first ball of this over. But very well played, Ethan Ransilige. Scored 20 of 37 balls. A brilliant knock under pressure.
This is what I'm wondering. What was the captain doing?
It's an over, Michael.
Is it? No.
No, one more ball. This is the border as well.
Get 2 fielders in his eye line. Flight it. Vishen is waiting for this ball to be bowled.
I'm not going to watch this ball, Michael.
It'll be pretty interesting if they can get a wicket here. There we see Tarin Senmidu.
Not much to talk of his stats, but some cricket in his first innings for Lakshmi Kapera.
I think he had only 1 run before this game. He got 13 in this innings. In the first innings, was it? Because I think he scored only 1 run before this. So he can better that now.
Oh, he not saved that ball.
That's the end of over number 54. 168 for 9.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
firm tamai.
168 for 9. Overs, 21 overs remaining in the day.
Michael, don't pass
Our
messages.
good friends, the two Petrite boys here, former captains, are still worried. Santosh Gurutilaka and Vishen, they're still not sure. They're still not confident that this is going to be a draw. Shall we wait for Damien's over or shall we finish it off in this over?
No, Michael. You'll pressure me much.
Reshwan, what do you think? Wicket now, yeah? Reshwan is always to get a wicket.
Too much Josephines here. And putting us under pressure here in the com box as well.
And in the middle there.
Yeah, in both ways.
So this is interesting. Reshwan is bowling with a leg slip and a slip, but no one in front. Not seen him turn the ball that much to get it in that region. I'd like to see a field in front.
I would like to take all the fielders in the front for Enos Peterson as well as Curtis single and
yeah, just give him the single. Bring the new batsman on strike. See, he's going to defend these first 4 or 5 balls. Why not have another field in front? Yeah.
3 balls.
Yeah. He is looking to defend at least 4 and then maybe go onto the other side. So bring a field in front. Let him defend. Gone, yes.
St. Peter's, 168. They have been hauled out. All the batters in the pavilion except St. Vidu. Oh my, Michael.
Still not comfortable, yeah?
Now
well,
too much.
Remember you have a 3-run lead, so 171, it'll be 172 to win. That's a lot. Be about 19 overs
Michael,
remaining.
time soon, Michael.
I know you're not comfortable. I know you're looking at the sky, hoping for some dark clouds.
It would be interesting if a game would be played and some IPL cricket today.
There you see another good catch there in the slip. Anticipating it, watching it all the way. That was a very good shot where we saw the slip fielder.
St. Peter's, 168. A lot of think tanks in the St. Peter's coaching staff as well.
So I think it's 19 overs left the day. With the 2 overs will be taken off.
Ravindra University and Sanjeev Fernando hasn't done any mistake up to now. 2 experienced umpires.
We'll see
the batting card of St. Peter's. Salgado, the skipper, gone for 6. Damsara gone for 4. Nathan David, the pick of the batsmen, scored 53. Tejan, Sebastian, nothing much to say about them. Fernando, Jason Fernando, Sri Lankan under 70 youth cap, scored 45. Enos Peterson, a great knock of 34. Sanket, 2 runs. Pereira, nothing to talk much again. Ransilige is doing that unwanted shot at 20 runs. And St. Vidu not out at 0.
Ending up on 168 there. Just 4 extras in 54.4 overs. We look at the bowling for St. Joseph's. Yenula, 2 for 49. Madhubhashara, the best bowler, I think, in all 3 days. 5 for 57. Then John Pereira, 2 for 35. And Damien, just 5 overs, picking up that 1 wicket. And Dunik, just 5 runs in 3 overs. Fall of wickets at 9, 29, 29, 30, 106, 114, 122, 123, 168 and 168. 4 extras. 54.4 and 168 all out. Josephians will need 172 to win. 19 overs will look. We'll see the fall of wickets.
The skipper Ovin Salgado bowled. Dilladams are a great catch there by the fielder there. A brilliant catch, Michael.
Very good catch.
Asadisi Tejan bowled as well. Pumped up Josephines there. Look at that celebration. all off the school. Joshua Sebastian, unwanted shot at that time of the match. Joshua Sebastian.
So he thought it was going to turn.
Nathan David after a brilliant knock, a match-saving knock for me. Jason Fernando as well yoked that after playing his brilliant 45 runs.
Then there we see another
The highest
easy
run
catch.
scorer. Last ThePapare. Run scorer for the Australia Peters at the first innings. Ethan runs again. What do you think about this, Michael?
Well, I think that the rush of blood. He got a boundary earlier. He thought this was my chance, and that was the last wicket to fall. Very well bowled there. We'll see. Look at the match summary. Now St. Peter's winning the toss and batting first, 243 all out, with Pereira getting 58 and Damsara 44. Madhubhashan again pick up the bowler there, 3 for 77. Then St. Joseph's 240 for 7 declared. No one expected that. We thought they would have gone in for a lead. There was 86 and Vakunagoda 48 with Sebastian 4 for 80 bowled well, and Pereira 3 for 64. St. Peter's in the second innings didn't do very well. 168 all out. Nathan David 53 and Fernando getting 45. Madhubhashan again 5 for 57. Real workhorse. It was Nushan Pereira 2 for 38. So St. Peter's lead by 171. St. Joseph's need 172 in about 19 overs. We'll go for a short break and come back to you with the Josephian chase.
Thank you, Michael.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නෙ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ ඔත්තුමි රැව් දෙන්නේ.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot danu pandu hot and spicy ude pandu. Fun cup usavine vive. Prima kottumi. Fun tamai.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough? A cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නෙ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving. Dettol Cool. සෙල්සියස් සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට Dettol ආරක්ෂාව.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Welcome back to the Sinhalese Sports Club. The 91st Battle of the Saints, Day 3 and the final session upon us. As I welcome St. Peter's, one of well-known Patriot cricketer Santosh Gundadekar to the come-box. As you see the match summary as well, Santosh, just take us through the match as of now.
Yes, St. Peter's College winning the toss, electing to bat first, scored 243, Lashmika Perera 58, Thamsara 44, and Madhubhashana picking 3 wickets in the first inning, Nushan Perera 2 wickets. St. Joseph's College in reply 240 for 7 declared, Devtusa 86, Senuja 48, and Sebastian 4 for 80 with Lashmika contributing with 3 wickets. And St. Peter's College in their second essay managed just 168 runs. Nathan David scoring a half century with Jason Fernando getting over for Madhubhashana, the chief wrecker for the Josephians, 5 for 57, wonder spell he bowled, and Nushan Pereira 2 for 35. St. Peter's College leading by just 171 runs. We've got a game in our hands here, Rishwan.
Well and surely 172 the target for the Josephians to take that Morris J. Legok trophy back to Dali Road. It's been a drought since 2008, and everyone hoped that after 17 years St. Joseph's can take the silverware back home, but a very uphill task on our hands, on the Josephians' hands as well.
Absolutely, but nothing is impossible in this game, Rishwan. Just
Indeed, Santosh, we have seen miracles happen during this big match season here at the SSC.
Spread out field to begin with. Ethan Ransilige with the ball. Gets the edge down to third man. Just a single. We're up for some action-packed drama here, Rishwan.
Indeed, St. Joseph's underway in their very first delivery. Just the 3 fielders in the circle. St. Peter's on the defensive mode as Avish Samash, his stats for the season, over 500 runs. Haven't scored a century, a best score of 92, an average of 42. Just 16 years of age, plenty of years left in him as well.
It will be interesting to see what the approach is from the Josephians. Still in the first over of this 4th inning. Quick single, the crossover. So Jaivira off the mark as well. Rishwan, quite a spread out field, Rishwan. Will the batters go for those singles and the twos, or will they try to attack from the very first ball? What do you reckon the Josephians' plan would be?
I think the intent we have seen in these 2 deliveries, Abhishek Jaivira, his stats, just the 47 best score in this season. Not the best of seasons for Abhishek Jaivira, but a very capable batsman. We saw him getting an 80 in the previous edition of the Battle of the Saints. 80 not out in that game, I remember. And yes, Santosh, a well spread out field. Josephians will look for those singles, and then that odd boundary will come as well. They'll need around 10 runs per over, and this will help them as well, as the 2 batsmen will cross over for a single, and the throw as well not so good. A couple of runs to the total.
That's poor stuff from the Patriots, but will the Josephians win that trophy back after almost 2 decades, Rishwan?
Indeed, it's been a long drought. As you see, Ethan Ransilage's stats for the season, 14 wickets, 3 for 26 is best. And I'm sure Santosh, the trophy drought at Dali Road will always be one. And Avish Samash goes aerial and goes big. First maximum in the second innings for St. Joseph's as they chase down this steep target. He's got a boundary early on in the innings.
That's a massive Rishwan. He shuffled onto the offside and whipped it off his pads. So the intent is quite clear from the Josephians. They are going for it. Brilliant shot.
Indeed, Santosh, they don't have anything to lose. The trophy is at Bambalapitiya, and if they are to take it back to Dali Road, they'll have to get more of those maximums. Well and surely put St. Joseph's in the driving seat. Ramsilage under pressure now. Once again, Avisha Samash. But the fielder Lashmika Perra will cut it out for just the single. But this over has been expensive. 11 runs already in it with the ball to go. And suddenly we had a very tamed couple of days in the first 2 days. Santosh, and the day 3 has just brought up so much of excitement and thriller.
Absolutely. Fasten your seatbelts, folks. This could go anywhere. We're up for an exciting and thrilling finish here at SSC after having 2 days that were not really exciting cricket. But here we're watching something out of the extraordinary.
Anyway, the first over concludes. St. Joseph's 11 for the no loss, chasing 172.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
St. Peter's taking their time in the field. Some chats in the middle as well. Joshua Sebastian, who got 4 wickets in that first innings, will be the one St. Joseph's will have to watch out for. Owen Salgado marshalling his troops. And I'm sure Petrat fielders have spread out, just the 2 fielders inside.
Petrat's going defensive. Joshua Sebastian, 11 matches, 23 wickets, best of 4 for 17. He's not express pace. Might swing the ball both ways, but Avisha Samas will definitely love this pace. Once again, tap and run. So that's good, sensible batting. We know what is needed from them.
Indeed, this battle between Abhishek Jaivir and Sebastian will be very interesting. He really troubled Abhishek Jaivir with that new ball in that first innings. And Jaivir as well was not comfortable at all, Santosh. Target of 172. Probably, as you see the field, it's well spread out. And as expected, Santosh, St. Peter's in the defensive mode. They are the ones who hold the trophy.
I mean, to be fair,
indeed,
the Josephians haven't won the last 17 years.
Indeed, it's been a winless drought for them since 2008 under the captaincy of Ruanta Fernandopulle. St. Joseph won their 12th big match against the St. Peter's College, where St. Peter's have just won the 10.
Spot on there, Rishwan, with the stats. The recent past, the Petrites have got the better of the Josephians.
Indeed, wins coming in 2010, 2012 and 16. White delivery. These won't help the Petrites or the Josephians. First extras in this innings as well. Avish Samash, he's in one mode, and that mode is just to go at it.
Indeed, the Petrites, I think, went on the defensive mode a little too early, Rashwan. Maybe with that new ball, they could have tried to get a couple of wickets and put the Josephians on the back foot, but opted to go with the defensive ploy, and the batters are getting those runs easily. So we're up for a thrilling finish. Only time will tell how the Josephian batters would go in this inning.
Indeed, Sven bowlers as well really bowled well to bundle out the speed right team. Once again, straight back at the bowler, Abhishek Jayavira continues to be uncomfortable against Joshua Sebastian.
Run rate climbing up with every dot ball here. Joshua Sebastian hasn't conceded a boundary yet of his 4 deliveries. He's got 2 balls to go. The Josephians definitely need a boundary every over.
Indeed, it's a big turnaround for all these players as well, Santosh. Suddenly playing a 3-day game and then suddenly they have to move on to like a T20 mode, try and get this 172, especially for the Josephians. And you can't write off the beat rates as well, Santosh. As you see the head-to-head tally we were speaking about, St. Joseph's with 12 wins, St. Peter's with just the 10, and drawn 68 times.
Like I mentioned earlier, Rishwan, the last 10 years, 10 encounters, St. Peter's have managed to win the trophy, whereas the Josephians haven't been able to do that. This time he pulls it as a fielder down there, and will just get the single. Only 6 runs off the Sebastian over.
It's happening in the middle. The players, the nerves are really kicking in now. 2 completed. St. Joseph's College 17 for no loss, chasing 172.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on karana suwandak.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Excitement continues. There's a bowling change from the Vidya mouth end for the Pete Rights. Vice Captain Lashmika Pereira. Lashmika Pereira will operate with the new ball. This is a bold move from skipper Ovin Salgado. Knowing Avisha Sama's right hand will love to face Lashmika Pereira in conditions like this, and when he has to go big as well.
Yeah, definitely. Avisha will love to take on the right arm off spinner Lashmika. He will look to score in that mid-wicket region. Lashmika 14 games, 38 wickets, good economy rate and good average. Has a best of 7 for 60. We all saw what he's capable of with bat and ball in this game. So he's been the main performer for the Pete Rights this game. But on the other hand, Avisha will look to take on Lashmika.
Indeed, Santosh, I think Lashmika Pereira's 58 runs in that first innings really makes a big difference in this game. And kudos to him. He absolutely batted well with that late order as well. Samash comes down the track. Poor running between wickets. A definite 2 runs there. Just put some pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, exactly. The batters not putting the pressure on the fielders. There was definitely a couple of runs on that occasion, but the batters were not up to the task. Nevertheless, Lashmika will like to bowl to Jayavira more than to Samash. The left-hand batter He got Jaivir out in the first innings as well.
And Jaivir goes on one knee, and that will be a boundary. Did not judge that well. And I'm sure an earful from the bowler as well.
That's the boundary Jaivir was looking for. The ball was tossed up. He went for that slug. Fortunate enough to not find the fielder there. Good effort from the Pete Wright fielder. He went for the catch. He did the right thing. But as a result, he ended up conceding a boundary.
Did a valiant effort in the field. If I'm not mistaken, it was Tharin Sanket. Nathan David asking Lashmika to toss it up. That's cut away. That will be just a single. It's good cricket. St. Joseph's really showing some intent. If only they had shown this intent in that first innings.
Yeah, sensible batting from the two batters. Get a boundary and then rotate in the strike. It's not all about brute force, Rishwan. It's about touch and finesse as well. So 6 runs already in this over with 3 balls to go.
Field well spread out on the leg side for Avisha Samash. Will he go aerial? Well and truly has the ability. And he does. He goes over the bowler's head. But this time the long on fielder will cut it off for a single. Abhishek Jaivir safely in.
There's good running from the two batters, putting the pressure on the fielders. Like I mentioned earlier, they didn't do that in the first ball of this over. Pressure was on the field. It was a bad throw, bad return, but credit to the two batters. They found an opportunity to sneak a couple of runs, and they did exactly that.
Indeed. Samash will well and surely take Lashmika Perera on. A couple of more deliveries left in the over. Already 8 runs in it. Perera. This time a big heave. Nathan David. Quick glove work behind the stumps. But umpire Sanjeeva Fernando stays unmoved. Leg umpire on that occasion. Safely home, I would say.
It's pretty close. Good glove work from Nathan David. A bit like MS Dhoni, Rishwan. Lightning.
He's vocal behind the stumps as well. And as you mentioned, just like MSD, once again cuts it straight to the field. No run. Rare dot ball. Rare couple of dot balls on the trot for St. Joseph's College. 3 overs completed. St. Joseph's 25 for no loss.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Sebastian will continue from the tennis court end. Jaivir on 8 of 7 deliveries. Samash on 16 of 11. Pete Wright's taking their time during overs. They'll have to up that rate as well. The over 8 is driven firmly for just a single.
So a little less than 10 runs per over needed for the Josephians. Sebastian not conceded a boundary yet. He's been good. He's bowled to his field. But this will be a good matchup. Rishwan, Sebastian to Samash. Samash will look to obviously take him on the attack. He's got just one fielder in the infield, Rishwan. The rest of the boundary. So what will be Samash's plan here. Loud appeal, denied by the umpire. Looking to run that down to third man.
This is good bowling from Sebastian, just keeping it quiet.
Valuable dot balls from the Pete Wright point of view. Samash should look to get a boundary here in this over.
Almost played it on Samash. Nevertheless, batsman will cross over for yet another single. 27 runs on the board now.
Not express pace, Sebastian, so it's going to be tough for the batters to generate some pace off the bat, Rishwan. With 8 fielders on the boundary, it's not going to be easy to find the gaps. It has to go over the fielder's head. Once again, good stuff. Only conceding a single.
Singles won't hurt the Pete Wright, Santosh. It's just the boundaries that will be the hurtful ones for the Pete Wrights. 28 on the board. As you see the field set up all in the deep. Knowing Samash on strike, he will look to go aerial. No fielders on the leg side in the ring. Everyone down at the boundary. Don't even see them taking the run up as well in the field. Samash drives it quite firmly. Ethan Ransilage with the throw back to Sebastian.
That was hit hard by Samash, but straight to the fielder, long off fielder on that occasion. He'll be livid with himself for not picking the gap. So once again, Sebastian only conceding 4 runs in this over. They haven't been able to find the boundary of Sebastian. And this time that's in the gap. That's running down towards the boundary. Good fielding from Dilna Damsara. He'll keep that down to a couple of runs. And St. Joseph's still needing 141 runs. They're 31 for no loss.
Indeed, as you see the replay. Played neatly, beats that fielder, and Dilna Damsara covering some big grounds. And just saving his side a couple of runs. Good commitment in the field by Damsara. Nevertheless, 4 completed here. St. Joseph's College, they're chasing 172. 730.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩු එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
31 for no loss, St. Joseph's after 4 overs. Abhishek Javir on 12, Ayush Samash on 18. Good evening to Rajiva Veerasinghe, who's joined me in the box. Good evening, Rajiva.
Good evening.
Outside
Polly.
stars for Josephians, isn't it?
I would reckon but it's 5:10 now. That is my worry. So 14 overs left in the day's play.
Well, and the Pete Wrights also taking their own cool time. 9 fielders, all 9 on the boundary except
In fact,
1.
7. So
7
there's 2 fielders now
inside the circle. But the previous over I saw all 9 on the boundary.
Yeah, indeed. So there you see the surrounding of the field set up at SSC. Everyone saving that boundary.
Well, all on the boundary except 1.
There's a short fine
short
and a
third
short
man.
extra cover. So 7 on the boundary line.
That's fair enough, isn't it?
140 runs. There's 13 overs left after this over. So it's not an easy task because of the circumstances of the light.
Well, you need to get 10 runs per over, to be frank. 1 or 2 odd overs to get about 15, 16. Then you're in the game. Just keep on that getting 10 runs per over. You got to run hard. Nicely played. Straight down to the extra cover fielder. Just a single. Now there is another fielder inside the circle. But they are running down. There you see. On the off, we have two fielders inside the circle. That's the cover point and the extra cover. But you have a sweeper cover right down on the boundary. So it's really interesting, the two Josephian openers going on this chase. And one outside the off-arm beaten there. Good bit of wicket keeping by Nathan David. Whipping all the wells very quickly.
Yeah, there is no spin at all of this delivery from Lashmika Pereira. Just sliding it away, the right-hander. He has 5 fielders in the offside with a short third and a point, and 3 boundary riders on the offside with a sweeper cover and a deep extra cover and a long off, and 4 fielders on the leg side in the boundary. So another quick
reverse
single.
sweep, they get a single. Singles will do at this stage. You need to get at least 2 per ball. At least get 12 runs per over. They need to run, make those ones into 2s.
Indeed, Polly, because 13 overs left after this over, so just College need 138 runs. It's not easy scoring 11, 12 runs and over.
It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. Of course, we lost 30 overs. Remember that in the previous 2 days.
Probably that would have affected the Josephians in this victory. Shot the stumps. Yes, that's the first wicket. Run out. Avisha Shamash. Unnecessary. Trying to go for that run. It was struck straight to extra cover. Good bit of fielding down there.
Well, they should not worry about it very much, because these things happen when you're on the chase. You see that run. Went for that run.
Yeah, that's a good decision there by Ravindra Vimalsiri. So Avisha Shamash departs for 20. St. Joseph's College 34 for 1.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
So 34 for 1.
5 overs gone, 34 for 1.
Sinuja Wekunagoda is the new batter.
Just 14 overs remaining.
In fact, 13. It should be 13 overs remaining.
Yeah, 13 overs remaining. Scoreboard is corrected. 13 overs remaining. 5 overs gone. It's Sanuja Wekunagoda, the new batsman in. They see 50.18 the average. Best spin 156. Strike rate 84.53. That's a good strike rate. Well, a lot is expected from him. He got to get going from the very first delivery.
Yeah, you need a batter who's striking at 200, 250, 300, probably a strike rate right now for the Josephians.
Beautifully played. Looking for one. They're coming back for the second. No, they're happy with one. Well, I think Rajiva, once won't do. They need to get those, make those 2s. At least get 5 doubles in an over to get 10 runs. That's what is needed.
A similar scorecard from that quarterfinal in the 3rd innings. St. Peter's College getting out for 160 odd, even in the quarterfinal, even at this game as well. But that light affected 30 overs would have had a major impact for the victory for the Josephians. So you can't control those kind of nature, those kind of things, Polly, because
yes, definitely. No, don't worry about those. Well, we have had a good game, good interesting cricket, no doubt. Well, the point was the first 2 days. Both the teams were negative cricket. The 3rd day, they came with an intensity to push up the game, and we're seeing very good cricket at the moment.
So what you're saying is bad light saving the Bamba Brigade?
I'm not saying that. I'm really not saying that.
So another wicket falling. Senuja, we're going to go to getting that outside edge of the bowling of Joshua Sebastian. He passed for one, so right now 2 quick wickets. There you go, getting that outside edge. Simple catch behind the stumps. Nathan David fully thrilled and pumped. Probably dropped something. I think it's the rosary.
Looks like it.
Definitely, yes.
Well, these are Catholics.
I know.
Obviously, he will carry his rosary with him. Nothing wrong in that. But we're going to go there.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasi takma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilven lemon.
So the Josephians are chasing 172 within the frame of 18 overs. Now they are 36 for 2. Probably now, Polly. So Yenulu Devdusa, 12 games, 515 runs, apart from his 86 in the first innings. He's not calculated into this, but one of the top run getters for St. Joseph's College.
So 86, you add 86 to that, so he has got 601 runs in the season. That's a good score. Good aggregate of 601 runs. So he's facing to Sebastian. Pushed away on the onside. They get a single.
So that's the last wicket falling of St. George's. Getting that outside edge. An easy catch down there for Nathan David. He's trying to go angling the bat towards the third man region.
What I'm laughing is the look at his face.
Yeah, he's fully thrilled out there. Nathan David getting some runs in the first innings. Ooh, that was a play and a miss outside the off stump again.
Well, that is a good over, keeping things tight in this over. Joshua Sebastian.
So, talking about the last 10 centurions.
Yes, I will say Angelo Matthews getting 102 not out.
Yeah, Dylan Ramanayake on top. Since then, this is the card for the top run getters, the top 10 centurions. Dimut Karunath in 2007, Dylan Ramanayake in 1999, 100 not out. That was a brilliant innings.
That's a good shot played down towards third man.
So, he played a magnificent innings back in the day in 1999. He played for 3-4 years for St. Joseph's College. He went on coaching as well.
But I thought Rajiv, that innings of Dimut Karunath was also pretty good.
Yeah, he got his 100 in the first session of day one. And Dylan Ramanayake, after he continued to play his first class cricket in BRC, NCC, those kind of teams, and went on to do coaching as well for St. Joseph's College. He was involved in the Josephian side a couple of years ago.
He was the coach for last year.
Yeah, until last year. And plenty of years, plenty of experience in coaching. So, Angelo Matthews, so much familiar names down there, the order. But right at the end, Sadish Jayawardena, 2 centuries in 2 years. So, he the only person down there is Sadish Jayawardena within 2 years of time.
At least again, I don't see the names of Fred Pereira. He also got 200.
This was the last 10 centurions in the last 10 centurions, Polly.
Because there are only 2 batters, 2 Josephians, who have got 200s in the Josephian P-Trad. That is Fred Pereira and Sadisha Samaravikrama. The P-Trads too, they have 2 batters. That is Joe Miso and Rohan Buljans, who got twin centuries, 200s in the same game.
Yeah, indeed. Now, what I feel, Polly, after this over, it's just 11 overs. So the Josephians might just bat on the next few overs until the umpires decide that's it. You all can shake hands, and the cup, the shield, goes to Bamba Brigade. because it is an impossible task right now. St. Joseph's College need 133 runs within 11 overs with 9 fielders in the boundary. It is impossible, Polly.
Well, I think, Rajiva, we are asking too much for a schoolboy side to get 17 overs. Well, this is not T20 cricket, definitely not. And also, you see the field, while it's spread 7 to 8 fielders right throughout on the boundary. So it's not a possible target, but of course, the Josephians gave a chase to make a match of it. They got 40 on the board. Still, they're trying their best. Right throughout, they were trying, but the point is the cricket they played in the first 2 days.
Yeah, that is the most disappointing factor in this game because both these teams, the approach, it was below par, I would say, because they played defensively. So they didn't play their game up to their mark. When it comes to St. Joseph's College, they were high riding in this game. Where else? But what I thought was, Polly, St. Peter's College, after losing that game, in the quarterfinal game, they were in the back foot. So they were the underdogs, but they did their part by playing defensively because they don't want to lose again in this big occasion.
That's nicely played that time, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, the Josephians should have known to dictate terms because they were one up in the series. One up in the encounters this year. They won that quarterfinal encounter, and they should have started dictating terms right from the beginning, which they never did. They were also they got an early breakthrough, then they got a triple breakthrough also halfway through the innings, but from there onwards, they too, I thought, fell in the defense by negative bowling. That's the end of that 7th over, 42 for 2.
Sixer udaya viwate hot hot dang pandua spicy uda pandua fun kapu savine dive prima kutumi fun tamai.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Well, what a day of cricket we have been having today. And the time is also 5:25. Rajiva, if we had 2 days like this earlier,
we would have had plenty of action. Polly, that lost 30 overs is the major X factor for the win for the Dali Road boys.
Well, if we had those 30 overs, by this time the game would have been over.
Yeah, indeed. Perfectly said there, Polly. So, all in all,
it's wide outside the off stump and a wide signal by umpire Sanjay Fernando. The beat rides. Well, obviously they will try to bowl negative. They don't want the Josephians to get those runs. Well, you see the field, a very defensive field. Just one fielder inside the 30-yard circle, that's the cover point. All the other fielders right around the boundary. That's again another outside the off stump and another wide pin signal.
Oh, this is dragging and dragging. He's bowling way outside the off stump. He has 5 fielders on the off and 4 boundary riders on the leg side. Joshua Sebastian.
Yeah, still again just a cover point fielder inside the 30-yard circle. All the others on the boundary.
There's one more fielder. The leg side umpire. Apart from him and that cover point fielder, everyone else alongside in the boundary.
Well, St. Peter's. Well,
the thing is, Polly, now this is 10 overs after this. There's 135 runs to go. I mean, it is a huge task. You cannot go for it. So why don't you bring the field in? I mean, it clearly shows that St. Joseph's College are not going to...
There I see the field given by our cameras. Just one fielder inside, that's the cover point fielder. All the others in the boundary.
It shows that the Josephian batters are just batting singles and they're getting every run, every ball singles. Because you get some fielders close in. Because there you see, there's only the umpire
On the
closing
onside.
on the onside.
And the cover point on the offside.
Offside. So it clearly shows that this is this target of 126 more runs to score. It's not going to be possible for the Josephian batters, and they are just leaking those singles.
But
so
what I want is Rajiva, once you play it slowly down towards deep mid on and mid off, look for the second.
Yep.
Run two.
Yeah, that urgency going for that victory is gone in a defensive mode now.
Well,
That's
now
what
the
I see,
Josephines
because
definitely have closed the game up. No point. We are in the 8th over of the innings, just 47 on the board. They need 125 in another 10 overs, most probably. But I don't think we'll be able to bowl as 10 overs too. The time is also catching up. It's 5:30, almost 5:30.
Yeah, I reckon another 15-20 minutes, probably. The umpires will
Well,
call it off.
at the end of this over, umpires can tell if they want to continue or not.
Yes, they can decide after 8 overs, half of the mandatory power play. Polly, there's 2 overs left because there was 18 overs in
That's
the game.
right, yes.
So they need to bowl 8 mandatory overs. So which is they're bowling the 4th, in fact the 5th mandatory over. So they need to bowl 3 more overs.
Yeah, you're right. They need to bowl 10 overs at least because we had some overs before the mandatory over start. So 47 on the board. Chavira on 18. That's nicely played this time. They see they're not looking for the second. They're happy with 1. Well, if they were on the real chase, they would have looked for the second. 8 overs gone. It's 48 for 2.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
දවසක පැන්න එක පාරක් ගන්න. Gold Dio Spray.
Game just heading one way. 48 for 2 after 8. Just talking all St. Joseph's, Santosh, that they have this much of runs to win. St. Peter's College need just another 8 wickets to make that tally 11.
You got a good eye there, Rishwan. Indeed, they just need 8 good balls, if that's what you mean. But yeah, when the Josephians lost a couple of wickets, the game has just died down. They are only going at 6 runs per over. They needed almost 10 runs per over.
Indeed, an uphill task now. These two will have to bat out of their skin, and shots like that won't do any good.
Yes, it's clear. I think they've decided not to go for that win. It's like you mentioned, an uphill battle, a mountain to climb.
Indeed, it's been a very competitive days of play here at the SSC for the 91st Battle of the Saints. The first couple of days were just tamed, nothing big happened in it. Since that morning session, that outburst from Devatusa, who absolutely upped that rate as well, Santosh, really opened this game up.
Absolutely. I think the Josephians missed a trick last evening when they only managed 70 runs in that session. If they had tried to accelerate a little bit more and get 20-30 runs extra last evening, this game would have been a completely different one today. But yes, credit to the Josephian side. They tried to make a match out of it. They did all the hard work and they came close to winning back that trophy. Unfortunately, it's not the case to be.
Indeed, the wait will continue for the boys from Dali Road.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you will be happy, man, because the trophy will well and surely be safely back at Bambalapitiya.
There's one other team that's waiting for a trophy for 18 years. That's RCB in the IPL. Yes, it's been a long time since the Josephians have won that Maurice Legok trophy, and they have to wait for one more year, Reshwan.
Indeed, hopefully 92nd will be the year for St. Joseph's College, but nevertheless St. Joseph's need another 121 runs, and they are dealing with singles here. Another quiet over from the Josephians. 9 completed at St. Joseph's College, 52 for 2.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
It's been a very challenging and battling 91st Battle of the Saints. (52 for 2). Chasing 172, 120 runs more needed. Sebastian will continue from the tennis court end. He's kept it tight. Santosh just he has a couple of more years left in him as well.
We had a promising start to this inning, Reshwan, with that 6 from Avishek Samash. And we were expecting something more from this Josephian second innings, but credit should be given to Sebastian Reshwan. From ball 1, he didn't concede a boundary. This was the wicket. A good piece of fielding from Jason Fernando. Got Samash out, and this was the second wicket. Senuja, the man in form for the Josephians. Sebastian getting his 5th wicket of this encounter. He's been brilliant with the ball. Not so much with the bat, unfortunately for the Petrites, but with the ball he has delivered.
Once again, a play and a miss from Jayavira. It's been a disappointing outing for Jayavira as well. He did get that 80 not out in the previous edition of the Battle of the Saints. This time around, it was just not the ideal of returns for him at the big match.
Yes, Reshwan, chasing 172 in 18 overs, you needed some intent from your opening batters. And Jayavira didn't quite find his feet in the second innings. Yes, his opening partner Samash went on the attack, but Jayavira kept playing those dot balls and getting the Petrites back in the game. He's still finding the fielders, even though most of the fielders are on the line.
Indeed, field as well. Quite a defensive field, rightly by the Petrites. Steep target. Josephians would have gone for those big strokes. It's a pleasant and a very entertaining evening out here at the SSC Santosh. The light has been kind to everyone. We did see lots of overs in the first couple of days, and those overs really impacting a probable result in this big match.
Yes, of course. I think losing 30 overs is not ideal when it comes to a match like this, a big match between St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College. I think that would have definitely made a massive impact in this game, in the result of this game. But nevertheless, the two teams could have done something extra to bring a game out of this. And yes, the Josephians did all they can to get something out of this stalemate here.
Indeed, Josephs did not have anything to lose. They are the ones who are chasing the trophy. As 10 overs completed, just the 4 runs in it. 56 for the loss of 2 wickets.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතේ Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කක සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හික්කක බදේ වටේ හොට් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාන් තමයි.
Final stages of this 91st Battle of the Saints, which has been quite an interesting battle between these two sides. And mind you, Santosh, prior to the big match, these two teams battled out in that quarter final as well, but St. Joseph's came on top.
Absolutely, Rishwan. They did come out on top on that occasion. They did beat the Peterites fair and square, and that's why I mentioned earlier that they could have approached this game with a more positive approach, because they had the Peterites under pressure. They were coming in as favourites, and they just didn't plan the game properly. They just didn't have their preparations right.
Indeed, surely, as we have spoken before as well, Santosh, the intent last evening really lacked from the Josephian batsmen, and the overs lost as well, really making an impact, as we mentioned earlier as well. Minimum overs remaining just 7.5. Lashmika Pereira, he's had a brilliant game, Santosh. He did get that 58 runs that really made a difference in that first innings. He took the Peterites to a very reasonable and a very demanding position in that, from where they were 175 for 7 to 243. That was a big turnaround. The heroics of Lashmika Pereira really helped them as well.
Of course, considering circumstances they were in when he came out to bat, Rishwan, he was bringing a lot of experience into this game, the vice captain of the team. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he knew exactly what the team needed at that point. His job was to bat with the tail end and accumulate as much as runs possible, and that inning definitely made a big impact into the result of this game.
Indeed, kudos to him as well. And on your screens, Asidis Thejan did face a bulk of 101 deliveries in his innings in the first innings. Those kind of contributions might go unnoticed.
So just nudging it around, Yenula Devtusa, the recipients have basically given up on this chase. There you see once again just pushing it down to long on. Just playing for pride at the moment.
Indeed, Yenula as well off a very important 86 runs in that first innings. Missed out on that century by 14 runs. Jaibir as well playing his final innings. Both these batsmen, Santosh, playing their final innings for their college in the big match stage, as 11 overs completed. St. Joseph's College 61 for 2.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
St. Joseph's chasing a target of 172 in 18 overs, walked out with all the intentions of chasing it down, but They lost 2 wickets in quick succession and basically gave up then and there, Rishwan. They went back into their shell, their negative approach. Maybe they could have sent someone like Dunik Pereira and tried to get closer to that target, but they've decided early on that they're not going to go for it.
Indeed, Ethan Ransilage will be reintroduced back into the attack. He started off proceedings in this run chase. He was hammered for 11 runs in that very first over, and we all thought that we got a game in our hands here. Likes of Avisha Samash really took him on, whacked him for a 6 as well. The only 6 in the innings. Shaivira tried to use his feet. Once again, sloppy in the field as the 2 batsmen will cross over for 2 runs. Not good from St. Peter's.
That's sloppy from both fielders, Rishwan, on that occasion. First, it was the fielder in close. Then it was Dylan Damson at the boundary. As he Karin Sanket on that occasion. And with the Jason Fernando rather was not backing up.
Josephines just nudging it around now. A steep target ahead of them now. Clearly out of the equation, you could say. St. Joseph's will go back and think if they had got some quick runs in that evening session on day 2, this would have been a whole different ball game here at the SSC, Santosh.
Absolutely, Rishwan, spot on there. Totally agree with you. Also, I feel like if the Pete Wright captain could maybe get the fielders in and invite a big shot, maybe he could finish the game on a high with the momentum on themselves, because leading up to the one-day game, it's important to finish the big match on a high and shift the momentum back into your dugout. But at the moment, by the looks of it, he's happy with the field spread, and the 2 batters are happy to just make the singles and add more runs under their belt.
Indeed, a mouth-watering clash awaits on the 26th of April here at the SSC. These 2 teams will battle it out for the limited overs encounter. And this time pulled it straight to the fielder. Just the 1 run in it. Josephines getting runs off every ball in this over. They could get that odd boundary as well. Won't do any good, but would give the Josephines a positive ending to this game as well.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Rishwan. That's the momentum that that both teams need to get at the end of this game, because it's all about mind games when it comes to a Joe Pitt big match. Yes, the big match might be a draw, but leading up to that one-day game, there's all to play for. It's always exciting and thrilling, the Joe Pitt one-day encounter. So it's important to make sure that you get the momentum shifted back to your dressing room.
Indeed, plenty at stake. We'll have to wait for a couple of weeks for that big game here at the SSC. In shorter format, Santosh, games can easily change as well, just in an over or 2. Ransilage will have to go back and re-bowl that, rather come back and bowl that delivery. Chai Bira as well, playing his final outing at the 91st Battle of the Saints. Both these batsmen will have their fair share of ending in the middle. They would like to stay unbeaten as well, Santosh. As Ethan Ransilage had to do the fielding of his own bowling to win that 12th over. 8 runs in it, 68 for 2 St. Joseph's College. Need another 104 runs to win, which looks quite a far out. Looks like skipper having a chat with umpire Ravindra Vimalasiri, Ovin Salgadu. Didn't have the best of the outings with the bat in hand. Looks like we'll get one more over in. And now you can be assured, Santosh, that the trophy will remain at Bambalapitiya. And a bright smile on your face as well.
Definitely, Rishwan. It's back home where it belongs, Rishwan. It's been there since 2010, mind you, and it's there for one more year.
Indeed, probably one more year, Santosh. So take care of it well, because I'm sure next year round, St. Joseph's will come all guns blazing to get it back at Dali Road. But the win tally will remain, as the drawn games will just add more one to it.
Indeed, Rishwan. So Lashmika Pereira to bowl his 6th over. Jai on 30. What seems to be the final over of the day.
Indeed, now we see the fielders coming up as well. Probably for that memory as well, the wickets. And would like to see some big strokes from Yanula. He's batted well throughout this game. Expected from him with the ball in hand as well, but quite not the best of bowling performances from him, even though he got 4 wickets of a match bag of 4 wickets rather.
As much was expected from him with the ball in hand, but Manasu Madhubhashana came out of syllabus, Rishwan. He picked an 8-wicket haul, match back 8-wicket haul, and he was absolutely unplayable for the most part. The Pete Red batters found it very difficult to counter him.
Indeed, Santosh, he was just brilliant. A sensational bowling performance from him, a match bag of 8 as well. And in trying conditions, you could say, Santosh, you're at the SSC, the wicket is so good for batting, but he absolutely made a run for it. And for a fast bowler, and a lone fast bowler as well, bowled, he just took that responsibility in the pace department for St. Joseph's College and absolutely delivered in the big stage. And a lot of appreciation should go out to him. And even in this heat, it's not easy. And looks like that will be the game, as the players will, and good on St. Peter's as well, and the handshakes all around, and that's always good to see. Lashmika Pereira handing over 1 wicket to Yanula Devathusa. And that's sportsmanship, and that's the brand of cricket which is being played at the Battle of the Saints. The brotherhood remains, as smiles all around from the Josephians and the Patriots in the middle.
Yes, the 91st Battle of the Saints ends in a draw. Another addition to the drawn tally rather, Rishwan. But the trophy is back in Bambalapitiya. It stays home. It stays where it belongs. We've had 3 days of action. For the first time, the 91st Battle of the Saints was played as a 3-day game. And it's been a drawn game here at SSC.
Indeed, handshakes all around. Spirited two teams. St. Joseph's as well, kudos to them. They tried to go out for that win, but just too much in it. As sun sets in Colombo.
The fans are mobbing the team at the moment. They're all walking out to the center to congratulate both teams. Yes, they played some really good cricket here at SSC.
Indeed, it's been a hard toil for both set of players. As you see, the batting card, St. Joseph's College came out with some good intent. Avisha Samash was out, run out for 20 of 17 deliveries. Jayavira stays unbeaten in his final Battle of the Saints. 31 of 43 for him, and Wakanagode as well. Just the one run for him after a well-made 48 in that first innings. Devathus as well stays unbeaten in his final innings here at the Battle of the Saints. 14 of 16, and St. Joseph's end on 70 for the loss of 2 wickets after 13 overs. And to talk about the bowling card, over to you, Santosh.
Yes, sir.
Indeed, just the one wicket taker in that wickets column for St. Peter's College. Joshua Sebastian 1 for 26, got that wicket of Senuja, and Ron Silige went wicketless together with Vice Captain Lashmika Pereira, but that run out was created in that over. Nevertheless, spirited ending for this final day on the Battle of the Saints. The 91st comes to an end as we see the highlights of the final session here at the SSC. St. Joseph's did come out with one intent to try and go at that 172, but it was quite far out, you could say, and well and surely believed that it was quite an uphill task for the Josephines to take that trophy back home. But nevertheless, the Pete Wright camp will be happy as the trophy, Reverend Father Morris Legok trophy, will head back to Bambalapitiya. Some highlights from that final session. A hard toil for both players throughout these 3 days. The final day, the third and final day, was well and surely an exciting one. First 2 days were shortened days as well, as the play was halted due to bad light. We did lose around 30 odd overs on those 2 days. Other than that, third day was absolutely good cricketing day here at the SSC. We were blessed with good weather, good light, and some quality cricket as well between these two schools, two renowned Catholic institutions, St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. And as you see the match summary, St. Peter's College did win that toss. Sobin Sagar chose to bat first, post 243. Top scores coming in from Lashmika Pereira. 58 of 78. Manasa Madhubhashna with brilliant bowling figures, 3 for 77 in the first innings, and then St. Joseph's College in reply, 240 for 7 declared, just 3 runs away from the Pete Wright first innings. Yellow Devatusa with a splendid innings of 86, just 14 runs away from that century. Sebastian with a brilliant bowling performance of 4 for 80, and then St. Peter's College were bundled out for 168 inside 1.5 sessions, where Nathan David, the wicket-keeper, top scores of 53 of 84, really took Pete Wrights to a safe position in the game. Manasa Madhubhashna once again in the wickets column with a 5 for 57, a match bag of 8 for him, and a well-deserving one as well. And then the Josephians had a steep target to chase down of 172 as they finished on 70 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. So Jai Veera stays unbeaten in his final say at the Battle of the Saints, and Sebastian once again just the lone wicket taker in the second innings for the Pete Wrights, 1 for 26. And the result, match drawn, as another match drawn tally adds to the draw list. 61 draws now between these two sides in the Battle of the Saints series, as another final third and final day. Quite interesting and quite a remarkable ending to this 91st Battle of the Saints as well. As you see, the session chart solely dominated by St. Joseph's College throughout these 3 days. 3 shared columns in that, and just the one for the Pete Wrights on day 2, that lunch, where they the second session rather, where they came on top, and then from there on it was all St. Joseph's, where they were in the driving seat to try and pull off a result in this game, but it was just not too good enough for the Josephians. And that's it from us here at the commentary box. We'll head down to Laxisi De Silva to go through the post-match talk show down there.
Welcome back everyone to the live studio show of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. Once again, the encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College coming to an end as a drawn fixture, the 69th drawn fixture if I'm not wrong. So to talk about everything that happened during the third day and to give some more insights regarding the whole match, joining with me once again is Rajiva Veerasinghe. Good evening, Rajiva.
Good evening, Laxisi.
So Rajiva, a game that St. Joseph's College really could have, should have pulled off with a victory after 17 years, I think. They had a very good chance, but unfortunately, the factor that we talked about earlier in the day, the pacing factor, the importance of pacing this 3-day encounter, I think they unfortunately got it wrong, and because of that, 2 very key moments. One, when when they were batting, they scored only 100 runs in the first 40 overs, and then in the next 32 they scored 140, over 4 runs per over. Today, especially today morning, they scored runs very quickly. And then when St. Peter's College, they were 30 for 4 at one point, and then there was a 76 run stand, and still they had 33 more overs remaining when the 8th wicket fell, and St. Peter's were leading by just 126 runs. So 2 key moments which St. Joseph's College really could have pounced on and made a difference, and probably would have had a better result in their favour if they did manage to do that.
Yeah, indeed, you were talking exactly the same points, Laxisi, but what I think was there was a loss of 30 overs as well. So, and that approach in the first 2 days. So if you had that, if the Josephians had that approach in the first 2 days, mind you would have had a result. But they came out gun blazing in the third day, and looking for a result, seeking for a result on one day was a little impossible. So mind you, if they had that approach in the first day when 176 for 7, and when they didn't have that close-in fielders to get rid of those last few wickets, and then when close-in play because of the bad light, and then the next morning they gave those runs for the tail. tailenders added close to 70 runs for the last 3 wickets. So that created some back foot for the Josephians, and the way they batted yesterday evening, the last session, they batted for about 30 overs, getting 70 odd runs. So probably that was the back foot moments from, in my perspective, for the Josephians to go for a victory in this 91st Battle of the Saints. But coming out today, batting for 15 overs, somewhere around there, batting for some overs like 12, 13 overs and getting run a ball, and declaration was a key factor. But all in all, if they had that positive approach like we were discussing in the first 2 days, I would think probably we would have ended up being a result in this game.
Exactly. So when it comes to the St. Peter's College side in this last day, Nathan David scored a vital 50, Rajiv, a 50 that saved the game for the Peterites to make sure that they kept the trophy in Bambalapitiya for another year. Nathan David, he had a start during the first innings as well, and in the second innings he managed to convert that into half century, a gutsy half century.
Yeah, true enough, Lakshya, because he got few boundaries from his bat earlier on. Because there was a time he got 16 runs with 4 boundaries, and in fact for his 53 it comes in with 10 boundaries. So 40 runs coming off those bad deliveries, so he got runs on board. And then that lone saviour for St. Peter's in the third innings was Nathan David, because when they were 30 for 4, they were struggling, they needed some runs, they wanted someone to step in, and Nathan David batted brilliantly. And I think he batted in the first innings also. He got some runs, some valuable runs for St. Peter's for the second wicket, when the first wicket was fallen off of the skipper Owen Salgado. So he stepped up and did a tremendous job for St. Peter's in this second innings.
And as I mentioned earlier as well, when the St. Peter's College lead was just on 126 runs, they had lost 8 wickets and 33 more overs were remaining, which was well within the range of St. Joseph's College. And then came that all-important 9th wicket partnership, 45 of 74 deliveries. They batted for 12 overs, the 9th wickets, and Inosh Peterson and Ethan Ransilige, another key aspect that saved the game for St. Peter's College. After Nathan David's 50, this partnership saved the day for them.
Yeah, indeed. Same repeat telecast from the first innings, from Lashmika Pereira's bat and Ethan Ransilige. In the first innings also, they did the similar kind of partnership in the first innings. So they came back again in the second innings as well. So Josephians bowled 13-14 overs to get rid of that wicket. So the time frame was not in a good position for the Josephians, because they were very slow to get rid of that 9th wicket. So the partnership was good for the St. Peter's College, because they saved this game by that batting. The balls were the more important thing than the runs, because they dragged that overs. So what I think was that 9th wicket partnership, especially the likes of Ethan Ransilige, he has an average of 24.12 in the school calendar year. So he batted well, he's hanging there with the other batter. So Peterson, was it? Yeah, Peterson was there. So I think that was another key moment, like those facts what you mentioned here, Laksasi. So all in all, what I think, so the Josephians were not that attacking mode when it comes to taking those 20 wickets. So one day cricket is, T20 cricket is a ball game where the team that score more runs wins a game. But when it comes to test match cricket, you need to have 20 wickets to win the game. So in fact, that is the thing that the Josephians should have thought, to come out for outright win in this game. Not the runs, you need to take 20 wickets.
Exactly, and when we talk about taking 20 wickets, Manasa Madhubhashan, 8 wickets in the whole game. Last year he took 7 wickets, if I'm not wrong, 3 in the first innings and 4 in the second innings. Missed out on taking that 5 wicket haul, but this time around he did manage to take the 5th wicket. Manasa Madhubhashan, some glorious deliveries once again, Rajiv.
Yeah, definitely, he bowled his heart out, mind you. Like, I had a chat, I was mentioning this previously as well, I had a chat with him yesterday on the second day morning, and I told him to keep it up. All his wickets, you can see he bowled front foot to make sure the batter go front foot. Not those short deliveries, because he was just wasting his energy bowling those short deliveries in the first innings. So that was another aspect. So there you go. Manasa Madhubhashana 5 for 57, the last 5 wicket hauls. It was Manasa out there, and
Gagan Shamod in 2023.
Yes, that was another fast bowler.
Siobhan Daniel in 2022, Ravinda Kurugoda in 2016, and in 2015 Hashindra Pera. So those are the most recent 5 wicket hauls for St. Joseph's College.
And down there, you see, I was talking about this similar situation. Thisara he has 3 5 wicket hauls. I mean, a guy who gets the ball in his hand doesn't give it to anyone. Another perfect example of Thisara Pera is Manasa Madhubhashana.
Exactly, Chaturanga Kumar and Christopher Fleming also featuring on that list. So I think, Rajiv, at the end of this encounter, we can say the 40 runs that St. Joseph's College missed out on making at the end of day 2, and the 40 runs that the gutsy St. Peter's College low order made in that second innings probably made the difference.
Yeah, the time frame as well, Lux, is that 40 runs, the time frame, everything, all in all, served the Peter Wrights. So they came out to this game as underdogs. So coming into the game underdogs, fairly they have done well. In my perspective, St. Peter's College did a decent job, whereas St. Joseph's College couldn't go outcome for a victory in this game because of the approach that they have was more defensive. So we should have expected from the Josephians that they would have come out more gun blazing like the third day today morning in the previous 2 days as well, because when it comes to the third day, yesterday they were 72 for 3 wickets. The 2 informed batters who have scored over 500 runs, they should have kept on going and got some acceleration yesterday evening, and probably if they would have ended up 180 for 3, that 30 runs or 40 runs would have had a major impact in this game when it comes to an outright victory.
Exactly. So St. Joseph's College missing out on some key areas during this game, but St. Peter's College did excellently well to make sure that whenever they had the chance, whenever St. Joseph's College did loosen that grip, they made sure to pounce on those chances. And once again, the names like Nathan David, Lashmika Pereira, Ethan Ransilige, Inosh Peterson, all of them chipped in when it mattered the most to make sure that St. Peter's College walked out of this game without any harm, and the trophy stayed at Bambalapitiya for another year. So I think we can take a look at the updated tally of the Battle of the Saints encounter. St. Joseph's College, of course, they have a slight advantage when it comes to the number of wins. 12 wins for St. Joseph's College, 10 wins for St. Peter's College, 69 drawn encounters. The first ever 3-day Saints cricketing encounter coming into an end as a drawn fixture, Rajiv. So
yeah, indeed, Lux is disappointing as a Josephian when it comes to, because we had a pre-rehearsal as well. It was a 3-day format. It was like a practice game, a rehearsal for both teams, and St. Joseph's College winning that. I preferred it was the other way around. We winning this instead of that quarter-final, because most of the Josephians want that result in favor of the St. Joseph's College. So mind you, I think the Peter Wrights, they learned from their mistakes in that quarter-final game, and they knew the bowlers, they knew the batters, they knew what sort of an approach that St. Joseph's College will come into this game. So from day one, I think the Peter Wrights, they were in the back foot still, though, because of the run flow was restricted for 2.5 runs per an over. But they being the underdogs, they survived somehow. That is the major downfall for the Josephians. The Peter Wrights surviving these 3 days. So I think the Peter Wrights have done a decent job when it comes to this 91st Battle of the Saints.
Exactly, so many gutsy performances, as I mentioned earlier as well. So right now we're about to head to the presentation ceremony of the Battle of the Saints encounter. I think likes of Manasa Madhubhashana, Lashmika Pereira, Yanula Devutusa, all of these players will be top contenders to walk out with the Player of the Match award, the Best Batsman, Best Bowler awards. I think we will most probably see most of those names winning those awards. So the Battle of the Saints encounter, a 3-day encounter for the first time, and both the teams are giving their all, and at the end of the day it ended up being a draw, with St. Peter's College keeping the coveted trophy in Bambalapitiya for another year. So believe that we can head to the presentation ceremony right now of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that's a wrap for the 91st edition of the Battle of the Saints Cricket Encounter, a long-standing rivalry between two premier Catholic schools, St. Joseph's College, Colombo 10 and St. Peter's College, Colombo 4. What a spectacular display of cricket seen for 3 days by both teams as we entered uncharted territory with the first ever 3-day format in the history of this iconic encounter. The 91st Battle of the Saints Joe Pete Cricket Encounter, powered by Dialog PLC, dedicated to nurturing talent and empowering champions. Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider and prolific promoter of sports in Sri Lanka. Dialog Asiata, a name intervened with innovation. They invited spectators to immerse themselves in the electrifying action of the 91st Battle of the Saints through the most advanced 5G ready network in Sri Lanka. A shout out to our sponsors for the 91st Battle of the Saints, our platinum sponsors, Dialog Asiata PLC, Marina Square Colombo and Elephant House. Our gold sponsors, Jetwing, Nestle PLC and Russells. Our silver sponsors, Hatton National Bank, Uber, ThePapare, Maggie, Haley's Solar, Uswatha Confectionery, Ambrose Sri Lanka, Ultrex Capital, Aaron's Clothing and Hemas Hospitals. And our bronze sponsors, Domino's Pizza, Aitken Spence, Yes FM, Emerging Media and Nutrifix. And also our sustainability partner, Alliance Finance Company PLC, who gave a task to our young players to score as much as runs possible, where each run scored will be a tree planted, making it a total of 720 trees planted. To start off the awards ceremony, let me invite the dignitaries on stage. Mr. Suraj Abesekara, the chief guest for the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade, Rector of St. Joseph's College. Reverend Father Rohita Rodrigo, Rector of St. Peter's College. Reverend Father Samesh Anthony, Prefect of Games, St. Joseph's College. Reverend Father Praveen Vijay Sekara, Sports Coordinator of St. Peter's College. Representing Dialog, Mr. Munesh David, Group Chief Financial Officer. Representing Nestle, Mr. Kasunjiva Kankanamge, Manager Sales, Promotions and Sponsorships. Representing Marina Square, Mr. Kosala Vikramasinghe, Director, Marina Square. And Mr. Premalal Pereira from Elephant House, the Brand Activation Manager. And joining them is the co-chairs of the Joint Organizing Committee, Mr. Terence Fernando and Mr. Michael Elias. All right, starting with the awarding of certificates for the two teams, let me invite Reverend Father Rohita Rodrigo, Rector of St. Peter's College, to present the certificates to the Josephian team. And the team comprising of Master Kenneth Lianagay, the captain of the Josephian team for the year 2025. Master Sandaru Jayavira, Master Yenula Devtusa, Master Manasa Madhubashana, Master Dunic Heshron Pereira, Master Senuja Dinhas Vekunegoda, Master Avisha Samash, Master Dihen Kitmin De Silva. Master Rishma Hiranya Amarasinghe. Master Yenula Dantananarene. Master Minosh Damien De Silva. Master Aken Nushan Pereira. Master Don Shenal Mario Suravira. Master Kavit Insit Fernando. Master Prabuddha Deshan Talahitiagala. Master Andrew Dias Gunawardana. Master Sinesh Devinda. Master Amisha Suchita. Master Pamoda Jude Dalpadado. Master Lesita Nadev Vijayatunga. Thank you, Father Rector, for awarding the Josephian certificates. Let me very respectfully invite Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade, Rector of St. Joseph's College, to present the certificates to the Peterite team. Starting off with the skipper, Master Ovin Salgado. Master Nathan David. Master Dilana Damsara. Master Lashmika Pereira. Master Viru Lamarapala. Master Savi Fernando. Master Tarin Senvidu. Master Ethan Ransilige. Master Asadisa De Silva. Master Joshua Sebastian. Master Dinet De Silva. Master Sadisha Karyavasan. Master Inosh Peterson. Master Dinsara Ratnavira. Master Jason Fernando. Master Yatindra Jaivira. Master Tarin Sanket Pereira. Master Hiruka Silva. Master Rafael Hettige. And finally, Master Salit Galage. Thank you, Father. We now move on to awarding the individual awards to those exceptional players who displayed their utmost utmost talent and dedication during these 3 days of intense cricket. Our adjudicators have carefully selected these exceptional individuals. Our neutral adjudicator, Mr. Jeevantha Kulathunga, the Josephian adjudicator, Mr. Tarindu Aryavansa, and the Petrite adjudicator, Mr. Shanal Fernando. Starting off with the first award for the best fielder, the Henry A. De Silva Memorial Trophy presented by the Old Josephian Sports Club. Let me invite Mr. Kasunjiva Kankanamge, Manager, Sales, Promotions and Sponsorships, to present the award. And the winner for the best field award goes to Master Senujadin Nasvakunegod of St. Joseph's College. Congratulations to Master Senuja. Thank you, Mr. Kankanamge. Moving on to the best bowler, the Herbert Vitachi Memorial Trophy presented by Anton Maurice Pereira. Let me invite Mr. Premalal Pereira, Brand Activation Manager of Elephant House, to present this award. The winner for the best bowler goes to Master Manada Madhubhashana of St. Joseph's College. Congratulations, Master Manasa. Thank you, Mr. Premalal, for joining us with the awards. Moving on to the third award, the Best Batsman. The trophy presented by Mr. Bernard Vijay Tunga. Let me invite Mr. Kosala Vikramasinghe, Director, Marina Square, to present this award. And the winner of the Best Batsman award goes to Master Nathan David of St. Peter's College. Congratulations to Master Nathan. And thank you, Mr. Vikramasinghe, for joining us with the awards. The fourth award for the Best All-Rounder, the Captain George A. Pereira Memorial Trophy, presented by Malcolm De Costa. Let me invite Mr. Munesh David, the Group Chief Financial Officer of Dialog Asiata PLC, to present this award. The Best All-Rounder goes to Master Lashmika Pereira of St. Peter's College. Congratulations to Master Lashmika. Thank you, Mr. David, for joining us with the awards. The final individual award, the Man of the Match. The trophy donated by St. Peter's College All Boys Union Sports Committee. To present this trophy, let me invite Mr. Suraj Abesekar, the chief guest for the 91st Battle of the Saints cricket encounter. The award for the Man of the Match goes to Master Yenula Devtusa of St. Joseph's College. Congratulations to Master Yenula and thank you Mr. Abhishekar for joining us with the awards. That's it from the individual awards. Once again, the 91st edition of the Battle of the Saints Joby Cricket Encounter ends with a tie, with the last victory being the Peach Wright team in 2016 and then followed by stalemates thereafter. The trophy will return to the Bambalapitiya cabinet until we battle it out once again in 2026 for the 92nd encounter. And that's it from the awards distribution ceremony. And we bring to a close the 91st Battle of the Saints Joby Cricket Encounter until we meet again on the 26th of April for the 51st Joby Limited Over Encounter at this very venue. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great evening.
Back everyone to the studio. The 91st Battle of the Saints encounter coming to an end as a drawn fixture once again. And Yenula Devatusa walking away with the Player of the Match award. He was one of the names that we predicted out here as well, Rajiv. And the Best Batsman award went to Nathan David. The Best Bowler, without any doubts, Manasa Madhubhashana. Probably would have been a very top contender to be the man of the match as well, Manasa Madhubhashana. Best all-rounder, Lashmika Pera. Those lusty blows during the end of the first innings, which actually came back to save St. Peter's College as well, another factor that helped St. Peter's College, and the best fielder, Senuja Makunugoda. So, Rajiv, overall thoughts on the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter?
All in all, talking about those performances from both sides are equal. So whatever it is, for hats off for all both the teams, because for all these cricketers, they have done a tremendous job. I mean, at the end of the day, it was not the attacking. We talk about this throughout. It was not that positive approach, but all in all, we saw some good performance, especially the likes of Manasa Madhubhashana. And I think he bowled his heart out, and taking those 8 wickets on a track like this, especially third day, he picked up 5 wickets. So mind you, this is not the new ball. He didn't take wickets from the new ball, not on a surface with a green top, but he picked up wickets on the third day, mostly in the third session as well. So that is the commitment, that is the heart out, that is the effort that you make into this game. And again, talking about Yenula, scoring some runs, taking 4 wickets as well. So 86 runs. And then Lashmika Pereira, that valuable half century in the first innings, that is the X factor for St. Peter's College, because that created that 243 runs in the first innings, and he came and bowled and took a couple of wickets as well. So Senuja behind the stumps on first slip, he took some brilliant catches to off the bowling of even Manasa as well. So I think overall it was a good run for both teams performing out here, but plenty to watch out in the one-day encounter.
Exactly, the 26th of April, that is the day for the limited overs encounter, the 51st limited overs encounter,
yes.
The longest running one-day encounter between two schools here in Sri Lanka. So that will definitely be an encounter to watch out for, and I think even the atmosphere will be a lot hyped up, even more than this one, because generally the Battle of the Saints one-day encounter is one of the most watched out for encounters of the whole calendar year in the school's cricket season. So the first ever 3-day Battle of the Saints encounter, as the official broadcasters of this encounter, ThePapare, were extremely proud that we were able to bring the live action of this historical encounter between two legendary schools when it comes to cricket here in Sri Lanka. We have mentioned this so many times throughout this big match season. A lot of people have put in the hard yards day in and day out to make sure that you got all these live pictures from all these grounds, not just in Colombo, at Kandy, Gaul, and even at Mahiyangane, at Jaffna. A lot of people have worked sleepless nights to make sure that everyone, all of you, not just in Sri Lanka as well, everyone abroad as well, that they got the perfect experience, the perfect viewing experience when it comes to cricket and every other sport in Sri Lanka. So it was a great experience for all of us. We are grateful that we had the opportunity to bring you the live action of this 91st Battle of the Saints, big match encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, and we really hope that all of you enjoyed the live broadcast as well. A lot of amazing behind the scenes moments, and a lot of people, as I mentioned so many times, giving their all, working their hearts out, just like everyone who performed out there in the middle, just like the 22 schoolboy cricketers who performed out there in the middle. A lot of people, probably hundreds of people, 50 plus people from just the Papare and working effortlessly to make sure that this live broadcast came to you at the best quality possible. So Rajiva, the 26th of April, as you mentioned earlier, the one-day encounter, any changes that you would make when it comes to the two teams? Not just players, I mean when it comes to the approach and everything.
Yeah, definitely it's a limited over encounter, so 50 overs, probably you will have one decision coming for sure. So now both teams have to have a better plan to come out because you have 50 overs only. People are watching, there will be plenty of crowd, the entire SSC will be covered with 10,000 people. So you need to have that positive approach when it comes to limited over cricket. So we talked about this, Laksasi. In a test match you need to take 20 wickets to win the game, but who scores more runs is the winners going to be in limited overs and T20 cricket. So I think who wins probably, if you want to get a victory out of this encounter, you need to have that positive approach. So it will be a good batting track at SSC. Last year we saw St. Peter's College chasing down St. Joseph's batted 220 odd runs in the first innings, but St. Peter's coming down under the captaincy of Vishen Halambage chased down the score with 4-5 wickets, won by 4-5 wickets. So the Josephians, if they need to take that trophy back at Dali Road, so they need to make sure that they come out with a positive approach on the 26th of April at SSC. But currently on this situation, the trophy of this 91st encounter goes to the Bamba Brigade.
Exactly, so a lot to play for on the 26th of April. A lot of bragging rights up for grabs for both the teams when it comes to the one-day encounter. So we will now take a look back at this encounter, the match summary of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. St. Peter's College winning the toss and deciding to bat first, scoring 243 runs. ThePapare scoring 58. Maradana Madhubhashan 3 for 77, and then St. Joseph's College 240 for 7. They declared, and Dialog Devatusa scoring 85. Sebastian taking 4 for 80. And then St. Peter's College bowled out for 168, and Nathan David scoring 53. Manasa Madhubhashan a 5-wicket haul, a well-deserved 5-wicket haul for the youngster, the right-arm quick who bowled brilliantly throughout the two innings, 5 for 57, an 8-wicket match bag for him. And then St. Joseph's College 70 for 2. Was a tall task for them. They needed 170 odd runs in 18 overs, and just at the end the task at hand was a bit too much for the youngsters. So Ajayveer unbeaten on 31 for St. Joseph's College when the game ended, and Sebastian taking a solitary wicket. So that's how the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter came to an end. And Ajayveer Singh, thank you so much for joining with us throughout the 3 days, and especially during the end of day's play chat shows as well.
You're welcome, Laksasi.
So that's all from Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. The 91st Battle of the Saints encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College coming to an end as a drawn fixture. I would like to thank everyone who joined with us for this encounter from all around the world. As ThePapare, we are just getting started, as a lot of games are coming your way in the upcoming weeks, the upcoming months. So make sure that you stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. Have a very good night.
live for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare.
3, 2, 1, roll.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග
Welcome back to the Papare.
Welcome to the live broadcast from the Papare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.